Chapter 1. Lionel barreled down a set of spiraling stairs. With a leap, he cleared the railing, foregoing the last of the steps to land in a living room. Jumping over a couch, he rounded a corner into the kitchen to snatch a bottle of foul green liquid. "Thanks for the daily dose of cow shit, Dad. Really appreciate it." A middle-aged man looked up from his tablet, pushing his glasses up with a couple fingers. He was lounging behind the large glass doors that opened from the living room into the backyard when his son's usual defamatory statements entered his ears. In another rush toward failure? He'll succeed this time. Instead of launching himself out the front door, Lionel actually made his way back up the set of spiraled stairs. "That's what you said the last over 100 times." Lionel didn't wait for his father's next sarcastic statement. He pushed open the attic doors and swung himself out of the 3-story high triangular windows. His actions looked no different from an attempt at suicide, but his hand just barely caught the ledge, swinging himself upward to latch onto a weakening water drainage pipe. Like a spry monkey, the plastic lid connector of his bottle hanging from his teeth, he climbed to the roof, landing on the angled tiles with a practiced ease. Subject: Lionel Morales, Infraction Code 118.67. 2. Unauthorized scaling of a residential building. Under the Parkour and Free-Running Act of 2034, this is classified as a Type 1 misdemeanor. It is advised that subject Lionel Morales immediately cease illegal activity to avoid charges. Lionel ignored the beeping female voice emitting from his wrist, his eyes having locked onto his next target. The suburb Lionel and his father lived in was decently well off and could be considered a part of the upper middle class. However, the location of their home could only be described as odd. Or rather, the entire suburb community was out of expectations. The community existed on a large flying platform that orbited a main city below like the moon did the Earth. These so-called floating paradises acted as a solution to the housing crisis of 2066, effectively fixing the problem by creating more surface area for housing. Nowadays, only the obscenely wealthy could live on the surface. Lionel's destination happened to be this lofty surface world. Though, while most who lived on these floating paradises could only catch a glimpse from time to time, Lionel traveled down almost every day. 17 seconds. Lionel crouched on his home's roof. His and his father's home happened to be at the very edge of the floating paradise. Of course, there were several safety measures taken. But that wouldn't stop Lionel. Despite his vantage point, he couldn't see the backyard his father had been sitting in. In fact, his home looked completely empty from the outside due to a privacy setting. He swung his head back, taking a big swing of his dad's green concoction. In that moment, not only did his tongue seemingly light on fire, but even his lungs burned. One would think he was breathing in a raging fire's smoke instead of drinking a smoothie. "Really outdid yourself this time, old man." Lionel suddenly took a leap. At first, it seemed that he wouldn't make it very far. He'd fall 3 stories and come out with a broken leg if he was lucky. However, that was when a sudden gust of wind crashed into his body. If it wasn't for its sturdy straps, the backpack to his back would have been flung off entirely. A fierce whoosh filled Lionel's ears as he was taken into the skies. His arms and legs spread out, a refreshing smile playing his features as though he didn't realize that he looked no different from a madman to any sane observer. He was a lone man above the clouds, free falling without a care in the world. His clothes whipped against his own body, revealing a hidden toned torso. When it seemed that Lionel would be falling hundreds of meters to the surface below, his body tucked and rolled, bursting through a layer of white clouds that spritzed a refreshing dew across his face. His last bit of fatigue vanished without a thought. With a dull thump, he rolled across the hard ground. It only took a moment to realize that this wasn't in fact the ground at all, but rather the very top of a skyscraper that seemed to hold up the clouds. Perfect score. Lionel grinned, praising himself. Infraction Code 213. 13. 1. Unauthorized entry to the surface. Under the Sky Island Act of 2071, this is classified as a Type 7 felony. Subject Lionel Morales, 17, has been targeted for capture. It is advised that subject remain where they are to avoid added charges. Subject classified as a minor. Guardian Velasco Morales has been contacted. Error. Communication failure. Attempting reboot, Lionel's grin widened. Having a retired Tier 5 government official as a father had its perks. For example, any crimes linked to a retiree of such prestige was directly handled by the Bureau of Intelligence and Protection, or BIP for short. Since Lionel was a minor, all of his crimes were forwarded to his father to be vetted by BIP. With his father's name at his back, small crimes like this were directly ignored. Unfortunately though, his 18th birthday was coming up soon. Lionel popped up, grabbing a silver-framed bicycle hidden in a corner. He leapt from the building's side, swinging his bike seat between his legs just as he firmly landed on a cylindrical glass structure attached to the side of the skyscraper. Due to the suffocating lack of space and the obscene price per square footage, almost every building on the surface was interconnected in some way. The skies were filled with glass tunnels, towering structures were sometimes no more than a meter or two apart, and personal vehicles were incredibly rare even for the rich who could afford to live here. Get to school the normal way, boy? Lionel's laughter rang out as though there wasn't a several hundred-meter drop beneath him. Screw off, Lenny. They'll start taking the tube the moment you agree to pay those ridiculous fees for me. My name isn't Lenny. Lionel pedaled away to duck away from the old man's next round of nagging. He still didn't know how the old man always managed to know when he arrived and also had no idea where his voice was being projected from either, but he could only assume that he was sulking behind one of those one-way viewing windows. Streaking across the high rises of the surface city, Lionel sped through the dense metal forest far faster than many thought possible. Eventually, the tall skyscrapers began to shorten and Lionel had no choice but to change his tactics lest he get caught by some busybodies. Finding his usual back alley, he dropped 3 or so meters at a time, hopping his bike from glass tunnel to balcony to light post before eventually landing on the ground. He took his backpack from his back, pulling out a pair of gray slacks, a recently pressed white shirt and a navy blue blazer. He quickly stripped himself of his sports wear. After leaning a mirror the size of a piece of paper against a large garbage disposal bin, he slicked his hair back with his accumulated sweat. Refresh. A UV light swept over Lionel's body. In a flash, his accumulating body odor was killed off, replaced by a neutral, refreshing scent. In a moment he had put on his gray pleated pants, buttoned up his shirt and slid on his blue blazer. After putting on his bag, he stood up to his full height of 63-inch. He smiled toward his propped-up mirror. It wasn't because he was overly satisfied with his own appearance, though he could be considered to be quite handsome. Rather, he was testing to see which smile came off the most charming. His skin was a tanned bronze, his short hair swept freely in the wind with its dirty blonde almost amber color, and his eyes were a pale green. Lionel was not only tall and toned, but his frame was both lean and well-built. Despite this, he had a kind and inviting disposition. His presence made others feel comfortable. In truth, if others knew he was practicing his smile, they'd think he was crazy. He was more than charming enough. Was there a need to practice anymore? Surprisingly, almost an hour ticked by before Lionel's watch beeped once more. Realizing he would be running late if he wasted any more time, he hopped on his bike. But his pace was much slower this time, not wanting to ruin his effort by sweating once more. He didn't have long to go. The streets leading to his school were nothing like the congested communities he had passed through before. It was like entering a whole new world. There was greenery all around, ancient trees vibrantly recovering from the winter months, and winding paths that led to beautiful architectural feats. This place was the third-ranked academy on Earth, a prestigious place only for the elites of the younger generation, Royal Blue Academy. Leo. Good luck. We have bets on you succeeding this time. Lionel grinned as he passed by a few groups of students preparing to head to their classes, waving in acknowledgement. Soon Lionel's gaze landed on a massive dome-like building. It stretched hundreds of meters in every direction and had several entrances just from the front. Even among Royal Blue Academy students, there were different separations. To be able to step into this building, only the highest-ranked seniors could do so. However, even with such a masterpiece before him, Lionel's view was completely filled with the sight of just one young lady standing near the top of a wide set of white marble stairs. She looked like a dainty fairy descended from the skies. Her long, flowing black hair gently waved in the wind, only resting at the small of her back every so often. Her eyes were a warm amber that bordered on gold, making her seem like a goddess separated from the world. A small group of friends stood around her. Their banter caused her to smile, a shy smile that gripped Lionel's heart and refused to let go. When she looked up and met Lionel's gaze, he felt that the entire world aside from her had turned various shades of white. Her delicate tanned yet fair skin, the small slope of her nose, the way the wind gently caressed her thigh-length dress, revealing the curves she so modestly hid. Though not an inch over 57-inch, she had a presence that captivated the world, one larger than even Lionel himself believed he had. The young fairy blushed profusely when she saw that it was Lionel. A crimson tide waited from her slender collarbone and up her neck, coating her soft cheeks. Aina. Lionel's voice was powerful and filled with emotion as though this was the very first time he was doing this. He's here again. One of Ana's friends teased. Stop enabling him. A fiercer friend rebutted. Poor Ana has been getting harassed to death by him for the last 4 years. Get lost. Lionel seemed used to this good cop, bad cop routine. But the truth was he couldn't even see or hear them. His senses were incomparably focused. I won't stop until I have a real answer from you. Lionel's gaze burned. In that moment, his pale green eyes seemed to gain a new light, becoming a green more vibrant than even the trees around him. I must be your man. Will you have me? The surrounding students all simultaneously stopped as though collectively holding their breaths. Ana's cheeks grew several shades of red darker, almost becoming as ripe as a tomato. Her small lips trembled before she turned and ran up the steps, disappearing into the academy halls. Lionel gained another glare from Ana's fierce friend before she and the much kinder young lady rushed after the embarrassed Ana. In the end, Lionel could only sigh. Seemed that today was yet another failure. Chapter 2. Lionel's depressed mood didn't last for long. Soon he was smiling as though nothing had happened. At that moment, an arm wrapped around his shoulders. Considering how easily the culprit had done so, it was obvious that he was even taller than Lionel. Another failure. How many is that already? 520? 521, Lionel muttered. Almost every school day since first year, huh? The culprit laughed, leading Lionel up the stairs. There are too many young noble women looking to get into the good books of the 3021st bachelor of the eligible minor list. Yet you've been solely focused on one girl for 4 years. Think of all the hearts breaking across the world. Lionel laughed. James, when you have to say such a large number, it makes the accomplished ring hollow, don't you think? It was quite funny. It was nice to be ranked, but being told that there were 3020 men better than him didn't exactly have a nice ring to it. Plus, this was just the eligible minor list. Once he turned 18 he might not rank on the true eligible bachelor list at all. More depressing than that was the fact there were several snotty-nosed brats no more than 13 or 14 years old ranked ahead of him. Bah, forget that damned list. James spat. Who knows what perverted grandma ranked a bunch of minors on their eligibility? Load of nonsense. Must be nice looking down from on high like that, Mr. 1034th. James laughed pervertedly, shaking Lionel side to side with his arm. Scanning. Security procedures underway. Student Lionel Morales recognized. Welcome future 5-star quarterback. Lionel heard the usual mechanical voice ringing in his ears. Though he knew no one else could hear it, he still felt a deep disgust whenever he heard this introduction. Think about it this way, James continued as they entered the grand hallways of Royal Blue Academy. There are over 3 billion people on Earth who are under 18. Half of those are men like us. Yet we're in the top % of a % of them. You gotta stop chasing after this one girl. There are too many who want you. As long as she rejects me, I will leave her alone. But in 4 years she's never said a word after one of my confessions. She always just runs off. Lionel swiped his finger under his nose a few times. It's obvious she likes me. James was stunned for a moment before bursting into another fit of laughter. It seemed the students were used to his boisterousness because no one batted an eye to his ridiculous laugh. I don't know why I waste my words. I know you don't care about these surface things. I should have known nothing would affect your state of mind for the big game. James pulled his arm from Lionel's shoulder, pounding a fist to the latter's chest. Those preppy boys can just wait patiently for their 4th national championship loss in a row. Lionel grinned, pounding James' chest in return. Lionel caught a bit of a complex light in his best friend's gaze. James was easily 3 inches taller than him and had been his partner in crime ever since they entered Royal Blue Junior Academy together. Lionel would never miss something like this, he knew him too well. I do have something to talk to you about. James' voice was cut off by the ring. Damn it, there's a test today. Lionel shook his head as James ran away like a madman, likely trying to find someone he could cheat off of. Without thinking much, he pulled out a binder from his backpack to cram for his own test while he walked to class. Unfortunately, he and James weren't in the same class. While Lionel ranked 3rd academically across all subjects, James was near the bottom of the barrel. If it wasn't for the fact his gene analysis decided that his fateful career was that of a 5-star tight end, he wouldn't be allowed to enter this building at all. Royal Blue Academy took these separations very seriously. Due to this, it was already a miracle that Lionel could make it into senior class A to begin with. When Lionel was young, like every other child at the age of 3, he took a mandatory genetic analysis examination. Among other things, this test was meant to decide your optimal career path while weighing your benefit to society. This career path would be graded from 1 to 5 stars depending on several factors. Ultimately, a 1-star professional was average. This person wouldn't cause any waves in their career path, but they would be able to stabilize its foundation, allowing the innovators at higher star evaluations to drive progress. 5-star professionals were on another level. These were people that would revolutionize their fields. In a single generation, there wouldn't be more than 100 children with this level of evaluation, and not every profession was guaranteed to birth one either. It should have been great that Lionel had such an evaluation. He too was a 5-star professional. The trouble was that he had no interest in joining the National American Football League and becoming a Hall of Fame quarterback. People like him were categorized as entertainers. He would be rich and live a great life, but he would never be taken seriously outside of his sport. This was part of the reason he was ranked so lowly on the eligible minor list. Many ranked above him were only worth 3 stars to their professions, but they were still more valued. Of course, this wasn't the full reason, or else James wouldn't be ranked so much higher than he was, since he too was an entertainer. Lionel walked into class just on time. He smiled lightly to greet a few people before burying his head back into his binder of notes. Though many liked to socialize with Lionel, they could only shake their heads when they noticed their school's star quarterback cramming as he usually did. His personality was really too odd. He had just been confessing his undying love to Aina, yet now he sat right behind her in class as though he didn't know who she was. At the same time, the shy Aina, who blushed whenever she saw Lionel on the steps, hardly reacted to his entry into the class either. Could this fated couple be bipolar? Since those in senior class A didn't even total 20, they could be considered quite close-knit. They had become quite invested in the Lionel-Aina romance. Unfortunately, the two gave them no food for the soul in class. Alright, all books away. The test will start now. The seemingly normal desk surfaces flickered and became screens. They were designed to block light projection in every direction but the test taker's own perspective. So, cheating was effectively impossible. Lionel's amiable gaze completely vanished. It was like he entered a battlefield as the class was filled with his suffocating presence. By now, the others of senior class A had become used to it. After all, they had journeyed up with Lionel from freshman class A. But it would be a lie to say they didn't still break out into a cold sweat every time. It was just a test. Was there a need to take it so seriously? They really couldn't understand how Lionel was evaluated as a 5-star quarterback instead of a 5-star general. Even if he was evaluated as a 4-star general like his father, it would have been a much better use of his talents. As usual, Lionel finished with blazing speed, only taking half an hour to complete a 2-hour test. Without a choice, he pushed up from his desk, grabbing his bag and slinging it over his shoulder. The rest of the class breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could start taking the test on their own. Sorry, Teach. I gotta go. Don't worry about it, Leo. Miss Dean, an amiable lady getting on in years, smiled lightly. She was quite fond of this young one. I know you athletes have a lot on your plate. Go on now. Lionel was about to jog out of the classroom door when he suddenly thought of something and paused. He looked up to the ceiling and muttered something as though he was gathering strength. With a grit of his teeth, he turned back. With purposeful steps, he made his way back to Aina, who was still focusing on her exam. His finger tapped the metallic watch on her small wrist before she could react. There was a light glow that signaled from his watch to hers. She sat in a daze for a moment before she looked up and realized it was Lionel. For a moment she didn't know how to react. I know you probably won't go, but I thought I would try anyway. Lionel smiled lightly. His disarming smile seemed to warm the air. We can celebrate our win tonight together. Without another word to Aina, Lionel turned and jogged away. Pressing his hands in apology to Ms. Dean for his disruption, he left with an embarrassed smile. Lionel sprinted out of the building, hopping onto his bike to cut across campus with blazing speed. Unfortunately, this was the true reason he could only rank 3rd. He never had the time to listen to lectures. With the Information Restriction Act of 2072, knowledge was restricted the further away from the surface world you were. The government's reasoning was that policing floating paradises was difficult, especially the poorest regions that existed the highest in the sky. So, it was impossible to monitor how this sensitive knowledge was being used. Therefore, the government concluded that it should be restricted. However, when had the reasons governments gave for doing things ever not been bullshit? Even the official reason they gave was so terrible. In the end, the only time Lionel had to study was the time he spent on the surface world. Otherwise, this oh-so-useful watch on his wrist watch would censor his textbooks. Still, this wasn't the worst of what Lionel had to deal with. In order to enter one of the top 3 academies' main campuses, there were extremely strict requirements. One had to be a 3-star professional in what were known as the essential professions, things like engineers or surgeons, or a 4-star professional in an auxiliary profession, careers such as lawyers or businessmen. If one wanted to enter the main campus with an expendable profession like Lionel's, 5-star was the minimum. What did all of this mean? It meant that Lionel was only allowed to enter the same building as Aina based on his credentials as a star quarterback. He had no choice but to follow the athlete recruit's curriculum, which was obviously not academically centered. James' so-called test this morning was only for the basic knowledge every adult should have. Over 80% of his workload was actually evaluated at Royal Blue Academy's state-of-the-art athletic facilities. The logic was sound. Since his career path had already been decided as a muscle-brain jock, what did he need physics, maths and literature for? Lionel sped into a massive glass-panned oval-shaped arena. After entering the locker room, he was greeted by the moans of dozens of grown men. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he sighed like a disappointed parent. "Captain. You're all too embarrassing. I don't want to be your captain anymore." "Don't be like that, Cap. These 4-star masseuses have the hands of angels. Come on, Cap, you gotta try this. They only hire these goddesses for the national championship game. If you don't take advantage now, you'll have to wait until you get drafted by the NFL. Well, since you're all so sincerely begging me." Soon, Lionel's own moans filled the locker room. An eruption of boisterous laughter shook the arena's walls. It didn't seem that the biggest game of the year was just a few hours away at all. And why would it? Lionel had led them to victory 3 times before already. This year would be no different. Chapter 3. Don't worry for those who don't understand most of what happens in this chapter. I know American football isn't exactly an international sport. Rest easy, this is the only chapter the sport will have relevance in. Smiley face. Good evening, gentlemen. I hope we can have a good game today. Everyone knows the stakes, so play free and play safe. Stay within the rules as we don't have to have a problem. The crowd was deafening. The thumping of feet, the boisterous chants, the heated anticipation boiled in the air, shaking the very stadium they stood within. The Royal Blue Academy's Royal Stadium sat within a massive glass structure formed of curved triangular panels. It danced with the setting sun beautifully, capturing dark reds and oranges that played across its reflective surfaces. The green, white-striped football fields were completely empty with the exception of 11 men who stood on the 50-yard line facing one another. Clicking and flashing cameras sounded, trying to capture every moment. Lionel stood proudly, 2 of his teammates to either of his sides. He calmly smiled at the arrogant sneers of his longtime opponents from Angel Wing Academy, his helmet tucked under his arm. His football pads and jersey fit on like a knight's armor, glistening a beautiful deep blue. The only exception was the number on his chest, which stood out as a bright white. The number 3. Here is the coin we will be flipping today. The head referee continued to speak, stretching out a beautifully designed coin that was about half the width of his palm. On one side we have a football decorated with the flag of the fallen American Empire. This will be tails. On this side we have the Paradise Palace. It will be heads. This coin was designed by a 4-star metal worker. It was given the name Uniting. It represents our Ascension Empire's ability to ingratiate all of its past conquests, leaving a place for all. The head referee allowed the 10 players to see both sides. Are you prepared to lose? A gaze filled with confidence bore down on Lionel. The culprit was a young man with long flowing blonde hair. His white jersey was almost blinding under the lights, making one have to squint just to maintain eye contact. This young man was a 4-star quarterback prospect, Conrad Siegfried. The result will be just the same as it's always been. Lionel replied faintly. You know the drill. Royal Blue, you're the home team. Call it in the air. The head referee tossed the coin into the air. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The piercing gazes of 2 young men met across space, a spinning coin falling slowly between them. Tails. The coin landed with a soft thud on the grass below. The result is tails. Royal Blue, would you like to receive or kick? Lionel grinned as though the answer was obvious. We receive. Angel Wing, pick the direction you'd like to kick off from. Conrad casually pointed. He hadn't let Lionel's comments bother him. If it wasn't for Lionel's birth, it would be him who would be the best of this generation. Others would let this fact crush them, but it filled Conrad with a burning desire to win by any means. Lionel turned, heading back to the sidelines. He grabbed his helmet's face mask, sliding it onto his head like a knight's helm. In that moment his aura completely changed. A violent pressure suffocated the royal blue sidelines as almost 100 pairs of gazes landed on Lionel's dark-tinted visor. Soon the entire stadium fell into an eerie quiet as Lionel met each one of their gazes head-on. "Respect the game. Persist to the end," was all Lionel said. "Respect the game. Persist to the end." Royal Blue repeated these words as one. The crowd joined in, a torrent of momentum climbing to infinity. A rush of emotion filled the air, a wild cheering shaking the very ground once more. "Let's go. And here we go again." The fourth year and the fourth national championship appearance for five-star quarterback Lionel Morales and his Royal Blues. Will it be another victory? Or would the star quarterback end his tenure with the only blemish on his resume? I think we all know the answer to that, Phil. In case you've all forgotten, let me remind you. This is the greatest quarterback prospect to ever be birthed. This young man was throwing darts in his diapers. He could sleepwalk through this game and still win by 30? Don't think we don't know what you're doing, Rick. You're just hoping your Los Angeles sewer rats trade up to pick him in the 2198 draft. Well, let me break it to you. We have the #1 overall pick this year. The entertaining commentary of the Phil-Rick duo was in full swing, the liveliness was intoxicating. And here it is. The kickoff of the 119th National Championship game. Angel Wings kicker did a light jog up before unleashing a booming kick that soared through the air, landing out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. With that, the game had truly begun. Here we go, the first play. It seems that Coach Owen is really letting Morales have full reign now. Immediately entering a 5-wide set, not even using a running back. Ha! Morales is all the running back they need. Lionel shifted his gaze from left to right, checking the defense. He could see the vicious gazes of the Angel Wing defensive line. Their middle linebackers' gaze locked onto Lionel's. He was a 4-star professional in his junior year. Unfortunately, much like his quarterback, he had been played to death by Lionel for the last 2 years. His eyes swiftly met James as though in tacit agreement. Blue 80. Blue 80. Set. Hut. Lionel clapped his hands, his legs slowly raising and setting into position as he accepted the snapped ball. He glided backward effortlessly. His back leg had hardly planted before he cocked his arm back and released a laser. A corner blitz. Morales didn't check the play, he actually threw it directly over the corner's head. James dropped the ball. That could have been a 20-yard gain. How unlike him. Hey! The loud blowing of a whistle sounded. Unnecessary roughness. Roughing the passer. Number 21. 15-yard penalty, first down. Lionel felt that the wind had been knocked out of him. Having opened up his chest to throw the ball, he had been completely blindsided by the blitzing corner. Of course he had known it was coming, but he couldn't throw and dodge at the same time. Gonna be a long night, pretty boy. Number 21 grinned down at Lionel just as another whistle blew. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 21. 15-yard penalty, first down. The corner raised his hands in mock defeat, swaggering back to his side of the field. You good, Cap? One of Lionel's offensive linemen helped him up. No problem. Lionel said with a cold smile. The team huddled in. Sorry, Leo, you took a hit for no reason. James' gaze was filled with shame. Don't worry about it, it happens. Leo hit his shoulder pads. Hat up. Didn't we just gain a free 30 yards anyway? Since they want to play games, let's play games. The play goes, trips right, red under seam, wide out, bang. On 2. Break. The huddle broke, leaving Lionel to jog to the line. He paused in shotgun, waiting for his team to get set. Usually he would scan the defense. But this time, his head turned to the right, his gaze piercing toward just one side of the field. He raised a finger pointing at number 21. He had never seen this player before, so he must have been a freshman. Considering his cockiness, he was most definitely at least a 4-star recruit. It seemed Lionel would have to teach him to be more obedient. Oh, he's done it now. Blue 21. Blue 21. Down set. Hut. The whistle blew. Offside. Number 21. 5-yard penalty, first down. He's toying with the rookie now. You think the little guy thought Lionel would just try to force the ball toward his side of the field? He's too naive. Football is a game of the mind. Excellent use of the hard count to deal with an over-aggressive rusher. What is Angel Wing thinking sending a corner blitz twice in a row? From now on, Morales is in control. And in control he was. The first drive was no less than a masterclass in timing, accuracy, and precision. In just 12 plays and 7:36 minutes, the Royal Blues found the end zone. Even with his star tight end having 2 dropped passes, Morales finds pay dirt, stacking 1 touchdown to the stat sheet. The game became a back-and-forth affair. Though Royal Blue had Lionel and James, not only did James seem to be having a bad game, but Angel Wing had far more 4-star recruits than they did. Aside from the dynamic duo, Royal Blue was mostly constructed of 3-star prospects. After all, they were only ranked 3rd of the academies while Angel Wing was ranked 2nd. However, Lionel pulled the team from the depths of despair time and time again. What a bullet over the middle. Morales is really carrying the load of the offense, but he's taken a lot of hits this game. You have to wonder if it's worth it. He has nothing left to prove at this level of football. That's just part of his charm. Would he really be Lionel Morales if he pulled himself out of this game? Time ticked and the 4th quarter came around, a score of 35-31 in favor of the Angel Wings hanging on the scoreboard. "What the hell are you doing out there, Bennett?" Coach Owen grabbed James' chest pads, fury billowing through his thick mustache. "You choose the biggest game of the year to shit the bed?" James' head hung low. "I get it." Coach Owen took a step back. "You've already won 3 times, this game is probably meaningless to you already. But think of your juniors. This may very well be their only opportunity in their lifetimes." "Coach, that's..." James wanted to defend himself, his gaze flickering with a complex light. He simply couldn't find the courage to do so. He already had 5 dropped passes this game alone. That may be as many as his whole academy career from the start to now. He really was playing out of character. Lionel came over with a smile. In truth, if one ignored the happy expression on his face, it would be easy to see the kind of sorry state he was in. He had already been forced to tape up his ribs at halftime after yet another late hit. "Come on, coach, you know he'll step up when it really counts. If we didn't keep this game a bit close, wouldn't the crowd be too bored?" The sound of a whistle came from the field. The Angel Wings kicked off, leaving the ball in their possession for a final drive, 1:15 sitting on the clock. "Isn't this what we live for?" Lionel's grin sent a wave of calm through the sidelines. "Let's go win this." Lionel slid on his helmet. Like a general leading his army, he stepped out onto the field, his mind incomparably focused. "And here we go. Scoot up to the edge of your seats, everyone. This is the final drive to decide it all." A nice and easy run on 1st down. It's clear the Royal Blues are taking their time, settling the pace, looking to end it on their own terms. Excellent timing on that out route. 87's been a key piece with Bennett's down game. He may only be a 3-star prospect, but he stepped up big today. 0:47 on the clock and the Royal Blues are already at midfield. Morales has them running like a finely tuned engine. Oh no. 56 whiffs on a block, letting a rusher free. Morales spins out of the tackle, rushing to his right. A work of art, nothing less. A slight flick of the wrist to send the flying 40 yards right between the numbers. 87 tiptoes out of bounds at the opponent's 6. 0:03 on the clock. My blood is boiling. Can they do it? Can they seal their dynasty with a victory? This is it, boys, leave it all out there. Respect the game. Persist to the end. Lionel's gaze blazed. All right. Z personnel, Y boot swing over, motion zig fade. On one. Break. Lionel walked to the line, his heart as calm as a lake. The blaring cheers of the rocking stadium, the countless flashing cameras, the sea of white uniformed enemies glaring at him like a piece of meat. It all rolled off his shoulders as though they weren't there at all. With a light smile, Lionel turned his head to the right of the field, his arms slowly raising to point at a familiar freshman. It can't be. Morales is doing it again. Ah, this is the spirit of the game. To call out your opponent on the final play, what guts, what imposing grandeur. Blue 21. Blue 21. Down set. The ball spiraled through the Royal Blues center's legs, hitting Lionel's palms perfectly. It's a design boot to the right. The Royal Blues really are targeting the rookie this time. The rookie slipped up. He thought Morales was going to hit him with the hard count again and got caught flat-footed. There goes Bennett, sliding past him for the corner fade. Morales sees him. This is it, Bennett is wide open. Lionel rolled to the side, the football between both his hands. The Royal Blues hadn't run a single design boot all game. The defense was caught completely off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, Lionel was practically alone on the right side of the field. The only others with him were the rookie, 21, and James, who had faded to the corner of the end zone. The rookie was caught in no man's land. He had no idea whether he should rush after James, or if he should try to get a hit in on Lionel, ending the game. In the end he rushed forward. He knew it was already too late to catch up to James, but maybe he had a chance at Lionel who was rushing toward him. Unfortunately, Lionel smirked. With a flick of his wrist, the ball soared over 21's head, landing right in James' hands. Morales does it again. Royal Blues W. The deafening crowd fell into an eerie silence as the ball slipped through James' hands and the clock hit triple zeros. Chapter 4. James grabbed his helmet with both hands, dropping to his knees in despair. At a time like this, Lionel could only sigh. However, under the silence of the arena, a resounding boom of two clashing bodies sounded. Lionel grimaced, feeling his already fractured ribs break cleanly as his vision was filled with sights of the moon above. It was then a loud whistle blew through the silence. Unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer, number 21. Half the distance to the goal, still first down. Lionel landed heavily on the ground, grasping at his chest with his eyes squinting in pain. The rookie stood over him in shock. At first, he had let his frustration get the best of him. He had never for a moment thought that James would drop such an easy layup of a pass, so he unleashed everything he had on Lionel, knowing they would lose the game. Never did he think that his actions would give the Royal Blues another chance with 0 seconds on the clock. The medics rushed onto the field. Despite the Royal Blues gaining new life, the stadium still remained silent. The sight of Lionel writhing in pain made many send furious gazes toward the rookie and James. "Bennett, get the hell off the field. Rook, you're in." Coach Owen coldly benched his 5-star prospect. He didn't know what was wrong with James today, but he was clearly in his own head too much. It was impossible to use him for this final play. The medics quickly lifted Lionel's jersey, undoing the bandage wraps from the first half to reveal ghastly purple and green bruises. It was simply impossible for a bruise to spread so quickly. The only explanation was that Lionel had suffered this injury very early on in the game. "Don't." Lionel grabbed the hand of the middle-aged male medic who tried to take his pads off. "There's just one play left, I got it." Coach Owen, who had rushed onto the field, frowned deeply, his arms crossed over his well-built chest and his mustache billowing. The team stood around Lionel's slowly rising figure, solemn expressions on their faces. They knew that everyone made mistakes, but at the moment they were having a really hard time forgiving James. "What are you all pouting for? An injury timeout doesn't last forever, let's do this. Line up." Seeing Lionel's resolute attitude, the medics and Coach Owen had no choice but to jog off the field under the silence of the crowd. In those moments, the heavy breathing of the players who stood on their last legs was all that remained hanging in the air. Lionel's fiery gaze lit a fire under them all, filling them with a strength they didn't know they had. On the sidelines, Conrad looked on with a gloomy expression. Victory had been in his grasp, yet it slipped away just like that. Lionel slapped his hands together, standing behind his offensive line as though he wasn't injured at all. "Blue 80. Blue 80. Down set HU." Lionel sat in the locker room breathing heavily. The sounds of celebration surrounded him, causing a light smile to play his handsome features. Who knew how they did it, but the guys managed to get their hands on a few dozen champagne bottles. Their wrist watches were probably beeping away with talks of the underage drinking code. Unfortunately, he couldn't take part too actively. Though he could forcibly ignore his pain if need be as he did on the final game-winning play, it was probably best he didn't move too actively, lest his ribs puncture his lungs. "Stop moaning and groaning, Cap. You're not getting out of partying tonight." One of Lionel's O-linemen, 3-star center Milan Inga, slapped his shoulder without regard for his grimace. He swung back a flask of vodka, his massive fat-covered body somehow appearing ripped of muscle at the same time. "Oof, I already promised I'd come. No need to kill me first." The guys laughed, hopping in the showers one after another. Lionel gingerly took off his sweaty pads and undergarments, taking his time. He planned on hopping into the showers last. Although he was pretty certain that Aina wouldn't come, he still had to put his best foot forward just in case. Luckily, he had already prepared a decent outfit. It wasn't as flashy as what those rich boys could bring out, but he was still happy with it. "They'll probably have to have one of the medics re-bandage this for me," Lionel thought to himself. Hearing a sudden plop by his side, Lionel turned from his locker to see his coach half dozing off, a strong scent of alcohol leaking from his mouth. Lionel laughed. "Coach, you're gonna get yourself fired going around like this." "Bah, fuck those preppy pricks." Coach Owen tipped his flask up as though mockingly toasting the very people he insulted. Lionel almost didn't understand his slurring words. "Look at you, how embarrassing. You get like this every year. What's it to you? You're gone after this time anyway, off to the bright lights of the NFL. This old man will just stay in his little town. PFT, Lionel couldn't hold back his laugh. You're the coach of the best academy football program on Union Continent. Your salary is enough to retire now and live a life of luxury until you finish putting that other foot in the grave. Usually, Coach Owen's mustache would blow and he'd have another witty comeback waiting for Lionel. But this time his response was completely unexpected. Thanks for choosing Royal Blue, kid. Lionel was stunned silent for a moment. He very well could have chosen Angel Wing, allowing him to attend the second-ranked academy. But he chose Royal Blue because he liked Coach Owen's straightforward personality. As for the first-ranked academy, they didn't have a football program, seeing the entertainment path as something beneath them. In the end, Lionel smiled lightly. Don't thank me, thank that dead rat on your lip. If not for how fun it is to poke fun at it, I would have never come here. Coach Owen laughed uproariously, slapping Lionel's back even harder than Milan had. Finish drinking that green vomit your old man gave you, kid. Ignoring Lionel's grimace of pain, Coach Owen walked away. Enjoy it while you can. Lionel was too busy trying to calm his pain with ice to hear Coach Owen's last words. But they were never intended for him to hear to begin with. After his pain pangs slowly faded, Lionel dug through his locker to find his black bag, pulling a familiar bottle of green sludge out. As far as Lionel knew, his father worked in a government division that focused on nutrition and enhanced nutritional supplements. The Ascension Empire believed that while their technology advanced rapidly, the human condition lagged behind. So this unnamed division worked toward maximizing human potential with food. This gross concoction was one of his father's creations. According to his gene assessment, he was slotted in to grow to 6 feet tall. But after drinking this poison every day, he superseded that by 3 inches and might very well gain another inch or 2 by the time he reached his 20s. Of course, Lionel's father was actually a 4-star general. He only went on to work in this unnamed division after he retired from military service. Then he proceeded to retire once more from said division. After chugging what remained of the bottle, a familiar scorching pain seared Lionel's chest. But at the very least his aching ribs dulled down a bit. It would probably take a normal person about 2 months to heal, but Lionel would only need about 3 weeks. Time ticked by and Lionel was finally the only one remaining. Though he could have used the refreshability of his watch, he preferred taking a shower as did most people. There was just something about it that felt cleaner. Taking his time, he scrubbed every inch of his body before walking out with a towel around his waist and one hanging loosely over his head. Slightly obscured with a pattern of green, purple and brown bruises, his torso rippled beneath the heated steam. Lionel rubbed the towel through his hair, wincing as he struggled to keep his arms above his head. Reaching into his locker, he put on a pair of deep blue jeans, a skin-tight white turtleneck sweater, and draped over a long black trench coat. It's only 8 p.m. right now. Dad won't kill me too much if I'm home by midnight? Lionel slung his backpack over his shoulder. But the moment he turned, his footsteps stopped. What are you moping around for? Lionel smiled toward James. If it's a struggle for you to tell me, then just don't tell me. There's no need for you to be sorry, that rookie would have hit me like that whether you caught the ball or not. For a while James didn't know what to say. But he didn't move out of the way of the door either. You knew you would get the unnecessary roughness call, right? Lionel's smile dimmed a bit, but he didn't respond. I know you too well. You don't like to lose, but you're too soft-hearted to call me out on my bullshit too. So, you'd find a way to protect our friendship and ignore it all while winning the big game anyway. Am I right? Lionel sighed. Is there really a need to know the answer? Of course there is. James' voice rose. If you knew I needed your help, why couldn't you just lose this one time? This is just a game, isn't it? You've already won 3 times, did you really need to win for a 4th? You don't even want to be a quarterback. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Whether I want to or not is irrelevant. In everything that you do. I already know. I've heard it a million times. Respect and persistence. Respecting this garbage hand you were dealt, you're definitely the first. Congratulations. Lionel's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. James, why are you being like this? You didn't even try to talk to me beforehand, we could have come up with a solution together. Did you think using being late to class as an excuse was enough? James' expression rapidly changed, flaring with anger, then shame, then finally, capitulation. I'm sorry. I lost my cool. There are just some things that... Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. James shook his head, recollecting himself. Turning away, James reached for the door. After a pause, he turned back with a bright smile as though nothing had happened. "Come on, all your adoring fans are waiting outside to crucify me. The party's going down in Blue North Dormitory. We gotta get there before all the booze is gone." Before Lionel could respond, James ripped open the door, unleashing a sound wave of flashing cameras and the shrieks of groupies. In the NAFL, reporters were allowed into the locker rooms. But, since they were minors and the bigwigs were worried about optics, they were forced to wait outside at the academy level. At the same time, Royal Blue Academy's campus was usually locked down from outsiders, but there were rare occasions like today where those who paid obscene amounts of money or had appropriate connections could come. Like this, Lionel was forced to wade through a sea of reporters and fangirls with a bitter smile on his face, James' sinister laugh sounding off in the distance as he ran away. Chapter 5. It wasn't until at least half an hour later that Lionel managed to slip away from all the onslaught of questions. Since he was pretty much locked into the first overall pick in the coming months, it was no wonder he was being hounded like this. That said, just because he understood didn't mean he liked it. "Damn it, I'm late. I don't want Aina to misunderstand." Lionel pedaled madly across campus, his silver bike streaking like a comet across the skies. About 5 minutes later he finally made it to the northern dormitories. Since there were too many outsiders on campus today, he clicked a hidden button on his bike's frame, causing it to fold in on itself and becoming a silver rod about 2 meters long. In the end, it further collapsed, splitting into 4 pieces that neatly fit into his bag. The blaring of music could be heard even from Lionel's distance away. He hadn't even entered the apartment-style building yet, but the sounds of clattering glass, laughter and club music was impossible to miss already. Blue North Dormitory was the male boarding house of the northern dormitories. It had the greatest luxury and accommodation of them as well. Usually women wouldn't be allowed anywhere near this place, as their dorms were located in the south. But, nearing the end of senior year, there was an unspoken rule among supervisors to let some of these things slide. At the very least, Lionel could see many of these blooming beauties through the windows and even strewn around outside, sneaking away with their lovers. Seeing these sights, Lionel sighed. Would Aina really come to such a place? Maybe he was asking for too much. Thinking to this point, his footsteps couldn't help pause. These were some of his last chances to capture Aina's heart. If he failed now, who knew when he would see her again? Aina was a 5-star professional. Lionel didn't know of what profession due to certain protections. In order to protect students from being poached and harassed by conglomerates and distracting them from their schooling, this information was usually sealed. Lionel was a special case in that he was an entertainment professional. As such, his protections weren't as great. Considering how high Aina's protections were, she was definitely destined for a very important industry. The only reason Lionel even knew she was 5-star at all was due to simple coincidence and a slip of the tongue. Lionel clenched his fists. How well did he know Aina? What were her hobbies? Her favorite foods? Favorite color? Lionel didn't know the answers to any of these questions, however he was enamored. There were other women just as beautiful as Aina, some of whom had even tried to deliver themselves into his arms. But there was something about this woman in his heart that overshadowed them all. If my profession isn't enough to be by her side, then I'll toss it aside. Lionel's aura blazed almost like a beacon under the night skies. Just as Lionel was about to take another step forward, the sound of a crashing window shook him out of his thoughts. The screams of the female students shot across the night sky. However, the blaring music hadn't come to a stop. Lionel's gaze shot upward to a body half hanging out through a 4th-floor window. A young man's lower back scraped along the now jagged windowsill, his body barely being suspended by the hand grasping his collar. However, it was clear that his hand wasn't trying to save him, but was rather likely the reason he was in such a position to begin with. James? Lionel didn't wait even a moment. Breaking into a sprint, he tore into the dormitory. Those who likely didn't know what was happening upstairs due to the loud blaring music tried to greet him, only for him to blow right past, shooting up the stairs. Lionel reached the 4th floor in a flash. He had completely ignored the screaming pain that ran across his chest and torso. A fall from the 4th floor was no joke. Conrad. Lionel burst into the 4th floor's lounge room, his voice carrying a biting cold that overshadowed even the music that shook the walls. The room was quite luxuriously decorated. Soft carpets, a 4-star chef who stood behind a curved bar nonchalantly as though nothing was happening, and several table games from pool to foosball. However, Lionel's gaze landed on the very young man he had faced on the field just an hour ago. 4-star quarterback Conrad Siegfried. What do you think you're doing? Lionel's voice simmered, but it was somehow still possible to hear him clearly. He scanned the room quickly, trying to get a read of the situation. He immediately noticed that there were several members of the Angel Wings here. This in and of itself wasn't a problem, but he had never heard of a losing team joining the winning side's after party like this. What could they be here to do if not cause trouble? It was then Lionel froze. He was stunned. He had really been fully prepared for her not to come, yet she really was here. Not only that, but it seemed like her and her two friends were somehow involved in this scuffle. Seeing Lionel's genuine happiness the moment his eyes met Aina's, many inadvertently smiled despite the situation. Aina herself blushed and looked away, trying not to meet Lionel's gaze. Oh, so she's yours? It's no wonder why this guard dog reacted so furiously to my casual words. Hearing Conrad's words, Lionel's expression once more became cold. He was smart enough to understand what must have happened. James was likely here accompanying Aina and her friends, knowing that Lionel would be a bit late due to his actions. At some point, Conrad came and tried to make a move on Aina, causing James to lash out. It seemed that James was a bit too drunk, or else with his size and strength, there was no way Conrad could put him into such a situation. Let him go. Are you trying to commit a murder with so many people here? It was unknown who exactly, but the surround sound system of the fourth floor was turned down to the point only the music from the other floors reverberated through the walls. The members of the Royal Blues gathered around Lionel without him saying a word. With their leader here, there was nothing that needed to be said. No matter what, the Angel Wings were outnumbered here. Lionel didn't know what was going on the other floors, but there were 12 members of his team here and only 7 of them. So what if I do? Do you think I would be punished for it? He asked his question teasingly, as though he really wanted Lionel's genuine opinion. Conrad's response caught Lionel completely off guard. He considered himself to be an intelligent person, but he was completely blindsided. After considering for a moment, he finally understood. Hadn't he committed a felony just this morning? And that was just with his father's retired status. What of the Siegfried family that was powerful enough to make the mere 4-star Conrad rank higher than Lionel on the eligible minor list? It wasn't that Lionel had never thought of this, it was rather that he never realized that someone could use this loophole to get away with murder. Weren't there limits? Lionel's crimes were completely innocent and put no one but his own self in danger. But Conrad actually wanted to cause the death of another person for nothing more than an exchange of words? Lionel fell silent under Conrad's sneer. He didn't notice that from the side, Aina observed him with a slightly curious gaze. All right, drop him then. Conrad's eyes narrowed. Do you think I want? No, I'm certain you would. However, you'll have to face the consequences. Consequences? Conrad's tension dissipated, a laughter shaking his body. James' body tipped further out the window, nearly disrupting the balance that kept him alive. And here I thought the mighty Lionel Morales was intelligent. It seems that you're just a fool. Lionel expressionlessly watched on as Conrad laughed. Several seconds ticked by before an uncomfortable feeling started to well in the latter's heart. Soon, even the remaining 6 Angel Wing players felt too stifled to laugh. Yes, consequences. Lionel replied plainly. If you drop my partner from that window, you 7 will follow him right after. Conrad choked on his own breath. Lionel's biting cold gaze pierced through his heart. Do you really think you can say such a thing? Do you know who I am? For just this threat alone, the consequences you speak of are far beyond your wildest imaginations. As though on cue, a voice once more sounded in Lionel's ear. Infraction code 2231. For murderous intent detected. Under the Speech Moderation Act of 2034, all manners of hate speech and threats are classified as a Type 9 misdemeanor. It is advised that subject Lionel Morales rethink his coming actions. Any murders committed by subject in the next hour will not be considered in self-defense and can only be tried as second and first-degree murder. I don't particularly care. Drop him. Lionel replied without taking a pause. Everyone could see the flashing lights of his wrist through the black coat that slightly covered it. The warning red lights only appeared as a warning to bystanders who may get caught up in the coming actions. You really meant it? Conrad finally froze. I may go to prison for the rest of my life. I may be placed on death row even as a minor. But you 7 will be dead, so what chance are you going to get to gloat? Those who weren't involved in this sudden clash suddenly felt that their whole worlds were taken over by the sight of Lionel's silhouette. Lionel was maybe the person with the lowest standing of their Royal Blue Academy. There were others who entered only by their own merits, but none shined as brightly as he did. Yet, in such an elitist society he had made friends with them all. There hadn't been an occurrence of Lionel being bullied for his background in a very long time. He was a peer they respected, one who made them forget about how powerful their mothers, fathers, and families were, simply to enjoy his company. Seeing him stick out his neck in this way for a friend regardless of the consequences, it made their eyes redden. Incredibly moved, several more individuals stepped forward. There were no words spoken, but Conrad went from facing just 12, to feeling the emotional tidal wave brought forth by almost 30. At this moment, Conrad was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he took a step back he would look weak. But, if he continued along this path, he might really lose his life. It was then that it happened. Centuries from now, historians would come to know this event as the dimensional descent. It was the day that Earth evolved and their plane of existence morphed. It was the day they ceased to be the top of the food chain. A loud blaring noise cut through their silence and the wall-shaking music of the other floors. The expressions of everyone present changed, their wrist watches vibrating with several, continuous warnings. Warning. Warning. We have entered a code red, Class 9 state. Warning. Warning. We have entered a code red, Class 9 state. Everyone present knew exactly what this meant. Code black. It was the lowest and most normal state. Class 1 was a normal day while Class 9 was used in situations like the spread of a minor virus. At most, the worst death totals would be in the few thousands to tens of thousands. Code blue. It was a medium state of alertness. It was usually used during rebellion by one of the Paradise Islands or the satellite moon societies. The worst death totals would number in the hundreds of thousands, potentially millions. Code red. This was a cataclysmic event. It was a situation where the Ascension Empire's efforts had to be focused on solving the problem as opposed to protecting its citizens. As a result, there would be very few individuals in position to help them. The death totals would be within the billions. And Class 9 was the highest of them all. A sudden blinding light streaked across the skies. For a moment, it seemed it was day rather than night. Everything trembled. The ground, the air, even their bodies, as though an inexplicable pressure was bearing down on them. Gravity seemed to increase by at least 10%. The air grew heavier, a lack of oxygen making those around feel stifled. At the same time, their gazes grew foggy as a dizziness overwhelmed them. It felt as though they had entered an elevator that decelerated far too quickly. Then everything shut down. The music, the lights, their wrist watches. The world fell to darkness. At that moment, hundreds of Paradise Islands across the planet plummeted from the skies. Chapter 6. While everyone was distracted, Lionel had already moved, making it to Conrad and James in a few steps and grabbing a side of the ladder's collar himself. Another person might have chosen to fight off Conrad first, but Lionel was well aware how foolish such a choice was. No matter what just happened, securing James' safety came first. No matter what happened between them, James was still his best friend. And luckily he had the now darkened lights on his side. As expected, Conrad wasn't able to react. Seeing that Lionel now had a firm grip on James himself, he could only let go, allowing Lionel to pull James up. "Leo?" James' words slurred. It was only now that Lionel realized James had actually been unconscious. It was likely his head that had smashed the window apart. It wouldn't be surprising if he was diagnosed with a concussion. Coupling that with the fact he was drunk, and it was a recipe for disaster. "Hey Mon. You're late, my sister-in-law was waiting on you?" Lionel sucked in a cold breath through his teeth when James heavily leaned on him. He was really in no shape to be taking on such a burden, but he still carried him out, letting him sit on the couch. "Chef, do you have any gas burners back there? We need some light," Lionel called out. The four-star chef, who had not said a word even when James' life was on the line, finally looked a bit shaken. He didn't seem to know what was going on. "Yes. We use a blowtorch for the finishing touches of certain dishes." He absent-mindedly fumbled through the dark, pulling out the drawer of a hidden compartment to take the torch he was speaking of. But before he could think to hand it to Lionel, it happened. In that few minutes, it felt that the planet would collapse. A cacophony of booms so loud Lionel had no choice but to cover his ears sounded. The earth beneath their feet trembled fiercer, the buildings swaying wildly from left to right. It was then that Lionel froze. He didn't need to think to know what was causing this. The Paradise Islands. A bout of worry seized Lionel's chest. No Paradise Islands were allowed to have routes that crossed over important landmarks. The top 10 academies, government buildings, and historical landmarks all fit this description. So, they were safe for better or worse. However, Lionel didn't care about his own safety. He was worried about his father. Higher-class paradise islands like the ones him and his father lived on had several safety features in case an event just like this one happened. However, they weren't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. This was especially so considering the scope of this power outage. The only slight hope was that Lionel and his father lived on a paradise island very close to the surface. The closest they could get, in fact. If their island crashed into some of the high-rise skyscrapers first, it could slow its descent enough to save his father's life. These skyscrapers were exactly the very last line of defense for these disasters. They were built with this potential cataclysm in mind. In the end, Lionel could only force his worry down. If it was a normal power outage caused by some sort of system-wide failure, he would immediately run out of here, even leaving Aina behind. However, before everything happened, their wristwatches had warned of a Class 9 code red. It was very obvious that there was nothing normal about this event. Setting his jaw, Lionel weathered the shaking earth with his hands firmly clasped over his ears. It was lucky that their buildings were built with the highest earthquake technology, or there was no way it would have lasted this long. The atmosphere became gloomy. Students who could go here didn't think often of the paradise islands above their heads. They would occasionally obscure the sun, but no more invasively than the clouds do. However, this time with each crashing boom, they became more and more aware that each represented the deaths of countless innocent people. Completely unprovoked, several began to heave and vomit. A putrid smell filled the fourth-floor lobby along with mute sobs almost completely obscured by the vicious torrent of sounds. Whatever catastrophe the Ascension Empire warned of had yet to even begin, yet billions had already died. What kind of sick joke was this? A few who managed to keep their bearings looked toward Lionel with unconcealed pity. Even though he had closed his eyes and clenched his jaw, keeping his visage expressionless as he covered his ears, they knew well what he must be feeling. Some of them were in the same boat. Even if their families were affluent enough to have a home on the surface, not all of them were able to have a home in those protected zones. Their families might very well die by being crushed by those falling paradise islands. Over 10 minutes later, the booms finally stopped, the earth still swaying beneath their feet. Maybe it was only now that they had become aware of just how many of those islands hovered above their heads, of just how many lives they hadn't even cared for to now. When they did, Lionel began to work as though nothing had happened. He carefully took James' shirt off, being mindful to support his head. As expected, not only did James have a concussion, but the remnant shards of glass on the bottom ledge of the windowsill had left deep gashes to his lower back. Accepting the blowtorch from the 4-star chef, Lionel borrowed a few scented candles from a resident of the dorm and lit them, finally giving them a semblance of light. Lionel wasn't a medic, but he had taken a few first aid classes. He was unsure if the medics they had on standby for the game were still here, or if they had left to their homes. After all, it had been over an hour, approaching 2, since the game ended. He didn't have the luxury of looking for them. Cleaning out James' wounds to his lower back as best he could, he slowly removed pieces of glass stuck in his flesh. Finally, he wrapped them after disinfecting with some cooking wine he got from the chef. "Love you, man." James' drunk voice faded, only to be replaced by his light snoring soon after. Those here couldn't help but think he was the luckiest one of them all. Even if they tried to sleep now, they had no doubt that they'd fail. Lionel smiled and shook his head, his gaze turning empty for a moment. What should he do now? In truth, he knew that the best answer was to stay put. Everyone else knew as well. As one of the protected zones, they could obviously be among the first to receive government assistance. But what was this code red? Was it just a worldwide power outage? Lionel had a feeling that it was more, but he had to admit to himself that he had no real evidence for this being the case. It was just that, how could the mighty Ascension Empire which unified Earth not be ready for such a thing? It made Lionel think that there was something that caused this outage actively. It wasn't a mistake, but rather an event even their empire had no means of stopping. The good news is that we have room and board. The Academy also stockpiles several years' worth of food in an abundance of caution thanks to previous rebellion and hostage situations. The bad is that the campus is current above its usual carrying capacity due to the game and the after-party. Also, without power, the large freezers will slowly lose their heat. It'll be even faster if people are constantly opening and closing their doors. It would be possible to take preemptive action and cure what we can. But not many will listen to my words. They'll believe I'm being overly paranoid. The food here is enough to last a month easily before they start to go bad. No one would think that the Empire would be unable to recover in that time, so they wouldn't be willing to make sacrifices. Lionel's thoughts spun quickly. A part of him wanted to act frugally out of caution, but another part understood that unless people had evidence toward how dangerous the situation was, they wouldn't listen. This was simply the way human beings were. In truth, Lionel didn't want to deal with any of this. He only wanted to go and see if his father was all right. He didn't care about anything else. Damn, I can't stand this smell. Conrad's high-bridged nose wrinkled. As soon as the swaying of the building normalized, he didn't want to stand there a second longer. Usually such a mess of vomit would be cleaned easily with their high-tech. But this was obviously impossible now. It wasn't even a guarantee that they still had running water. Lionel didn't stop Conrad from walking away, and why would he? Unfortunately, it seemed that Conrad wasn't destined to get very far. The building quaked once more. For a moment, Lionel thought that the foundation was too shaken by the previous earthquakes and that the dormitory was collapsing. But in the next instant he saw something he would never forget in his life. It was a spatial tear. Lionel was absolutely certain. He had never seen one, nor had he ever read the description of one, but he had a vivid enough imagination to know that if there ever was a spatial tear, it would look exactly like this. Maybe the only thing that deviated from his fanciful image was the fact it lit up the night sky as though it was day. Other than that, everything else was the same. The abrupt cognitive dissonance, its black, starry innards, the way it seemed to have no and simultaneously endless depth. Lionel's expression changed as it watched it through the shattered window. It's expanding. We can't stay here. Milan. Lionel reacted quickly. Understanding what he meant, Lionel's big offensive lineman strung James over his shoulder. Lionel would have done it himself, but his ribs were in no state to be taking on such a load. However, just as they were about to run out of the building, Conrad's voice caused Lionel to pause his steps. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am? Get the hell off of me. Lionel was taken aback. The very same young girl who had vomited during the fall of the Paradise Islands stood in the way of the closest exit, her gaze vacant. No, that wasn't accurate enough. Her irises had completely turned white, even her pupils followed suit. Her expression was cold. Lionel instinctually felt that it was impossible for the same girl who vomited just at the thought of dead bodies to display such a visage. Just what was happening? Her small frame suddenly took a step forward, her palm slamming into Conrad's chest. By all rights, nothing should have happened. Conrad stood an inch taller than even Lionel and spent every day of his life training as all their athletes did. In addition, he hadn't been injured in the game like Lionel had. At the same time, the small girl was just a junior dragged to this party by one of her seniors and was barely 54-inch. Yet, it seemed the illogical was the theme of this day. With a dull grunt, Conrad was pushed back hard enough for him to fall to his back, a stunned expression on his face. You. A mixture of embarrassment and anger reddened Conrad's face. To make matters worse, he had slipped and fallen right beside the pool of vomit, causing him to inwardly retch. Hey. Lionel's head spun in another direction, only to see yet another student with a gaze as vacant as the small girl's. In a moment, one became two. Then two became three. In a flash, 10 pairs of white irises shimmered under the blue light of the spatial rift, dully gazing toward them all. Among them there was even one of his own teammates. Lionel's expression turned serious. Aina Yuri Savon. Come here. This time the abrasive Savon had not a single word to say. The nervousness in her expression was clear as she slowly entered Lionel's circle of protection along with Aina and Yuri. A spatial tear grew to their backs, their white pupilled peers blocked their fronts, and an inexplicable feeling of uncertainty and fear pervaded their hearts. Chapter 7. Though Lionel's heart was assaulted with a whirlwind of confusion, it didn't show to his face. 10 of them. Not overly dangerous but definitely uncontrollable variables. The chef is most definitely the greatest hazard. Unfortunately, the 4-star chef was among these white-pupilled individuals. Though he had yet to move from behind his curved bar, Lionel didn't need much of an imagination to think of just how many sharp kitchen knives must be back there. A few of the angel wings helped Conrad up, the tense atmosphere steadily growing. The white-pupilled individuals didn't move and neither did they. Lionel would have thought that they were observing them had it not been for the fact their eyes were too vacant. It didn't seem like any thoughts were going through their heads. But if that was the case, then they should be acting on instinct. So, just what was this instinct? They don't want us to leave this room? The steadily growing spatial rift to their back waned and growled. Lionel's eyes widened. He realized in an instant that this sound wasn't from the tear, but rather the groaning of the building as it was being slowly sucked inward. Damn it. However, even as everyone began to panic, Lionel grew calmer. His rational mind told him that there was a logical progression to all of this, there was a design to it. First their electricity goes out, second came the spatial tear, then there came these odd mutations to their peers and acquaintances, and now they were being pushed toward this spatial tear. If the goal was to kill them, why wouldn't these white-pupilled individuals directly attack them? They even had the backing of the 4-star chef. However, they chose not to do this. Just when Lionel was going to resolve him to hop into the spatial tear, a shard of glass flew from the windowsill James had just hung from. It collided with the spatial tear, ripping into pieces with a chilling noise. No matter how steely Lionel considered himself, he couldn't help but shudder. Is that what would happen to his body if he entered? Damn it. He thought to himself a second time in just as many seconds. We have to make it past. Lionel knew that James was right about him, he was too soft-hearted. He had actually almost made such a reckless decision because he would rather risk himself on a gamble than fight his classmates. But he realized now he couldn't do this, he had to steal his heart. Focus on the known commodity. Lionel's jaw set. Let's go. Without another ounce of hesitation, Lionel took a strong step forward, heading toward the petite girl. Crossing by Conrad and his teammates, he appeared before the girl more than a head shorter than him. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain, he quickly pulled his long black coat off. Holding onto its shoulders, he whipped its buckled ends toward the girl's head. He didn't know how intelligent these white-pupilled people were, but he emphasized his speed and cunning. At the very least, his first gamble paid off. The others weren't quick enough to react to his sudden movement. Savon covered her lips in a gasp, wanting to call out to Lionel and stop him. But it was already too late. The little girl's dull eyes didn't seem surprised at Lionel's action. Or maybe it was just that she wouldn't be surprised about anything in her current state. Without much thought, she reached forward in a lightning-quick motion to grab the ends of Lionel's coat before he could react. But it seemed Lionel had been expecting this. Following the curved path he flung his coat forward with, he wrapped around to the girl's back. He used her own grip against her, pulling the coat across her back and around. In a flash, the frail girl had her arms tied down by Lionel's coat and his arms. Let's go. As Lionel spoke, the other white-pupilled individuals began to move. However, Lionel had already thought this would happen. Pulling the knot he tied with his coat around the girl tight, he pushed her forward into her own pool of vomit. As expected, she regained her balance quickly within human reflexes, only to slip when her soles touched the pool. Without being able to recover again, she fumbled and fell amidst Conrad's group, slowing their forward momentum. Conrad's group had been the closest to the exit. It was no doubt that they would take advantage of Lionel's actions first. For men who had almost been complicit in his best friend's death, he wouldn't be soft on them. As for the white-pupilled mutants, Lionel could only push his guilt down. He subconsciously felt that it wasn't their fault, but if he made concessions for them, he would be putting the life of him and his friends in danger. By the time these things happened, the members of the Royal Blue, the party-goers, and Aina plus her friends had made it to Lionel's side, pushing through to the exit. Lionel signaled Milan, who still had James over his shoulder with his eyes. The big guy reacted immediately, kicking the couch James had been laying on over and creating another barrier. Lionel. Conrad's enraged roar tore through the commotion, his gaze reddening with rage. Unfortunately for him, Lionel had already turned away, causing Conrad's heart to go cold. He suddenly regretted his previous actions. However, what he regretted wasn't the fact he threatened James' life, but rather that he hadn't taken control of the white-pupilled girl before Lionel got to her. He had been the closest initially, why was he always lagging one step behind him? Lionel didn't have time to worry about Conrad's thoughts. The white-pupilled individuals were just an afterthought. What really shook him to his core was the spatial tear. He hadn't felt that death was this close since the first time he skydived from his paradise island. But Lionel had made a mistake. In all his calculations he had forgotten one important fact. They were on the 4th floor. Damn it, they're everywhere. Xavier, a 3-star safety of the Royal Blues, shouted from the staircase. His words were like the whisper of the Grim Reaper to Lionel's ears. Lionel hadn't taken into account that if such odd occurrences were happening on his floor, how could they not be occurring on others? Rushing into the stairway and slamming the door shut behind him, Lionel looked forward with a grim expression. The problem was worse than he had first believed. On the stairway, 3 pairs of white pupils were waiting. The lights were far dimmer here due to a lack of windows and the fact the power was still out, so they almost looked like floating orbs in the night, sending a shiver down Lionel's spine. Milan stood to Lionel's right, his back against the door just like him. Before them the three girls were already halfway down the flight of stairs while Xavier and a few others were ahead of them and steadily backing away from the three mutants. Lionel bit his lip, almost drawing blood. It was one thing to put some bruises and broken bones on the line on the football field, but it was another thing entirely to have death looming over his head like this. He still didn't know if his father was alive. He still hadn't shed the stigma of his profession. He still hadn't heard Aina's answer. Lionel's gaze shifted to her back. Even in the dim light, she had an alluring charm. Her figure held a steady maturity to it. Aina had always been like this. She was shy in the face of his naked adoration, but she was the only one who seemed capable of continuing to write her exams under his presence. The leaning of the building grew fiercer. By now, Lionel knew it was already too late. A banging on the door came from behind him. With each passing moment, it grew fiercer before it suddenly stopped entirely. Lionel sighed. Conrad and his group had probably been sucked in first due to the open window. There were no large windows in the stairway, nor were any of them broken open, but it was still only a matter of time. He faintly hoped that in their last moments, even if he couldn't see his father, that Aina might say the words that could put a smile on his face even now. But her small frame seemed to have no intention of turning. Maybe I was wrong. I guess she doesn't like me. These were Lionel's last thoughts before the building gave way, snapping off from its foundation and flying into the spatial tear. There was yet another thing Lionel was wrong about, though. The spatial rift didn't take everything. The moment those with white pupils touched its surface, they were safely rebounded away. The grotesque sound of shearing metal, brick and foundation sounded through the air. In an odd way, it almost sounded like chewing. As though the spatial tear was having a good meal as it smacked its lips. All around Earth, similar events occurred. Many shared the same thoughts of agony and despair Lionel had. Many more had suffered terrible acts of revenge, guilt and sometimes even both in just those spare few minutes. The world was changing in a completely unprecedented way. There were some who managed to escape the tears, but it was impossible to tell if their situations were any better. In a world filled with white-eyed mutants, normal humans had suddenly become the minority. The odd mutations continued, even transcending the human race and affecting the other animal kingdoms. However, even as their population grew, they did nothing. They stood silently, their pale eyes gazing vacantly toward empty space. Even those who stood just a few steps from another of their kind didn't speak, as though they were all collectively waiting for something. The so-called government response never came. Ascension Empire's Paradise Palace stood majestically, spanning hundreds of meters to the left and right, but it too was silent. Only the slight whipping of its high-masted flag moving with the wind could be heard for several kilometers. If one wanted to speak of the death of a world, it seemed that such a description could be any better. However, the world hadn't ended. Not just yet, anyway. Lionel and his group lay unconscious on a bed of eroded limestone. Around them, half-broken pillars stood, etched with ancient runes impossible to decipher. An odd energy swirled around them. At first glance, it seemed to be much more like fog than anything else. However, it behaved completely unlike fog. Instead, it moved and almost breathed like a living entity. Over half of this fog surged toward a delicate sleeping beauty. Compared to the disheveled appearances of the others, she looked as though she was doing nothing more than taking a sweet nap. Her visage made many want to scramble to protect her, the light smile on her pink lips causing a twitch in the hearts of those lucky enough to see it. A fifth surged toward a young man with long blonde hair and a high-bridged nose. Even in his sleep, he scowled fiercely as though facing an enemy. The disdain was almost painted onto his lofty cheekbones. Another fifth descended toward a tall young man with bandages wrapped around his torso. He snored loudly, rubbing his stomach without a care in the world as he turned over. The remaining portion spread out evenly, seeping into the bodies of the remaining unconscious youths completely unbeknownst to them. The hours continued to tick by, and eventually it became days. However, they all kept a comfortable smile on their faces as though it was a soft cloud and not hard rock they slept upon. Finally, on the fourth day, the first of them began to stir. Chapter 8. Lionel stirred awake. His eyes blinked for a moment before he sat up far quicker than he should have, something that he instantly regretted. However, the sharp pain he expected from his ribs never came, causing him to look down at himself in confusion. My injuries are healed? Wait, where am I? Lionel was bombarded with a sudden wave of sensory information. The limestone beneath his butt and hands, the odd wind that gently blew against his exposed skin, even the ancient smell in that hung in the air, almost reminiscent of a copy room with a slight mustiness to it. The feeling made Lionel keel over, vomiting out the contents of his stomach. It was just that his belly happened to be quite empty at the moment, so he could only dry heave. By the time his body finally stopped convulsing, Lionel was left with a bitter feeling of confusion. Everything seemed too loud, too bright, too textured, all at the same time. No matter how much Lionel willed it away, it didn't seem intent on disappearing. He sat there for hours, feeling sicker than he had in all his life. The world had suddenly become too detailed for him to take in. It was as though he was staring at an optical illusion puzzle, one that if you gazed at long enough, it would appear to be moving. Yet this wasn't an optical illusion, it had become his reality. Half a day later, Lionel felt his throat burning. He felt a thirst he had never felt before in his life, but there was simply no water here. There was nothing but ancient ruins and the unconscious bodies of his friends. He would go look for water if he could, but every time he tried to stand, his head would spin. Not only did the world give him more detail than he could handle, but his body did as well. He could almost feel thoughts forming in his mind, he could feel the electrical pulses going from his brain to his limbs, he could feel the powering of every cell as they contracted. Just simple movements felt worse than even observing the world around him. Out of desperation, Lionel slowly slung his backpack off of his shoulder. Luckily, when he had been forced to use his coat to bind that girl, he had taken his backpack off and hung it from one arm. If not for this, he didn't think he could manage to do even this simple task. Taking out a familiar bottle of green sludge, he brought it to his lips, drinking shakily. Unfortunately, he could only feel a wave of despair, remembering that he had finished the rest of it after Coach Owen reminded him to. Never in his life did he think he'd miss his dad's vomit brew. Parched, he still tilted the bottle as far back as he could, licking up the faint drops that touched his tongue. He didn't know if it was because of this sickness that had taken hold of him, or the stress of the past day, or maybe it was just pure frustration, but Lionel's chest welled up with rage, his eyes watering. Dad, I miss you. Why was any of this happening? Why did the world suddenly collapse? Why was it that his friends wouldn't wake up no matter how hard he shook them? Lionel laughed self-deprecatingly. How pathetic of him. He didn't know how long he had been out for, but as for how long he had been awake, it was not even a full day, yet he was already breaking down like a fragile baby. At that moment, something fell from Lionel's tipped bottle and left a paper cut on his nose, causing him to wince. That was nice to know. Apparently his pain was amplified several times over too. A little micro cut and he felt worse than when his ribs had cracked. With slow movements, Lionel once again lowered his arm, delicately picking up what had fallen. It seemed like a rolled-up piece of flexible fabric. Wait, is this paper? Lionel was stunned. Paper had been made obsolete a long time ago. In fact, it was all but illegal. Though paper itself wasn't banned, the use of trees and other plant life to manufacture products had been heavily restricted in the Nature Protection Act of 2046. How had his dad gotten his hands on something like this? In truth, Lionel wouldn't even recognize it had it not been for his robust education. If others knew he had this, both him and his dad would be in a lot of trouble. However, thinking about the state the world was likely in right now, Lionel couldn't be bothered to care. His wristwatch also no longer had any ability to monitor him. Using delicate movements, he unfurled the roll of paper, wiping the bits of green sludge that stuck to it away. By the time you read this, it'll already be gone. Lionel's heart stopped beating. Dad. You probably thought I meant I died, right? Be honest, you started crying, right? Lionel's mouth hung open for a moment before he started gritting his teeth. Damned old man. Don't let me catch you. For a moment, Lionel forgot about his odd sickness. He scolded his father relentlessly, but the smile of relief that hung from his lips was clear. Don't worry, there's no one on earth who can threaten me. Those folks haven't dared to bother me for a long time already. Lionel raised an eyebrow, but he could only keep reading. There's not much I can tell you here. I was tempted to make like a father in anime and disappear without a word, but I thought you were too much of a crybaby to survive through that. Lionel opened his mouth to refute, but remembering the mental breakdown he almost just had, he swallowed his words. In the end, he just laughed, his poor mood dissipating completely. His dad had always been a big anime fan, they often watched all the oldies together. Still, only he would make such a joke during a time as serious as this. So I will be quick. First, don't bother trying to wake up your friends. You've likely woken up long before them and they won't wake up for at least several months. Focus on yourself for now and use your nepotism to your advantage. Lionel's expression flickered. Don't wonder too much about what I mean by that. Just know that your mother isn't dead, nor has she abandoned you. I also haven't abandoned you. We both love you very much. Your body is different from others in this dimension, and the scar across your right hip isn't there by accident either. A frown set in on Lionel's brow. He had a faint scar near where his liver would be. But he hadn't thought about it in a long time. In fact, most people would miss it even if he had his shirt off. He didn't know why his father would mention it now. But the idea that his mother was alive took over his thoughts. He felt an agitation he hadn't felt in a very long time. He had faint memories of his mother. His father had never explicitly told him that she had died, so he always assumed that it was to spare his feelings about her death. Or maybe to spare his own feelings because she had left them. Hearing the truth, Lionel felt a weight he hadn't even known he was holding on to fall from his shoulders. Second, your awakened ability is related to your senses and mind. I don't know the details since I had to suppress it in your youth, but it should be fully bloomed now. It can be overwhelming, but simply meditate until your body reaches equilibrium. Lionel blinked. Meditating wasn't complicated, it was just about emptying your mind. The military taught a version that allowed you to sleep and rest your mind while remaining alert. Lionel's father had learned it while he was a 4-star general and taught it to him because he was curious. He hadn't used it in years though. Without waiting, Lionel tried it, emptying his mind. Slowly, the overwhelming feeling dissipated, replaced by a sharpness that stunned Lionel. Feeling much better, he turned his attention back toward his father's note. He was shocked by the fact it felt he was reading the words through a magnifying glass. Just what was this awakened ability? Third, I've left you 2 things in the basement. One is the truth behind what is happening here, and the second is an heirloom of our Morales clan. Unfortunately, until the metamorphosis begins, taking these things out to hand to you directly is too dangerous. So just take it as this old man giving you a little quest. Stay safe, son. The trial you'll face now isn't like anything you've faced before. I've taught you some things, but I definitely haven't taught you everything. You'll have an advantage being the first to take it, however with advantages will always come disadvantages. Love, Dad. Lionel sat silently for a long while. He lost count of how many times he reread his father's words. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually completely memorized it the first time, a fact he didn't realize until maybe the 6th or 7th read-through. His memory had always been good, but it definitely wasn't this good. Finally, Lionel felt he had wasted enough time. His father said it was an advantage for him to wake up first and that it had somehow happened because his constitution was different from others. At least that's what he gathered from his words. Since that was the case, sitting here for any longer would be throwing away his good fortune. Lionel took in his surroundings. Like everyone else, he was on a crumbled limestone platform that seemed a cross between pale yellow and brown. The pillars that surrounded the platform were severely eroded, most of them not even standing to their formerly full height. In the 4 cardinal directions, there were 4 flights of stairs downward. It seemed that they were atop a temple of some sort. But what was truly shocking was the fact that beyond this temple, there was nothing but formless space, an endless black without mass or substance. As though sensing Lionel's intentions, 4 portals not much different from the spatial tear that brought him here appeared. None of them seemed to separate themselves from the other. Lionel couldn't tell if this was because they all led to the same place regardless, or if this matter was purposely left to chance. The ancient runes are definitely Mayan script. But why would they appear here? Gritting his teeth, Lionel put his bag down, switching out his jeans and turtleneck for his gym equipment. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he felt that sweats and compression clothing would be far more helpful to him now. His gray sweats scrunched at his ankles, his black long-sleeve compression shirt clinging tightly to his toned torso. He felt more free now, he just wished he had had the chance to wash them before he had to wear them again. The smell was terrible. After hesitating for a moment, he also took out the 3-piece silver rod his bicycle was formed out of, screwing them together back into their combined 2-meter length. Lionel wasn't exactly a martial arts expert, but he felt for someone as inexperienced as him, having a longer-ranged weapon would keep him relatively safer. Whether or not that was true he didn't know. But he did know that the frame of this bike was strong enough to withstand his jumping down several meters without giving way. Considering he weighed over 200 pounds, it was definitely a strong material with some heft to it. Facing a randomly chosen portal, Lionel steeled his heart. However, after a moment he hesitated again. Turning to Aina's sleeping form, he gently placed his bag under her head and covered her frail arms with his turtleneck sweater. He couldn't help but smile when her nose scrunched up with disgust, likely catching a whiff of his sportswear. He had never been this close to her before. In fact, this was also the first time he had ever touched her. He tried his best not to take advantage of her despite the softness of her supple skin and long black hair. Her faint lines of makeup showed signs of fading after so many days. But Lionel realized that Aina had actually used some tricks to downplay her beauty. He couldn't see it all, but it was enough to grip his heart firmly. He even felt an impulse to wipe off the rest, but he held himself back. "I hope that you'll show me your true self one day," he thought to himself silently. Without another moment of hesitation, he stood and walked to a portal. "I may not come out from this alive, but at least you'll have something to remember me by." Lionel's thoughts sounded morbid, but his heart was more relaxed than it had been in a long time. Knowing that his father was alive, and that even his mother was too, he felt as light as a feather. Until he saw them again, until he heard Aina's response, he had no intention of dying. With that, he took a leap into the whirling pool of blue, vanishing. The temple he had left behind fell completely silent, the portals shrinking and finally disappearing. This silence would reign for many more months. Chapter 9. Lionel felt a slight dizziness that soon disappeared. He could vaguely feel that his quick recovery was anything but natural, however he didn't have much evidence to back this. He found himself in a long corridor, dimly lit by flickering torches that hung from the walls. Large irregularly shaped stones formed the bricks that built the surroundings, giving the place the feel of an ancient tomb. Just as Lionel was about to take a step forward, something completely unexpected happened. Subject detected. Lionel Morales, 17. Credit, first to enter subdimensional zone. Accomplishment recorded. Lionel stared blankly at the wristwatch on his arm. Earth is currently in a state of metamorphosis, ascending from the third dimension to the fourth. Its present state is that of an in-between dimension. To complete the evolution, certain requirements must be met. The Ascension Empire will rely on its citizens more than it ever has before. Godspeed. To someone else, maybe these words would have had a calming effect. But to Lionel, his chest tightened as he tried to suppress the desire to simmer with rage. Lionel didn't know what was going on, but what he did know was that whatever metamorphosis was happening didn't account for this oh-so-helpful aid on his wrist. This meant that the Ascension Empire knew that this change was coming and did nothing to prepare for it. No, that wasn't accurate. They had prepared. It was just that they felt the lives of the billions who fell from the skies weren't worthy of protecting. The Empire was capable of creating technology that worked in this in-between dimension, yet they hadn't made it widespread. Eventually, Lionel's anger turned to laughter, his grip tightening around his metal rod to the point his knuckles turned an unhealthy shade of white. Subject, Lionel Morales. Ability detected. Sensory type. Ability grade, D. Warning: margin of error for subject Lionel Morales is outside reasonable bounds. Only 5% of DNA recognizable. Abnormality recorded. It is advised that subject not trust his life to this data. Subdimensional zone detected. Mayan tomb. Spanish invasion. Subdimensional zone grade, F. Clear requirements. Enter Chief Priest's sacrificial room. Save Chief Priest. Side quest. Unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. Reward. Unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. Lionel reined in his rage. His initial instinct was to smash the watch on his wrist, however he knew this was foolish. His deductions told him that it wasn't normal for one who entered a subdimensional zone to gain so much information without doing much of anything. If this is a process of a world evolving from the third to fourth dimension, I have a hard time believing that this is the first time such a thing has ever happened. Something about this is too systematic, too planned. It doesn't have the erratic nature one would expect from organic evolution. Just how many instances of trial, error, and failure were there in the evolution of a species? Too many to count. But something like being teleported into a new subdimension and having quest to clear sounded too phony. Lionel would die before believing this wasn't created by someone. And he also had a feeling that said someone wouldn't expect its new batch of evolutionaries to have technology capable of doing such a thing. So, Lionel concluded 3 things. First, the things that appeared in his mind from his wristwatch were just guesses. They likely wouldn't be 100% accurate. But there was a good chance they would be mostly correct. Second, if his watch was already struggling with what it deemed an F-grade subdimensional zone, then it likely wouldn't be useful for very long. Maybe by the time it got to the D grade, it would be completely unable to tell Lionel much of anything. And third, since his watch was so limited, the likelihood of these changes being caused by the Ascension Empire were incredibly low. But That didn't stop Lionel from keeping in mind the possibility that the empire he had grown up in had saved the best systems for those they deemed the most worthy. In such a case, Lionel took a deep breath. Good, then I'll let you stay for now. Once you stop being useful, I won't hesitate to destroy you. Monitoring my movements and giving me nothing in return? Not so cheap. In the past, destroying this watch was as difficult as ascending to the top of the world. However, Lionel had a feeling that with these changes, the Ascension Empire's control was just that much weaker. Maybe they themselves knew this as well, or why else would they allow so many to die? Maybe they wanted a more manageable population. The sound of footsteps suddenly shook Lionel out of his thoughts. What was he doing? He was in the middle of a hostile environment with his life on the line. It was then Lionel remembered something even more horrid. The Spanish had guns. Damn it. Without hesitation, Lionel sprinted forward, his mind oddly clear. Every time he passed by a torch, he unceremoniously put out its fire. First important point, temples are always built with many false turns and dead-end pathways. Second important point, guns from this time period can only fire once as long as I don't give them time to reload. Third important point, my ability is a sensory type, it'll do better in the dark than they can. As though greeting Lionel's thoughts with open arms, the echoing footsteps and the sounds of armor clanging bounced off the walls and into Lionel's ears. It was a magical feeling. Lionel could almost draw a perfect map of the trajectory the sounds followed, etching a path from his position to that of the Spanish with a line of 3 turns. It was as though he had gained a sonar ability, but it was much more complex than this because the sound wasn't coming from him at all. Compared to the heavy armor the Spanish wore, Lionel's sneakers were almost completely silent. They just split apart good. One group is headed toward me, there are 3 of them. Lionel's heart beat wildly. He hadn't felt this way since the very first time he stepped onto a football field. The way his sweaty hands slid across his silver rod, the butterflies that flew through his stomach, how his heart seemed to want to burst from his rib cage. Lionel slammed his back against a wall at the edge of a corner, holding his rod tightly to his body with both hands. The path he was on was the horizontal line of AT, while the Spaniards were walking toward him along the vertical line. He had managed to put out all the torches through the horizontal path, but had only made it halfway through the vertical portion before he was forced to run and hide here. Luckily, he was correct about his sensory abilities. Making his way through the dark wasn't an issue at all. Words Lionel couldn't understand entered his ears, causing him to inwardly curse. He knew how to speak 3 languages: English, French and Latin. He had a choice to learn Spanish, but because Aina chose Latin he hadn't. Plus, he thought French was the language of love, so he had to learn it, right? Who knew his hormones would come back to bite him like this? Throwing these thoughts to the back of his mind, Lionel focused with all his might, steadying his breathing. He heard the sound of metal scraping on metal, but it was much different from the sounds of armor he had heard before. Following this, the distinct sound of a sword being unsheathed followed. That first sound should have been one of them pulling out a torch from the wall. Lionel's jaw clenched. A faint part of him had hoped they'd be too stupid to think of this solution. But he knew that was asking for too much. Still, this put him in a better position. It wasn't possible to aim a musket if you only had one hand, let alone reload it. That was one less gunman he had to worry about. Come on. Come on. Turn right. Turn right. And of course they turned left. However, Lionel was ready. As expected, the one holding the torch was in the lead. Without hesitation, Lionel swung down his rod fiercely, aiming for the hand that held the torch. A swarm of words Lionel didn't understand entered his ears, but he didn't need to be intelligent to know the torch-wielding Spaniard was alerting the other 2. In order to properly wield their guns, the Spanish wore armor that combined aesthetics of the medieval era and leather guards. Of course, these leather guards were on their hands and wrists. With Lionel's rod weighing just a bit over 30 pounds, did the soldier's wrist even stand a chance? The barbarians are scuttling around like rats. The torch fell to the ground. Lionel kicked it away as far as he could without hesitation, collapsing the T-shaped pathways into darkness once more. Though Lionel's actions were smooth and without pause, waves were inwardly flooding his heart. He was certain of it, he was several times stronger than he had been in the past. But his ability wasn't related to the strength of his body, so what was going on? Lionel didn't have more time to think. The sound of sharply whistling wind rang out in his senses like a blaring horn. Without hesitation he dove backward. The feeling of a blade just barely tearing his compression shirt and into his skin played in his head in slow motion. Sparks flew as the sword hit against hard limestone. Another cry of pain sounded. They were normal humans after all. If a mortal man swung a weapon full force at a stone wall, what do you think would happen? The sword clanged, dropping to the floor. It wouldn't be a surprise if the Spaniard who had attacked broke his wrist just like his companion. But what choice had he had? With them descending into darkness, his only chance was to swing where he had seen Lionel last. 2 injured, 1 in full health. Can't let them retreat to the light. With a roar, Lionel didn't retreat at all. Raising his rod far above his head, he swung down as hard as he could, bashing it against the head of the Spaniard who had held the torch originally. Every muscle of Lionel's body flexed to its utmost limit. He squeezed so hard that the line of blood that ran across his chest spurted out like a waterfall. The sickening feeling of the metal helm bending under his rod made Lionel shudder. For a moment he froze completely, his hands trembling. He hadn't thought about it before. But were these people real? Lionel wanted to retch, but he simply didn't have the luxury. As one Spaniard crumpled to the ground, the shifting sound of leather sliding across metal caught Lionel's attention. That's the sound of a musket strap being pulled across chest armor. Lionel's mind had completely memorized the appearance of the Spaniards in the split second the torch had lit them up. He remembered instantly that they had all had their rifles strapped to their backs. It was the only thing he could associate this sound with. I can't sweep my rod from left to right, he'll end up hitting the wall first. Lionel immediately dropped to the ground. He choked up his grip on his silver rod, sweeping it upward through a pair of legs and turning it like a corkscrew. In a moment, the rod had swept across the back of one knee and the front of another. As the Spaniard that broke their wrist against the wall tumbled forward and to the ground, the last Spaniard turned to the sound of the noise, blasting their single round. Unfortunately for him, both his partner and Lionel were on the ground, causing him to miss completely. However, the instant flash of light had allowed him to lock onto Lionel one more time. His leg swung forward, hitting the kneeling Lionel across the chin. Lionel's mind spun. It didn't need to be said. The feeling of a metal-covered shoe kicking you anywhere wasn't very nice, but this was especially so for the face. The sound of a sword being unsheathed snapped Lionel out of his stupor. Maybe it was due to the fear of death being too great, but Lionel felt it was something else. When he was transported here, hadn't he recovered from the dizziness incredibly quickly as well? Lionel's mind worked quickly. His rod was still trapped between the legs of the fallen Spaniard. He didn't have time to pull it out. Plus, pulling it out would bring him closer to the rampaging Spaniard. Using the momentum of the kick, he allowed himself to fall backward, landing near the sword of the Spaniard who had broken his wrist against the wall. The vivid image of it clanging against the ground had already been mapped in Lionel's mind. Lionel accidentally grabbed the blade, but he could only suck it up. Flipping it in his hand to the handle, he ran it across the neck of the Spaniard he had tripped with his rod. The latter was confused about how he died even as he breathed his last. In that moment, the last Spaniard was swinging wildly. He knew that Lionel had to be in front of him. If he kept going, he was sure that had hit him. However, his swinging arm suddenly stopped. Completely shocked, he looked down in the dark, visualizing the sword he knew must have just gone through his heart. Till the end, he had no idea how Lionel had done it through his wild swings. How could he know that every time he swung, he was giving Lionel more and more information about his position? Lionel collapsed to the ground, looking up at the darkness of the ceiling above him. He slammed the back of his head repeatedly against the sturdy stone walls as though trying to forget what he had just done. His hands fiercely trembled. Even in the dark, he could feel the sticky liquid substance coating his palms. But there was nothing he could use to wash it off. Chapter 10. Lionel's breathing was erratic. For a long time, he felt a shortness of breath that didn't match with the abundance of air around him, nor his extraordinary physique. He could run a mile with a sub-5-minute time, yet this single exchange left him in shambles. Of course, he knew it wasn't because he was that exhausted, but rather because of his emotional state. Even if this was a game, it was too real. No matter how much he willed it, the dead bodies around him weren't disappearing. In fact, Lionel knew the blood on his hands was actually his own. He had cut his palm on the sword he picked up from the ground the wrong way. But it still made him feel dirty. Water. Lionel knew he had to pull himself together. Who knew how far away the group they split from had traveled? They had gone too far for Lionel to hear their footsteps anymore, but the screams of these Spaniards had obviously been much louder than footsteps. Steeling himself, Lionel could only push his dark thoughts to the back of his mind. Maybe he was lucky that he was dealing with such a moral dilemma in such a situation. At least he didn't have the luxury to sit and sulk. After making up his mind, he jogged over to the torch he had kicked away during the fight and brought it over. Rummaging through the bodies, Lionel found 3 flat circular-shaped containers of water. Without hesitation, he drained 2 completely before strapping the third to his waist. The wound on his hand and chest were pretty bad, but none of them seemed to carry bandages with them. Luckily, what they did have were flasks of alcohol. Lionel didn't hesitate to grit his teeth and pour it over his wounds. Afterward, he left his chest alone. But, for his hand, he snatched the leather guards the Spaniards used for himself. He also slipped on a chest plate and a helm. Of course, he chose the undamaged ones. He took both muskets from the 2 Spaniards who had broken their wrists. He had no idea how to reload them. But he did know how to aim and shoot. Safety shouldn't have been invented in this era, he didn't think. Either way, he would get 2 shots out of them before discarding them. Finally, he took the 2 best quality swords with him, changing his silver rod back into a bike. Blades of this era likely lost their edge and chipped really easily. Having more than one, especially for attacking armored warriors, was definitely the smartest move. Lionel took a seat on his silver-framed bike, closing his eyes and steadying himself. Soon, the sound of rushing footsteps reached him once more. However, it seemed the reason they had taken so long to get this close was because they were lost. After making a mental note to himself to memorize every path he crossed, Lionel's mind flashed with a plan. Not waiting another moment, he got to work. Not even a minute later, he pedaled his bike hard, reaching a dead end quickly. At that moment, the next group of 3 appeared. They too had brought a torch with them, noticing the darkened tunnel. What the hell is on the floor? Who pissed themselves? Those barbarian bastards. It seemed the Spaniards had finally noticed the corpses of their companions. Over there. One of the Spaniards pointed toward Lionel, who was sitting on his bike in the distance. But the reason he had noticed Lionel in the dark at all was precisely because Lionel was holding the same torch he had kicked away in the previous battle. Unfortunately, by the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. A line of fire raced across the stone floors, swallowing the line of alcohol Lionel had drawn and reaching the 3 Spaniards and the 3 corpses in a flash. There was no time to react. A harsh explosion sounded, burying the screams. Using the flames as a light, Lionel brought a musket forward to aim, his hands trembling. However, he knew he had no choice but to shoot. There was no better opportunity to test the range and accuracy of these weapons. The flames had engulfed all 3 of them, but it likely wouldn't kill them in a short time. Steadying his sights as best he could, Lionel fired. The recoil wasn't as bad as he predicted. In fact, he had overcompensated for it far too much. Still, his aim was terrible. There was little he could do about his trembling arms. Lionel could actually see the round bullet fly through the air. It was moving at speeds far beyond the limits of humans, but he could inexplicably track it. He didn't even need for it to land to know he had missed. But that was when the unexpected happened. In their agitated pain, one of the Spaniards fell right into the bullet's path, allowing it to travel directly through his throat. Even as he crumpled to the ground, Lionel bit his lips so hard he drew blood. Come on, Lionel. You're better than this. Maybe this is why that gene assessment slotted you in to spend the rest of your life throwing balls. That sort of safe profession is just right for someone as pathetic as you. Even as Lionel was berating himself, he still raised his second musket. This time he learned his lesson. His brain did calculations he wasn't even consciously aware of. When aiming, you had to not only account for where your target was, but also where said target would be. With his second shot, the bullet stayed true, flying right through the eye of a second flame-covered Spaniard. Throwing the rifles aside, Lionel gripped the handle of one of his swords. He pedaled down the path lit with flames, not worried that his tires would melt. His bike was far more resilient than that. Like a horseman holding a lance from his steed, he sped toward the final Spaniard with a speed nearing 25 miles per hour. However, even as he did so, he knew he wasn't ready to experience that feeling again. He couldn't stand the disgust he felt as a life dissipated under his own hand. So, in an act of madness, he threw his sword forward with all his strength. It perfectly arched in the air, spinning several times before its sharp edge entered the mouth of the screaming soldier. Like that, the hall fell into silence once more. Except this time, Lionel didn't have the luxury of darkness. He could only dully skid his bike to a stop, looking toward the pile of 6 corpses blankly. Lionel couldn't help but replay everything that had happened in his mind. The moment he remembered the fact guns of this era needed to be loaded with gunpowder during every reload, the rest was simple. Everything from the alcohol flask to his use of the torch was perfectly calculated. But once again his actions had taken away more lives. It was fine to plan something like this out in your mind, but actually seeing the results painted a picture of something other than success for Lionel. His throw in the end was something that really surprised him. He had subconsciously felt that he could count the number of turns his sword would take in the air and exactly where it would land before it even left his hand. A part of this probably had to do with his years of playing quarterback, but the much larger reason was definitely as a result of his new awakened abilities. He now knew he had great talent for throwing weapons. If he recalled correctly, the Mayans were well known for their throwing spears. If he could find their weaponry, it would be of great help to him. Lionel knew he had to slowly adapt to reaping the lives of others. If he didn't get over his apprehension and fear, he was doomed to die one day. The world outside was no longer the world he had come to know, and the Ascension Empire wouldn't protect him. After yet another deep breath, Lionel took his musket straps off, tossing them to the side. They were no longer useful since he had no idea how to reload them. He would rather not have gunpowder blow his arm off. Withstanding the scorching heat, he pulled his sword from the Spaniard's throat. Then he pushed his bike backward to gain some distance before building up momentum to leap over the 6 bodies. Only taking a single glance backward, Lionel didn't look again, pedaling down a new corridor to blow out a new line of flaming torches. The cycle continued. Lionel never attacked a group of more than 3, always waiting for them to split down different corridors before he made his move. Eventually he found a group of Spaniards who carried small hand axes with them, which inevitably replaced his throwing swords. Though he could be accurate with either, the hand axes were more convenient. They were lighter and were better weighted, easing the pressure on Lionel's throwing arm. Aside from this, there also came a point where Lionel carried no less than 5 or 6 rifles on his back. His look would have been quite comical had it not been for his pale face. He had hoped that the longer he spent in this subdimensional zone, the more accustomed he would become. But the reality was that his guilt only grew. Finally, on the 3rd day, carrying bloodshot eyes, Lionel descended a flight of stairs far too narrow for his broad shoulders and found the weaponry he was looking for. Unfortunately, it was flooded with Spaniards. Lionel counted at least 12. To make matters worse, there was no way he could use his normal darkness tactic here. However, there was good news. The narrow stairway he was on was purposely made this way to act as a hidden path. It seemed the Spaniards had yet to notice that the meter-tall stone that covered its exit was a false wall. From here, Lionel was able to peek through the gaps to get a read on the numbers he was facing. After a moment, he gingerly turned, careful not to make any noise as he made his way back up. Though his sneakers were still silent, he had too many things on him now. It was lucky that the Spaniards were laughing it up and having a great time, likely comparing how many barbarians they had killed, or someone would have already noticed the odd scraping sounds. Lionel reached the top of the stairs, re-entering the floor he believed he had cleared. There was nothing but darkness and the stench of blood in this place. Taking out a water jug, he emptied it before tossing it aside. Then he carefully placed the stone that hid the top of the stairs back into place. He wanted to rest after not sleeping for an entire 3 days, but doing so in that narrow corridor was foolish. If anyone found it, he was finished. So, Lionel backed away, rounding a few corners to sit in the dark corner of a dead end. His nerves were still tight, but at some point he grew too tired to avoid sleep any longer. Luckily, he managed to enter the meditative sleep state his father taught him before his consciousness slipped away. The way he looked now, even if a Spaniard somehow managed to stumble upon him, they'd likely believe he was another of their fallen comrades. Blood coated Lionel's face and armor, numerous burn marks, bruises and cuts running along what small part of his skin were exposed. His sweat pants were in tatters, suffering several cuts through to his thighs and calves due to his lack of experience and recklessness. Lionel had no idea that this subdimensional zone wasn't meant to be cleared alone. There was a reason 4 portals had appeared. He could only cling on to his last bit of sanity as he slept in the darkness. Chapter 11. Lionel's eyes snapped open. He didn't know how long he had slept for, it was impossible to tell. There were no windows in this temple. He had only roughly guessed that he had been here for 3 days. Using his silver rod to stand, he stood to loosen his stiffening limbs. Lionel's jaw set. His mind had regained its clarity. He hadn't even noticed that his senses had severely dulled the more tired he became. In fact, he felt that he was even sharper than when he first entered this subdimensional zone now. Without a word, he began to get ready. He took his 6 rifles, strapping through across his left shoulder, then the remaining 3 across his right. 2 days ago he had almost lost his life because he trusted that these muskets were always loaded. He ended up aiming and firing one without a bullet, a mistake he could thank for the deep gash in his thigh. Since then he learned to tell whether the rifle was loaded or not first. His method seemed simple, but maybe he was the only one on Earth who could do it. There was a very slight weight difference, maybe fractions of a gram, between a loaded and unloaded gun. If a gun was too light, he didn't keep it. Once the 6 muskets laid organized on his back, he accounted for the 8 hand axes around his waist and finally clutched his silver rod. With a deep breath, he slowly made his way back toward the hidden path. It seemed that during his sleep, others entered this floor once more through the main stairway. Lionel could only clear them out first in order to avoid any untoward variables. Though his heart was still heavy, he managed to control his trembling hands this time. Without having to account for his wavering aim, his efficiency reached a new level, his throwing ability especially. Half a day later, Lionel felt that he had emptied the floor once more. With how many Spaniards he had taken it was definitely only a matter of time before their leaders realized that something was wrong. As expected, when Lionel went to peek on the weaponry, the 12 number he had counted before had increased to 18. The weaponry was the largest space Lionel had come across to now. It was a rounded room with a single exit. All around, weapons hung from the walls. But, compared to the Spaniards, they were incredibly crude. The Spaniards turned their noses up at these weapons. Not even a single one had been touched. But who could blame them? It was obvious that Spanish weapon technology was more than a single level higher. They had set up camp in this space for only 2 reasons. One was to stop the Mayans from regrouping and recouping strength. And second was to set up camp. It seemed that this subdimensional zone had deviated from history. There was much more of a stalemate than there should be. An internal battle was taking place within the temple between the 2 parties. What Lionel didn't know was that this was only due to his actions. He hadn't wanted to count the number of Spaniards he had killed, but it was over 100. There were only 2,000 in total. He had single-handedly taken down a good percentage of their army. As a result, the Mayans had been able to put up some resistance. And due to losing so many soldiers, the Spaniards had taken a step back, trying to re-evaluate the strength of their enemy. Lionel took a deep breath. When his eyes opened once more, his eyes had completely stilled, glowing in the dark like a predator stalking his prey. First he took apart his silver rod. He didn't split it into all 3 pieces. Instead he only took a single third of it. Using the small ledge on either side of the narrow staircase, he balanced both ends across it. It was nearly a perfect fit, just barely over 2 feet apart. The remaining part of the rod was just over 4 feet in length, but it was enough. If Lionel was lucky, he wouldn't have to use it at all. Ducking beneath the bar, Lionel nodded to himself. Then he began to pour several flasks of alcohol through the small cracks in the false wall, drenching it as quickly as he could. "Hey, do you smell that? Smells like some good booze. Who's holding out?" "Drunkard." "What booze?" "Wait, look over there." The highest-ranking officer of the Spaniards waved his hand, forcing them to fall silent. He wasn't dressed much differently, but his armor was definitely shinier and he strapped a pike across his back and a long sword strapped to his waist. Suddenly the stone was kicked over. It fell with a loud boom, kicking up dust that obscured the dark pathway. "Enemy attack. Form up." A strong whoosh followed, a flame erupting from the falling stone and the edges it had just been hidden between. Lionel steadied his breathing. Kneeling behind the flames, he aimed his first rifle. He had seen everything he needed in that split second. And still now he could see faint pictures of the changing situation through the flickering flames. He knew he didn't have long. The alcohol would be burned away quickly and he didn't have any other sources of fuel with him. But he was already ready. Through the short 1-meter-high doorway, he aimed toward the leader and pulled the trigger. Bang! The leading Spaniard who had just been giving out commands froze, his last words being lost in a spurt of blood that came from his eye. Lionel didn't pause. The moment he pulled the trigger, he retreated, leaping up to the ledge above him and to the silver rod piece he laid across them. He squatted down, balancing on the balls of his feet as he crouched across the silver rod. As expected, a rain of bullets sounded an instant later, ricocheting off of the steps below Lionel. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10, 11, 16, 17. No way that barbarian bastard survived that. The moment the Lionel locked onto the 17th fired gun, Lionel jumped from his perch, charging through the wall of already waning fire. He would have put his rod back together, but he simply didn't have the time. He swung the second rifle from his back, aiming it with a single arm. Bang! He tossed the musket aside even as a Spaniard fell. Without hesitation he pulled out the third rifle. Bang! With every breath and step, Lionel pulled out another rifle and another Spaniard fell. 5 steps, 5 breaths, 5 rifles, 5 deaths. Lionel dove across the room the moment he dropped his final musket, making it to the side of the leader he had killed. With inhuman strength, he ripped the rifle from his corpse, his lip twitching when he realized it was too light. How could the leader be the only one without a loaded rifle? However, the other Spaniards didn't know this. Lionel couldn't allow himself to be surrounded, so he aimed the gun toward the closest soldier, causing him to retreat with fear coloring the eyes hidden behind his helm. Without hesitation, Lionel tossed the musket aside without bothering to fire, reaching with his now free hand into his belt and pulling out a hand axe. His back drew tight and his arm cocked back, his hand drawing a silver light across the air as he rocketed the axe forward. The very same Spaniard who had retreated had his face destroyed in the blink of an eye, falling to the ground lifeless. Lionel worked quickly. His quick movements hid the dread that loomed over his heart with every life he took. In a flash there were only 4 left. Lionel picked up the leader's long sword from his corpse, holding it in one hand and his silver rod in the other. With quick steps he retreated to the secret passageway. The fear Lionel's marksmanship put into the Spaniards was profound. Several of them thought of running, but the punishment for retreat was too severe. They could only hold out and hope the noise would capture the attention of the others. Most of their numbers were working on breaking through the shrine room. Only a few of them were tasked with guarding and resting here. However, when they saw that Lionel had run out of things to throw, they could only steel themselves and charge. Lionel's heart beat quickly. He had become used to fighting many opponents at once, but that was when they couldn't see him. This was completely different. Not only could they see him, but there was one more than he dared to fight alone even in the dark. Calm down. Over these several days, Lionel had realized something important. These Spaniards were just normal humans, they didn't have an awakened ability. This was where Lionel's advantage lied. Lionel didn't wait for them to close in. He had been planning to retreat to the narrow staircase and take them on one at a time, but this wasn't smart. It might give them time to reload their muskets. He had to stay confident and not give them time to think. In a flash, he ran up to the closest Spaniard. Yelling as though to force all the fear out from his chest, he swung down the long sword with everything he had. If a swordsman saw him, they'd probably look away so as not to cringe. Not only was Lionel wielding a two-handed sword with just one, but his wide stance and telegraph movements were terrible even for a beginner. However, this wasn't an anime. No matter how good a mortal swordsman was, there was a limit to how well they could respond to wild movements, especially when their attacker was so much stronger than them. A scream of agony escaped the Spaniard. His arms hadn't been able to block Lionel's strike. The long sword cut into his shoulder armor and into his collarbone before stopping. Such an injury left a normal human completely crippled. His death was only a matter of time. Lionel ignored the aching in his wrist, pulling the short sword from the fallen Spaniard. He threw it with all his might across the room, nailing the closest Spaniard in the chin. The blade split his lower lip and jaw in half, leaving him to fall over, dead. The whistle of a swinging sword came from Lionel's left, but he was prepared. Raising his silver rod, he braced himself with all of his strength. Remembering what had just happened to the Spaniard he cut down, he knew the danger of failing to block properly. A sharp clang came. The Spaniard was shocked when he saw that his sword actually chipped against Lionel's seemingly simple rod. How could the alloys of the 2100s not be far better than those from this era? The rebound was violent, but Lionel used his larger frame and power to his advantage, recovering quicker and slashing across with his long sword. Another life fell beneath his blade. This time he had learned his lesson. Cutting through metal was too difficult. This time he only targeted the exposed vitals, using his great control to emphasize accuracy over power. Picking up another short sword, Lionel turned his hips quickly and reaped the last Spaniard. His chest heaved, hot air billowing into and out of him. A scorching feeling filled his throat and lungs, but he didn't have the luxury of resting. He sprinted with all his might toward the rounded opening of the weaponry. It was easily 2.5 meters tall with a width that was just as large. Its door was a stone circle so massive it should take at least 10 men to move. But Lionel had no choice but to do it on his own. The door was designed to be a size larger than the doorway. As long as he rolled it over from the inside, it would be impossible to open from the outside without destroying the stone first. The sounds of shouts and footsteps filled Lionel's ears. The time he had left was too little, but he dug deep, pulling every ounce of strength he had left out. "Arg!" Lionel roared with all his might. His senses could pick up on his muscles tearing beneath the pressure, but he had no choice. He pressed hard against the rolling door, finally feeling it move just the slightest bit. The The footsteps got closer and closer before Lionel could distinctly hear the shift from walking to sprinting. The barbarians regained their weaponry, stopped them from closing the door. Under the strain, blood flowed from Lionel's nose. His teeth clenched tightly against each other to the point his gums began to bleed. A final roar escaped his lips, snapping the door into its closed position just as a Spaniard attempted to dive through. The ghastly sight of a man being cut in half was the last sight Lionel saw before he blacked out. Chapter 12. Lionel awoke with his body on fire, the slight whiff of something catching his attention. The smell made his stomach growl furiously, his mouth almost dripping with water despite how dry it felt. Lionel didn't know how his friends were being sustained, but he did know that he hadn't felt the need for water until he woke up. And now that it had been over 4 days since the last time he ate, he finally couldn't suppress his hunger anymore. It was only then that Lionel realized that the Spaniards had been roasting a full pig when he initially entered. He must have not smelt anything before because it had just started to cook. Lionel struggled to pull himself up, peeling all the heavy armor he wore from his body. He hadn't felt this light in a very long time. Luckily, since there was no one to tend to the fire, the embers had died off while Lionel slept, sparing the pig from being overcooked. It was inevitable that it was still burnt in some places, especially since no one had been there to turn it, but Lionel could hardly bother to care. He ripped off a leg, devouring the meat madly. Initially he had believed that a leg or two would be enough. But before he realized what was happening, he had already cleaned away half of the pig. Lionel had always been a big eater, but it was always within reason. Something like eating half of a 20-kilogram pig was far beyond his means. I want you to find that damned entrance. There's no way that barbarian entered from the front, there must be a hidden entrance. Look at how many of our people those savages have killed. Words Lionel couldn't understand drifted from the hidden entrance. It became obvious quickly that he didn't have much time. All those who saw him come out of the hidden staircase were already dead. But it was only a matter of time before they started looking for false walls. Because Lionel had knocked down the false wall on this side without replacing it, it was much easier to hear things than it had been in the past. Moving quickly, Lionel replaced his armor with that of the dead leaders. He was going to pour some more alcohol on his wounds first, but he was shocked to find that many of them had faded. In fact, the aches in his body from his torn muscles had become quite dull as well. Food. It must be food. Lionel bit his lip. Where else would he get food so easily? There was no point in carrying this pig with him because it would go bad in at most a few more days. Plus, considering the pace at which he ate it, it wouldn't last that long either. The only option is to continue to steal food or to leave this temple. Lionel couldn't come up with the perfect choice now. He had to hurry. I came here for, there it is, the atlatl. Atlatls were essentially slingshots for throwing spears. They were a wooden attachment one could slot a spear or long dart into to gain more leverage. Then, using the same throwing motion one was used to, it was possible to throw more than double the distance and with much more speed and force. To think such a thing was invented over 20,000 years ago, even before the era of the Mayans. Lionel abandoned his hand axes, using the belt he had stolen from a Spaniard to slip in a few atlatls. Considering they were reusable, it was unnecessary to have more than one. However, Lionel had learned to plan for the unexpected. He kept 4 atlatls with him on one hip and strapped a short sword on the other. He would have taken the leader's long sword, but he had his reasons for not. Along the walls, countless barrels of throwing spears fitted for the atlatls. Well, to call them spears was a bit inappropriate. They looked like sturdy arrows one might fire from a large-scaled crossbow. However, Lionel obviously couldn't carry them all. He realized after carrying around his 30-pound silver rod for so long that his bodis limits were far higher than they had been previously. However, it wasn't to an exaggerated extent. Thinking to this point, Lionel chose a square backpack shaped of wood. It was about 1.5 meters in length and by Lionel's estimations could hold about 50 atlatls darts or spears. He filled it quickly. His initial instinct was to try and overfill it, but he knew this would be foolish. If he failed to pull out a spear at a critical time, it would be too late to regret it. Let's test it. Lionel took out one of his atlatls, fitting an extra spear to it. He held its handle like a javelin. The spear sat atop the atlatls. As for the atlatls itself, it attached to the end of the spear, allowing it to sit upon it. The body of the atlatls, which Lionel held, curved back around like an S drawn much too tall and lanky. Flexing his arm, Lionel bowed his body and launched the spear. but the results left him stunned silent. The metal tip of the spear stuck into the stone wall, vibrating back and forth wildly. It covered a 20-meter distance in 0.4 seconds. That's an average velocity of 50 meters per second or 180 kilometers an hour. It was even still accelerating when it hit the wall, so it still had more left. The effective range is easily anything within 200 meters. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. First he was surprised at his sharp calculations, but he was even more surprised at just how much the Otlotls improved his throwing ability. Such a simple technology yet so effective. Snapping out of his stupor, Lionel ripped the 1.5-meter long dart from the wall and hid it within the barrels of spears. In case the Spaniards made it to this room again, he didn't want them to be able to figure out his limits. After that, he dug deep and lifted the stone that covered the hidden entrance back up and into its place. This way they wouldn't be able to tell which path he came from. Of course, he only did this after retrieving the last third of his silver rod. That was right. Lionel had already found another hidden entrance in this very room. In fact, he counted a total of 5. It could only be said that the Spanish were too negligent. Either that or his senses were simply too sharp. Following this, Lionel left through the hidden pathway with the least activity on the other side, slipping away to unleash hell on the Spaniards. In the following weeks, he mapped every floor of the temple with the exception of the lowest, which he believed must have housed the sacrificial room. As time passed, Lionel's senses grew sharper. He could hear footsteps from further away, and from those footsteps he could tell everything from the height of the soldier in question to their weight. At the same time, his control over his body reached great heights. He no longer threw his full power every time, only using just enough to maintain his stamina and slay his opponent. About 2 days after he left the weaponry, he did manage to find a path outside. Once he had mapped out the hidden pathways he could use to reach it, he exited frequently, hunting for his own meals before returning. He realized that he simply had no chance fighting the Spaniards from the outside. Without the ability to take advantage of guerrilla tactics, it was a futile effort. Unfortunately, as time passed, the Spaniards grew more and more wary, making it difficult for Lionel to find small groups to attack. As a result, he had no choice but to begin assaults on groups of 4, 5, eventually even groups of 10 were the smallest he could find. However, at the same time his skill grew more pronounced. His throwing ability was already at a near unconscious level, but it was his combat ability that took the greatest leap forward. He learned to keep his movements reserved, yet firm. Simple yet potent. He had never been formally taught in any martial arts, but as his mind spun and his deductive abilities deepened with his growing senses, he felt as though it didn't matter. With every encounter, a new possibility was stored in his memory. With this additional data point, he would adjust his fighting style ever so slightly to account for it. Months later, Lionel no longer had to rely on his throwing prowess to gain victory against large groups. Even when battling a group of 10 Spaniards, the combination of his inhuman senses and battle experience was enough to take them on. By this point, Lionel was certain that his wristwatch's assessment of him bordered on fraudulent. He wasn't entirely sure how the grading system worked, but if others had higher grade abilities than what he was already able to accomplish, it would be far too exaggerated. Lionel reached a point where with a single glance, he was able to categorize his opponent by giving them an athleticism score. He broke down his categories into strength, speed, agility, coordination, and stamina. Strength was simple, just how much power a person could generate. However, with how many different ways strength could be applied, it became incredibly complex. Lionel chose to weigh this category by how much power a person could generate by swinging, throwing, or using their best attack. In this case, it would be how hard a Spaniard could swing their sword or stab their pike. Speed was something Lionel categorized as straight-line running velocity. Agility encompassed both acceleration, speed in changing direction, and how quickly a person could use their weapon, how fast a sword swung, etc. Coordination was mostly hand-eye coordination. How precise a person was in using their strength, speed, and agility. How accurate were the swings of their weapons. So on and so forth. Finally, stamina was the most straightforward. How long could you maintain your optimal fighting strength? Lionel ranked all of these from a scale of 0 to 1, where 0 was having this ability completely crippled and 1 represented the pinnacle of the human race. This pinnacle was something Lionel used the limits of his own body to extrapolate and estimate. By Lionel's estimates, an Olympic athlete of Earth would have a 0.5 in the category they needed the most for their event. As for the Spaniards, they averaged about 0.4 in every category. And Lionel? Strength, 0. 67, speed, 0, 51, agility, 0, 55, coordination, 0, 82, stamina, 0, 63. After a few more weeks passed, Lionel felt it was necessary to add a sixth category, reactions. Unexpectedly, it ended up being his highest stat, sitting at 0, 91. This category not only encompassed reaction speed, but also factored in the instinctual movements battle experience gave you. Of course, most of the reason Lionel's reaction was so high wasn't due to his experience, but because of his inhuman senses. Lionel found that when he broke down his opponents systematically with his self-created method, taking them down became even easier. He shamelessly targeted their weaknesses without remorse. For those with great speed and agility, he overwhelmed them with strength. For those with great strength, he overwhelmed them with speed and agility. For those with great stamina, he left them to last, allowing them to tire themselves out first before he dealt the finishing blow. Before Lionel realized it, he had grown numb to the slaughter. After breaking down their lives to mere numbers floating in his mind, it suddenly became easier to do what needed to be done. At the very least, it became easier to use the excuse that the Spanish committed terrible atrocities in this era to bury his guilt. Emboldened by his growing strength, Lionel began to assault the Spanish from within the temple and in the camps outside under the cover of dark. Their numbers continued to fall quickly. Lionel had no idea how much time he had spent in this subdimensional zone, but it was enough for the Spaniards to start calling him El Diablo. He might not have known much if any Spanish, but he definitely knew what that meant. It was a name that let his actions over the last months truly set in. His numbness turned to cold. On yet another seemingly monotonous day, a drastic change finally occurred. With the number of Spaniards drastically lowered, the Mayans holed up within the sacrificial room burst out, leading a mighty counterattack of their own. Lionel watched the battle play out from one of the few small windows he had found in the temple. He felt a wave of relief overcome him. Maybe he would be able to head home soon. But that was when another question struck him. Did he have a home to return to now? Sighing, Lionel made his way through the network of hidden tunnels. A few had been found by the Spaniards in this time, but many of them were still intact. Slowly but surely he finally entered the only floor he hadn't. Victory seemed close at hand, but Lionel knew that the chief priest was currently in the greatest danger now. He had led enough football comebacks to know that people were the most vulnerable when they believed victory was at hand. So, Lionel chose to watch silently behind a false wall. He had found this tunnel long ago but had never exited it. There was no point. He couldn't communicate with the Mayans since he couldn't speak their language, so it was better if he helped from the shadows. But who knew that the first things Lionel would see was an old man with wrinkled brown skin, standing over the body of a youthful beauty who seemed to be trying her best not to cry. Her nude form could just barely be seen by Lionel, as could the knife the chief priest held high in the air as he chanted something he couldn't understand. Lionel was so stunned that his face drained of all color. That girl was about to die, and the reason she would was in part his fault. Had he not? No, that didn't make sense. Wouldn't her fate at the hands of the Spaniards be even worse? Just forget it, they're not real people anyway. Just finish the quest. Protect the chief priest. Just protect the chief priest. Before Lionel knew what he was doing, he had kicked down the false wall in a maddened rage. Guilt he had suppressed in his heart for months came spilling over in a bloody killing intent built from the deaths of hundreds of Spaniards. His left arm reached into the container of long darts, his right gripping his atlatls as he hooked in his first attack. Die. This was the first time in Lionel's life he truly wanted to kill. Even with Conrad, his intent hadn't truly been there. But the result was far beyond his expectations. The chanting priest turned toward him with a stunned expression, but reacted quickly, a barrier of something Lionel couldn't see appearing to block the piercing spear. Lionel stood frozen. Chief priest, strength, 0. 12, speed, 0. 13, agility, 0. 15, coordination, 0. 42, stamina, 0. 33, reactions, 0. 73. Not only was the priest's reaction the highest Lionel had ever seen aside from his own, it was the highest score Lionel had ever given, period. On top of this, Lionel suddenly felt that he was missing a seventh category. Just what was that wall of energy? Chapter 13. The chief priest wore a tall head guard, beautifully decorated in all sorts of bright feathers and fabrics. His chest was bare except for the cape that hung across his collarbone with finely polished jewels and precious metals. His lower body was covered by a skirt which first wrapped around him like a loincloth before extending into two long pieces between his legs that stopped just below his knees. He had no weapons aside from the crude sacrificial dagger that seemed formed of obsidian. However, he still felt like the most dangerous opponent he had ever come across. The priest began to speak words Lionel had no ability to understand. Still, the latter's nerves remained tight, whatever senses he had honed to this point being pushed to their upper limits. The strain even caused blood vessels in his eyes to burst, coloring his whites in red. With little more hesitation, Lionel knocked another Otlottl's dart. This time he used more power, pulling back with as much as 50% of his strength. Out of habit, he hadn't gone all out with the first strike because the physical stats of the priest were so low. But now he knew this wasn't a normal enemy. Seeing that his attempts at communication failed, the priest's brows furrowed as he raised his dagger once more. But this time he aimed it toward Lionel, chanting with a calm rhythm. The nude young lady strapped to the table watched on blankly, her gaze, once filled with fear, turning dull. She seemed to believe that no matter how this all ended, her fate was already sealed. Lionel's spear shattered against an invisible barrier once more, but this time Lionel could faintly feel it condensing. It wasn't a feeling as sharp as his touch, sight or hearing, but it was there. A sixth sense? Suddenly, Lionel dropped down at his fastest speed. A moment later, a loud boom shook the sacrificial room's wall, leaving a deep impact. A cold sweat matted Lionel's back as he hopped up, sprinting to the side as he knocked another dart. He dove forward, sliding his arm across the air sideways and causing another dart to whistle across the air with a sharp sound. Damn it, I thought I would only have to fight normal humans in this place. Could it be that ancient humans found these awakened abilities too? Or maybe is it that these subdimensional zones aren't as historically accurate as I originally believed? Anomaly detected. Recalculating. Subdimensional zone detected. Mayan tomb. Spanish invasion. Subdimensional zone grade, C. Clear requirements. Enter Chief Priest's sacrificial room, complete. Save Chief Priest, side quest, unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. Side quest, defeat 100 Spaniards, complete. Reward pending. Recalculating, side quest, unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. Side quest, defeat 1,000 Spaniards, complete. Reward pending. Recalculating, hidden quest, defeat the Chief Priest. Recalculating, reward upgraded, reward, unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. It is recommended that subject, Lionel Morales, complete this quest with a minimum of 3 other individuals. Subject's degradability is too low. For a moment, Lionel almost forgot his rage toward the priest. He wanted nothing more than to throw this broken watch across the walls till it broke. How was this considered a system? How could it be anything other than a jumbled mess? Instead of telling him that he should enter in a team of 4, it waited until it was already too late to tell him. Instead of telling him what the side quests were, it waited until he had already completed them to tell him. And it couldn't even get the grade of this subdimensional zone right. What absolute bullshit. Forget it. Focus. Lionel's father's note told him that his father had to suppress his awakening during his youth. What if other people besides him had experienced this as well? The only problem with this theory was that his father had also said his constitution was different than others. But who was to say there weren't others like him? Lionel's dart was blocked once more, but his sharp senses caught the fact the priest was forced to slide back, albeit a minuscule amount. With a flip, Lionel took advantage of his own centrifugal force, landing on his feet and not losing a single dart carried on his back. I only have 47 more darts. If I can't see any results by the time I have 25, I need to take the risk and get closer. Lionel maintained his strength perfectly, never using more than 50%. He realized that this priest was entirely reliant on his odd energy. The old man getting on in years didn't make any large movements. Aside from shifting his feet every so often to face Lionel and raising his arms, he did nothing else. It can't be endless, I don't believe that he can do this forever. Suddenly, Lionel felt a strong sense of danger from his back. Immediately he knew he had made a mistake. He dodged the priest's last strike, but he hadn't heard a loud boom to his back like he had heard every time previously. He hadn't accounted for the possibility that the priest could control the trajectory of his attacks. Lionel managed to leap out of the way just in time, but his pack of long darts didn't survive. The sound of splintering would follow the ugly expression Lionel wore. Just like that, the 40-some-odd darts he had left were shattered to pieces, leaving the priest grinning an ugly yellow-toothed smile. Lionel sprung upward a moment later, running for his life. Without having to divert his attention toward Lionel's darts, the priest completely unleashed his strength. Lionel dodged like a madman, sprinting around the room as though he was on a racetrack and not in a temple. His mind spun trying to think of solutions. First important point, every strike takes 2 seconds to charge and fire. Second important point, it only seems possible to control one strike at once. Controlled strikes take 5 seconds to charge but can be prepared as lesser strikes are being fired. However, a normal energy strike cannot be formed while the controlled strike is being maneuvered. Third important point, these strikes carry a strength of 0.82. I should adjust his strength before I figure out how to rank this 7th category. The speed of these energy strikes is at 0.89. The agility of the controlled strikes are only at 0.46. If I want to keep surviving, I need to dodge before he sends out his strike or am finished. Luckily, I've overestimated the priest's coordination. If his control over his energy strikes are factored in, it's dropped by 0.03 to 0.39. Lionel continued to run, taking out 3 silver rods he had strapped to his left hip and twisting them together, discarding his atlotl completely. In a smooth motion, he shrugged off what remained of the box of darts, leaving about 20 pounds behind. Gripping his silver rod, Lionel abruptly changed directions. The moment he ducked the most recent controlled energy strike, he leaped into the air toward the chief priest, his silver rod morphing into a bicycle before he landed on the ground. The priest was stunned for a moment. Where could he had ever seen such technology? Luckily for Lionel, his silver rod worked with folding technology and not electrical technology, or it would have lost its morphing ability long ago. The sacrificial room was quite large, being about 200 meters in diameter. The distance between Lionel and the priest was currently just over 100 meters. Even if he ran full tilt, it would still take him over 9 seconds to make it. However, with some momentum built up in his bike, he could cut it to 8.1 seconds. Lionel tilted his bike to the side so far that his knee scraped against the ground. Sparks flew as the metal fitting he placed over it skid. With an abnormal feat of strength, Lionel slammed his palm into the ground, pushing himself and his bike back upright. He had fought with his life on the line for too long to feel the same shuddering nervousness. There had been nothing but him and his own thoughts for months. There was no way he was going to lose to the first person he consciously chose to kill. The next strike will very likely target my bike itself, too. Lionel's thighs flexed, his bike hopping just over a meter in the air. His instincts from countless battles kicked in. All things considered, only having to account for just one opponent at a time was marginally easier despite the godlike abilities of this priest. Here it comes. The controlled strike finished charging, shooting toward Lionel like a bullet. Vaguely formed in Lionel's head, he could see the difference almost as though they were vibrant colors of their own. His eyes were slowly gaining the ability to see the shifting energy through the air, the pale fog circulating around the priest. Maybe if this was really a game and not real life, Lionel would get a notification achievement about awakening this level of sight before even gaining mastery over the energy. The energy sped toward him. But this time it was no longer a vague feeling Lionel got. He could see it cutting through the air from his right, curving for his head while slicing down in an arching path. If Lionel jumped, it would destroy his bike. If he ducked, it would take off his head. The priest likely realized that Lionel was previously only able to get a vague sense of where his energy was coming from due to the fact Lionel had taken more drastic actions than what was necessary. Not only did he start taking control of the energy strike before it met Lionel this time, but he also actively dissipated its energy, trying to confuse Lionel about its exact location. Unfortunately, the priest could have never imagined that Lionel's senses would evolve once more at this very moment. Even more unfortunately, Lionel was well aware how low the agility of the controlled energy strike was. Lionel suddenly skidded his bike to a grinding halt, the tail of his back wheel spinning to the front and whipping around. His maneuver was perfectly timed. The controlled strike sped by his right side across his face and out into the distance toward the left. The priest's eyes widened as he quickly tried to control the energy strike to turn back, but Lionel's bike had already finished its spin and furiously sped forward. Though in a straight line, the energy strike had a speed of 0.89 and Lionel's speed was only 0.51, there were two important factors Lionel had already considered. First, the time it took for the energy strike to slow, turn around, then gain its top speed once more was long due to its low agility. And second, Lionel's speed on his bike obviously just wasn't a mere 0.51 anymore. The priest was too late to realize this. Lionel was already 2 seconds away and he still hadn't abandoned his controlled energy strike. He didn't have enough time to prepare another strike. In a panic, the priest grabbed the naked girl on the table and threw her toward Lionel, who had just unsheathed a sword. Shocked, Lionel squeezed the handbrakes of his bike as hard as he could, catching the girl in the air. Damn it. Analyzing the situation, Lionel knew his time-sensitive plan was ruined. He also realized something else. The priest's strength was too low to throw a girl who must have weighed at least 110 pounds across 10 meters to him. That meant the priest had another method of amplifying the strength of his body directly. In that instant, the priest's strength stat rose to 0.97. The priest still doesn't know I attacked him to protect this girl. If he knows this, he'll use it against me. Lionel recovered from his apprehension quickly, battle instincts he had honed for months kicking in as he apologetically dropped the girl to the ground without hesitation. It might have been cruel, but a drop of less than a meter was better than whatever attack she would have to suffer from the priest otherwise. His plan worked just as intended. The priest completely ignored the girl, believing that Lionel wouldn't care about her life one way or another. However, by now he had already prepared another strike. Lionel clicked the button on his bike, turning it back into a pole and rolling out of the way. It was already too late to build up momentum with his bike again. He had to cross the last few meters himself. Chapter 14. Lionel's senses were like sparks running through his body. He could feel his reactions increase again, reaching 0.93. With another dodge, he entered the 2-meter radius of the priest, swinging downward with all his might. His controlled strikes are interrupted when he has to form a shield. But if the shield is made, it can sustain itself for a period while he creates the next. A sharp reverberating strength traveled through Lionel's body as his silver rod violently crashed against the priest's barrier. It was painful, but his body was resistant. The glow in his eyes only grew fiercer when he saw the barrier give way a bit. The priest's next shot was at point-blank range, but Lionel's reactions were too quick. The former's arm had only barely twitched when Lionel shifted his body, dodging the next strike. At such a close distance, the controlled shots had become meaningless. With their poor agility, if Lionel timed a dodge well enough, the priest could end up hurting himself. He can only shoot these strikes of energy from the hand wielding his dagger. But is that true? Or is it superstition? When he threw the girl over, he clearly used a hand without the dagger in it. The priest's arm suddenly shot forward. Maybe believing that his shield would be down soon, he preemptively struck, his strength soaring past his base stats once again. But Lionel was ready. With the priest's poor coordination, catching Lionel off guard was too tall a mountain to climb. At the same time, however, the priest was more clever than Lionel gave him credit for. The instant his arm punched toward Lionel, another strike of energy was sent forth. Except this time, there was no 2-second wait like Lionel was expecting. Caught completely off guard, Lionel's eyes widened in shock. In those split seconds, he managed to tell that the strike was shooting forward at a speed of 0.94 and it was completely impossible for him to dodge. That dagger, it can charge and store attacks too. Shit. Lionel managed to shift his shoulder out of the way of the priest's punch, but the flash of energy barreled into his left hip, treating Lionel's armor like scrap metal and fracturing his hip bone before its strength dissipated. A cold breath rushed through Lionel's teeth as he spun like a top. He had never felt such excruciating pain in his lifetime. He was certain that the him of just a few months ago would black out in an instant. If he has another one. Lionel's heart trembled. But luckily, even with his vision growing foggy, he could sense the priest gathering energy once more. Whether it was because his dagger's ability had a timer, or because he didn't feel it was necessary to use it again, or maybe because he couldn't, it didn't matter. With a wince, Lionel collapsed to the ground, but he had already pulled out another otlotl. All this time, the priest had completely forgotten about his ability to throw. How could he not? Lionel made a big show of throwing his otlotl away as though it was useless to him. Those action made the priest completely miss the fact that Lionel had 3 more to his right hip. And just now, he just so happened to have landed by one of the darts the priest blocked when he first entered this place. As for whether it was by coincidence or not, someone asked his best friend James. He would emphatically choose not. Lionel took control of his senses, forcefully sealing the pain in his hip from traveling to his brain. Rolling over, he plucked the damaged dart from the ground and fitted it into his otlotl. By the time the priest noticed that something was wrong, it was already too late. He was in the middle of conjuring another energy strike and he would have to cancel it in order to form a shield. But that singular second was all Lionel needed. With a roar that expelled every drop of energy he had left, Lionel balanced himself on his only good hip and butt, angling his torso up as he finally threw his first full-force spear toward the priest. The speed was blinding. It was as though a line of brown had been drawn from Lionel's arm to the priest's neck. The splintered wood of the dart lodged into the latter's throat, causing a fountain of blood to rain down as the priest collapsed, his dagger falling along with him. Seeing this, the last bit of will that held Lionel together collapsed. He fell back, a familiar pain returning to his left hip that almost made his eyes roll back. He knew he couldn't stay. The Mayans had gone out to fight, but there was no telling when they'd be back. He needed to move. As the quest ended? Send me out of here. Subdimensional zone detected. Mayan tomb. Spanish invasion. Subdimensional zone grade, C. Clear requirements. Enter Chief Priest's sacrificial room, complete. Save Chief Priest failed. Oh, for fuck's sake. It can't be that they won't teleport me out because I failed, right? If he had the strength, he would definitely smash this watch now regardless of the consequences. Breathing heavily, Lionel rolled to his right again. He found his silver rod to his side and gripped it. Using it as a crutch, he slowly pulled himself up, relying on his one good leg. He slowly made his way to the dead priest, pulling the fallen dagger to his side and wasting what must have been at least a good 10 minutes picking it up. He didn't know how it worked or if he could even use it, but he knew it held some power in the eyes of the Mayans without a doubt. Maybe if they came rushing here he could scare them away with it. Finally, Lionel hobbled to the still naked girl who sat dazed on the ground. Now that the fight was over, his teenage hormones seemed to want to kick in. She was truly a beauty with delicate brown skin, though it was now covered in bruises and scrapes. She should have been around 20 years old, so though she was young, she still held a maturity to her that too easily swayed boys as young as Lionel. However, Lionel snapped out of it, trying his best to avert his eyes from her most treasured places, though she didn't seem to care anymore. "Are you all right?" Lionel asked. The moment he did, he started kicking himself. She couldn't understand a word he was saying. What the hell was wrong with him? If Aina saw him babbling like a fool here, she'd never talk to him again. The young woman seemed to shake out of her daze, looking up at Lionel from her seated position as though shocked he was before her. Still, what shocked her even more was his kind gaze. She hadn't seen such a thing in a long while. Even her own parents had only looked toward her with sadness and grief after they learned she was the chosen virgin for the chief priest's sacrifice. Though Lionel's face was mostly obscured by his metal helmet, it was still the best she had seen in a long time. She re-entered her daze for another long while as she recalled what happened. Looking toward the priest's dead body, her body suddenly started to tremble. Her breath quickened, her breasts undulating beneath the far too fast beating of her heart. Lionel snapped out of his embarrassment and bent down with a worried expression. "It's all right, you'll be fine now." Lionel knew she couldn't understand him. But he hoped that a soothing voice would do something. However, what he didn't expect was for his heart to stop beating completely when her gaze met his own next. It was an inhuman gaze. A reddish, devilish stare that looked like a madwoman intent on seeing the world burn. She shrieked, lunging at Lionel's neck with both hands. No matter how quick Lionel's reflexes, with almost one half of his body being completely useless, and with how close the two were, there was absolutely nothing he could do. A sharp pain shook Lionel's body as he fell to his back. The breath was knocked out of him as he gasped in shock. But he noticed a second later that he couldn't breathe. His throat was completely sealed by this seemingly frail girl. She was almost like a rabid dog, snarling and screaming as she squeezed with all her might. It was as though the only wish she had in this world was for Lionel to die. Lionel was in shock. Hadn't he just saved her? What was she doing? Even if she didn't thank him, she shouldn't be trying to kill him, right? Lionel's eyes reddened both due to a lack of oxygen and a slowly building anger. He didn't have to step out and save her life. In fact, his quest didn't ask him to anyway. Because of her, months of toil and pain were completely wasted, yet she was trying to kill him? How dare she? His silver rod and the dagger still gripped in either arm. All Lionel had to do was drive the dagger into her ribcage. Just like that, she would be dead and he could breathe again. His hand raised, his emotions bubbling over, but that was when his gaze met hers again. He could see them. The tears falling from her eyes, the sheer desperation. He could even faintly see the glint of his knife in the corner of her eye, something that made him certain she saw it. All she had to do was drive her knee into his shattered hip and he would probably lose himself to pain, unable to do much of anything. Yet she did nothing. It was as though she was hoping he would just end her life. Lionel felt his vision blackening, his dagger still raised in the air. His hand trembled. He knew that her delicate skin wouldn't be able to last even a split moment against the sharp edge of the blade, yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. His hand fell back to the ground, his body finally succumbing to his injuries and lack of oxygen. As his consciousness faded, he could only see a sea of black. Maybe this is just what I deserve. Side quest: defeat 1,000 Spaniards, complete. Reward pending. In his last moments, this was what he thought of. Defeat. What a nice way to put it. In reality, he had slaughtered them all. Were they fake? Lionel could no longer fool himself into believing this. The emotions that colored that girl's eyes, they were too real. He could almost peer into her soul and see through her secrets, her insecurities. How could they be fake? Oh, today's my 18th birthday. Lionel thought. I guess I'm an adult now, right? You don't have to feel bad about my death then, Dad. You officially finished raising me. I'm no longer your responsibility. Lionel no longer had the strength to form any more thoughts. So he slipped away. The naked girl sat over his torso in a daze, looking from Lionel's handsome face into the dagger he hadn't used and back again. Now that his helm had been knocked off in his fall backward, she could see him clearly. She was stunned to find that he was even younger than she was. The tears that fell from her cheeks grew into a torrent, her savage shrieks turning to maddening sobs until she collapsed unconscious. It was then that a white light enveloped Lionel and his body disappeared. Quest cleared. Subject Lionel Morales being sent to. The wristwatch's mechanical voice cut off. Clearly, wherever Lionel was headed, it had no ability to exist. Chapter 15. Lionel was beginning to see a new pattern in his life that he wasn't very fond of. Battle to the point of death. Fall unconscious. And finally wake up without knowing where the hell you were. Once again, Lionel found himself in a similar situation. Except this time, it was even weirder than appearing atop a Mayan temple, if you could believe it. He sat on the ground, or what he perceived was the ground, in a blank white space. If it wasn't for some kind of gravity telling him which way was down, he would have a hard time distinguishing just which direction was which. To make matters weirder, it was hard to tell if the ceiling was a centimeter from his head, or if it was miles away. Was there even a ceiling? He wasn't sure. However, maybe it was due to his ability, but Lionel found that he adapted quite quickly. Soon, that feeling of disorientation faded and he began to slowly stand with the help of his silver rod. Hold on. Just when Lionel was feeling that the process was too easy, he realized that his hip was no longer broken. In fact, he felt better than he ever had in his entire life. The only discomfort he felt in his hip was due to his deformed armor pressing into it. Without much of a choice, Lionel took it off. He wasn't sure where he was and equally unsure if he still needed to be alert. But this armor was no longer any good to him in this state. Wait, why am I alive? Unless I'm not? This sort of white space, wasn't it just like every stereotype of heaven he had ever read about? Maybe he really was already dead. Lionel sighed. After unbuckling his armor, he set it aside. He really did smell quite terrible, but after so many months, it had stopped bothering him as much. His sweatpants and compression shirts hadn't lasted, so he was currently wearing so odd leather pants he snatched from a dead soldier. His chest was fitted with chain mail, but other than that, it was bare. To sum it up, he was a mess. My scars seemed to be gone too. The number Lionel had accumulated were definitely not few. His body had become a canvas of bullet wounds and blade scars, but they had vanished. Oh, it's quite rare for someone to regain their bearings so quickly in this place. The sudden voice snapped Lionel out of his own thoughts. His tension still running high, his neck practically broke off from his torso turning toward the sound, his silver rod and dagger being gripped tightly. Whoa there. It wouldn't be the first time someone attacked their guardian, but I'd prefer not to be added to that list, please and thanks. A handsome man that seemed carved of precious stone had appeared a few meters from Lionel. He was more perfect than any human should have been. Lionel had a hard time believing that he was anything other than an ascended being. He somehow managed to wear a gold-plated armor without looking absolutely ridiculous to a man of the modern era like Lionel. Guardian? Yes. The man said. It's my job to hand you the rewards you've earned in your subdimensional zone. In return, I receive a bit of karma. Karma? The man waved his hand. Guiding a baby isn't part of my job description. With that, the man unfurled a golden scroll. Maybe it was due to whatever it is he read, but he froze for a very long time. He seemed to be speaking English, but his lip movements were nothing like English. Something is translating? Lionel thought to himself. First to clear a subdimensional zone in your world, huh? Not bad. Oh, that's unfortunate. It seems that someone skipped ahead and took the world spirit for themselves, or else you'd have a right to a fourth of it. Shame, your world has 8th dimension potential. Its world spirit should have great talent. Not bad. A 3rd dimensional world that can create rudimentary subdimensional zone analysis technology definitely has a bright future ahead of it. Just who could? The man's brows raised as though he saw something amusing. Is Morales your maternal or paternal name? Paternal. I see. I see. Excuse me, sir. Are you saying that my reward should have been this world spirit but someone else took it? You could say so. But it's less about the world spirit being taken away and more about it choosing its master. You shouldn't feel that it's unfair. It can only be said that this person is more gifted than you are. Or rather, that's not definitive. After all, this world spirit was taken even before you were born. Also, being the first only nets you a reward of a chance to gain the world spirit's recognition and the equivalent of a fourth of its power. Many worlds still have the power of their world spirit split into 4, passed down through generations of the same clan. Not that that matters much to you now. Oh, I see. Entering a Tier 4 black-ranked subdimensional zone on your own for your first try? With a pseudo-4th dimensional world's constitution for a body? You must be insane. Lionel opened his mouth to answer, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what the man just said. His watch ranked the world he entered a grade C. How did that translate to this man's ranking system? It was a Tier 4 black-ranked zone meant for 4 people? What the hell is wrong with you, kid? No wonder it took so long for me to fix you up. Leave these kinds of things to youths born in higher dimensional worlds. It's my job not to be prejudiced against you, but am giving you advice. Your world has a lot of potential, more than mine by a good margin. Take your time and stop rushing things. Lionel was shocked by the care in the man's voice. It seemed out of place. Or maybe he was just a good guy or was just fond of his accomplishments. But he could still only smile bitterly at the man's words. He hadn't known anything before he stepped in. Plus, his father had implied that he should enter. How could he know his old man would send him to his death? Alright, I'll stop nagging you. Sir, can I ask your name? My name is Montez. Thanks for the advice, Uncle Montez. I'll do my best. Montez blinked in shock for a long while before he laughed heartily. Uncle it is, then. HM your rewards. Clearing both side quests. Activating the hidden quest. Completing the hidden quest. Clearing the objective. I cleared the objective. I thought I failed. You would have, had you killed that little girlie. But it seemed you didn't. Lionel's face twisted with a weird expression. What kind of quest was that? Wouldn't it go on forever then? The quest objective was to repel the Spanish and save the girl. Lionel's expression darkened. The wristwatch told him to save the chief priest. What kind of sick joke was this? Had he known the true objective, he wouldn't have gone into the sacrificial room without a plan because he would have deduced the priest would be his toughest enemy. If he was prepared, he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Montez began to laugh, eventually wiping tears from his eyes. I told you it was rudimentary zone analysis technology. How could it be completely accurate? Lionel took a deep breath. Before my rewards, do you mind explaining 2 things to me? What exactly are subdimensional zones and how does the ranking system work? Well, I'm normally not allowed to explain these things, but I think I can get away with it this time. Zones are key points in history which connect your 3rd dimension to the 4th. Due to a sort of buffer the universe has, these dimensions were stored in time so that they couldn't influence the timeline too much. In order for your world to successfully evolve to the next dimension, these instances in time must be resolved. If they are not resolved, they will begin eating away at your timeline, altering important events in history until your world is unrecognizable. If the problem becomes severe enough, your world could collapse. Lionel's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the problem to be this severe. So I'm guessing, the reason why you hire worlds help us little guys out is so that one day you'll have more help with clearing your own subdimensional zones? Montez couldn't hide his mouth hanging open in shock. Yes, that's exactly right. It's in our best interest to unite in this matter. A world with as much potential as yours will receive a lot of help. In fact, there should be a lot of influences from other worlds in your own already. You're quite a smart boy, but I really can't say much else. Influencing your timeline too much can have its own poor effects. To answer your second question, black zones are assigned to 4th dimensional events, bronze to 5th, silver to 6th, and gold to 7th. My own world is only of the 7th dimension, so I don't know much more. Lionel had many more questions. Like the man had mentioned world potential before, and even said that Earth had the potential of an 8th dimensional world. On top of that, he said that Earth had more potential than his own world. But if that was the case and his world was already of the 7th dimension, shouldn't his world's job be done? Since there was no hope in reaching the 8th dimension for them, why did they still help lower worlds? And if his job wasn't finished for some unknown reason, wouldn't his 7th dimensional world be facing 8 subdimensional zones right now, just like Earth as a 3rd dimensional world was facing 4th subdimensional threats? So why did he not know anything about zones above the gold grade? There seemed to be a secret here that was nagging at Lionel's heart. But he knew better than to ask. Each rank of black to gold is divided into 9 levels, 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest difficulty. In addition, the chosen difficulty is ranked by how many are allowed to enter as well. The zone you completed had an entry limit of 4 since it was relatively stable and could support that much influence without collapsing. But you completed it alone, so it was more like a tier 5 black zone to you. Montez clapped. Alright, that's enough. I wasted much of our time together with too many words. I'm sure you know by now that the reward system is separate from the zones. It's something us higher worlds created. Only silver and gold zones can form rewards of their own, kind of like that dagger in your hand. Though that dagger will disappear once you leave this place. That's the difference between low-grade zones and higher-grade ones. Lionel couldn't help but inwardly smile. Every time Montez swore he couldn't tell Lionel anymore, he would continue to drop tidbits of helpful information. Either way, since this is a 4-person zone, you can normally choose 4 tier 4 black rewards for a minimum clear. But, since you completed the hidden quest, that's good for a tier 5 black reward. Including the 2 side quests, the clearing 100 Spaniards reward is another tier 4 black reward, clearing 1000 is a tier 5 black reward. I also have to factor in the fact you were the first of your world to clear a zone, and that's worth a tier 9 black reward. So, 5 tier 4 black rewards, 2 tier 5 black rewards, and 1 tier 9 black reward. You are allowed to trade down by handing in a higher tier for 3 lower ones. You can trade up by using 5. Don't ask why it's like this, you know people at the top are misers. Montez clapped his hands. A moment later, a counter filled with treasures Lionel was practically blinded by appeared. Maybe the most shocking part was the fact this counter extended for hundreds of meters to the left and right. Chapter 16. Lionel was overwhelmed. How could he possibly sift through so many treasures? What do you suggest, Uncle Montez? Montez smiled. First, I don't suggest you trade in your 5 tier 4 black rewards for a tier 5 one. In your current state, you can't afford to be picky. If you have to rely on treasures you pick up in the zones you enter, you won't last very long. In addition, as I said before, the things you picked up from there will disappear once you leave this place. In this present state, not only are zones dangerous but your world itself is dangerous too. You might have run into the invalids already? Lionel opened his mouth to answer but only nodded in the end. He had almost forgotten about the weird changes in his white-pupiled peers. So they were called invalids. He didn't have to think much to understand why that was. Unfortunately, he was running out of time, so he knew he couldn't ask Montez about it. It also seemed that Montez was purposely not answering as well. Do you have the ability to narrow these down by my needs? Lionel asked. After seeing Montez nod, he immediately organized his thoughts. How would you categorize these treasures? There are defensive treasures that range from armors to one-time use tokens. There are offensive treasures that range from weapons to, again, one-time use tokens. There are techniques that touch on anything from improving your strength to your defense to your offense. You can trade for subdimension zone analyzing treasures to get a more accurate read on the zones you enter. These are categorized as detection treasures. The best ones can be used outside of zones as well. You can also trade for information. It can be information about where zones will appear in your world, or even information about other worlds. It's also possible to buy a ticket to another world, though it would cost you your tier 9 black reward. Lionel's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Can you show me your tier 9 black techniques? Preferably the ones that teach how to use the same energy as the priest I just fought. Ho ho ho. Montez smiled a smile that wasn't a smile, but his eyes seemed to give away that he was extremely satisfied with Lionel's choice. The counter magically shrunk down, leaving a pile of hundreds of booklets. It was clear at a glance that though a tier 9 black technique was valuable to Lionel now, it definitely didn't mean much to Montez. Though the options were narrowed down, Lionel still felt lost. If only his sensory-type abilities were able to seek out what he needed. At this thought, Lionel raised an internal eyebrow. What if it could? He didn't know anything about his abilities currently, and he was actually tempted to ask for a treasure that could tell him about it. But he subconsciously felt that this wasn't the best idea. One thing that was clear to him about these treasures is that none of them were perfect. He most certainly couldn't expect a black-grade treasure to be so. If he found such a helpful treasure, it might lead him down the wrong path. And even if it was correct, it might limit him by boxing in his thinking. Lionel closed his eyes, trying to tap into the same sixth sense he used to battle the priest. Once he locked onto that feeling once more, his eyes flashed open. In that moment, the seemingly ordinary piles of books became a violent storm of raging colors. No. Once again they weren't truly colors. Lionel's mind only interpreted them as such, almost like an odd form of synesthesia. Lionel realized now that compared to these books, the priest had been a joke. But this made sense. He was only the boss of a Tier 4 black zone, while these were Tier 9 black techniques. However, he soon found differences between them. Among even these high-tier techniques, there were separations. Lionel immediately discarded the worst of them and focused on the 5 that shone so brightly that even while being buried beneath the pile, they exposed themselves. He stepped forward and pushed all the other away, leaving 5. I can't read what. Just as Lionel was thinking this, the words on the 5 thin booklets rearranged themselves, becoming legible English. There's still a small bit of fairness in the world. Montez laughed, hiding his shock. Anything you take out of this world will remain translated for you. Lionel nodded, thankful. I picked this one. At this point, even Montez was stunned to the point of no longer being able to hide his reactions. Lionel hadn't deliberated for more than a split second before he put his hand over a booklet, taking it from the counter. Lionel shrugged. I felt this one could help improve my ability. I had already chosen before I knew its name. Dimensional Cleanse. It can indeed improve one's ability. But how did you know that? I dunno. Just felt it. Montez's eyes narrowed. He could tell that Lionel wasn't lying. But even if he was, Montez wouldn't press him regardless. The others are powerful as well, so why this one in particular? They gave me auxiliary abilities I didn't need. Before I think of gaining extra stuff, I want to focus on my own. I feel that it's very powerful. Montez couldn't refute. He had never seen someone with a pseudo-fourth dimensional constitution do what Lionel just did. For my 2 Tier 5 black rewards, can you show me some flexible armors? Lionel wanted to look through Dimensional Cleanse now, but he refrained. He felt that Montez had reminded him about the time for a reason. He likely couldn't stay here forever. Montez clapped his hands once more, causing the counter to shift. This time there were even more items to display. Not only were there more, but they also took up a larger space individually than small booklets did. In addition, it was a lower tier of treasure, so it made sense that there were so many. Lionel narrowed down the options in the same fashion. He eventually settled on a skin-tight armor not much different from his compression shirt. It was a sleek black, and the only difference was the fact it was dotted with small hexagons that flashed an imperceptible black light every so often. For his second Tier 5 treasure, Lionel chose a pair of shoes that had the ability to camouflage themselves into his chosen design. Not only did it have a small bit of defense, but it could increase his speed and agility by 0.1 each. When Lionel got to his Tier 4 treasures, he realized why Montez advised him not to trade them in. He could think of so many things he needed that he almost felt depressed that there were just 5 choices left. First, he chose a container. It was shaped like box forged of steel, but it had thick leather straps. Its height was about 1 meter and its width about half of one. From the outside, it seemed to have less carrying capacity than the wooden box Lionel used in the Mayan temple. But one would be shocked to find that it could house 200 long-form darts compared to 50 from the Mayan container. In addition, as long as Lionel hovered his hand over it, a dart would immediately enter his palm. The best part about this treasure was that it could produce darts itself. It came pre-made with 200, but as long as Lionel fed it materials, it could make more. Lionel was extremely happy finding such a perfect treasure for him. The second Tier 4 black treasure he took was another technique. This one was called Call of the Wind. It was a throwing technique that taught the use of wind-negating abilities to increase the speed of one's spears or darts. The third Lionel chose was a sturdier Otlotl. The combination of these higher-tech darts and this technique would completely shatter the Otlotls the Mayans built. Plus, everything he got from the temple would disappear once he left this place anyway. The fourth Lionel chose was a crude sensor. It could sense the opening of a zone within 10 miles and also point out the direction like a compass. In addition, with a large margin of error, it could estimate the grade of the zone as well. The fifth and final treasure Lionel chose wasn't for himself. It was a bracelet that acted as a one-time defensive token. Though it was a Tier 4 black treasure, since it was only one-time use, it was more powerful than other treasures of its tier. Of course, he had traded for it for the sake of Aina. He may have not known the details of Aina's likes and dislikes, but he knew of her disposition. If he tried to give her too much, Lionel was certain she would reject. But this small token, maybe she just might say yes. Oh, Uncle Montes, what are you loitering around for? That was your final pick. Do you maybe have a place I can wash myself in? I can't see her like this. It'll be a disaster. Montes looked blankly at Lionel before almost falling over in laughter. Sure. Whatever. Since you were so quick, you have 15 minutes left. Montes waved his hand and the counter disappeared, replaced by a small pond of water that fogged with a dense whiteness. Lionel didn't hesitate. They were all men here anyway. He stripped off all his worn armor and dropped them to the ground, jumping in to scrub himself furiously. He was so obsessed with getting as clean as possible that he completely missed Montez's sharpening gaze at the sight of the faint scar on his right hip. And since he missed that, he also missed the surge of fury. As for Lionel, it wasn't really his fault that he missed this. The pond was much too comfortable. He forgot the joy of cleaning oneself. But even more curious, this water didn't seem to be normal by any stretch of the imagination. Lionel could even faintly feel his senses sharpening. By the end of 10 minutes, his reactions had increased to 0. 95 before stopping. In addition, his coordination followed suit, stopping at 0. 90. With just 5 minutes left, Lionel hopped out. He slid on his new Tier 5 black flexible armor first, allowing it to perfectly adjust to his size and shape. He felt his stamina tick up by 0.05. Then he slipped on his raggedy pair of sweatpants that he had luckily cleaned first this time. Though they had been soggy, Montes was nice enough to wave a hand and dry them clean. There were a lot of holes in them, but at least they covered his most important parts. Last came his pair of Tier 5 black shoes, which he disguised as sneakers. He then slid on the steel container and hooked his white-boned otlotl to his waist. Gripping the rest of his stuff, he bowed his head in thanks to Montes. "Thank you, Uncle Montes." Montes smiled and waved, sending Lionel out. On the top of the Mayan temple, the situation was completely different to how Lionel had left it. Not only had his friends woken up, but judging by their appearances and how there were fewer of them than before, they had also cleared their first zone as well. Montes had downplayed how long he took to recover Lionel back to his full state. If Lionel's constitution had been better, he could have healed him in an instant. But due to Lionel's weak body, Montes had to take his time. Like this, though Lionel was the first to clear a zone, he was actually last in place to return. Maybe only the first few people who awoke knew that he had entered first. "What the hell are you trying to do, Conrad?" James stood towering, his injuries from that night clearly healed. But it seemed that he was still in quite a bad state, a reality that would have left Lionel surprised. Why had his guardian healed him but not James? However, a moment later Lionel would realize that it was because James had been hurt outside of the zone. Conrad sneered. "This isn't the normal world order anymore, James. Just because you were bigger and stronger than me before, doesn't mean you are now. I need you to be drunk to kill you this time." "You have a lot of nerve puffing your chest out like that after sneak attacking me in my sleep. Sure, it's a new world order. But you're still the same pussy." Conrad's gaze turned crimson, the space around him heating furiously. "You want to say that again? Even if it's a new world order, your family still exists on the outside. And don't think I've forgotten what you failed to do during the championship game." James' own gaze turned dangerous. "If you died here, who of the Siegfried family would even know or care? If you think I'm just going to let you use the girls of my Royal Blue Academy just to vent your lust, you have another thing coming." Several girls sat cowering to James' back, their eyes filled with fear. They realized that in this world they didn't have the same protections they once did. Among them Yuri and Savon were present, but there was no sign of Aina. As though on cue, a portal slowly formed. A delicate beauty with a battle axe twice the size of her body appeared. Her presence was so captivating that it was almost too easy to ignore the weapon on her back and the odd out-of-place black bag in her hand. Aina's steps paused, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings only to stop on Yuri and Savon. Looking at the tears that streaked their faces and their disheveled clothing, her gaze once more shifted to Conrad. At that moment, another portal appeared. Conrad's expression turned ugly when he saw Lionel's smiling face. He was shocked to see how many items Lionel had brought with him. How had he gotten so much? Aina too saw Lionel. In fact, her gaze didn't leave Lionel's as she walked to Conrad's back. Her arm shot forward, piercing through to Conrad's chest. The image of a petite girl with an arm covered in blood was an image Lionel would never forget. He had been smiling brightly just a moment ago, his eyes finally landing on the beauty he had been thinking of for so long, only for it to freeze in his shock. Conrad didn't get to speak another word before he slumped to the ground, sliding off of Aina's forearm as though she deliberately slowed him down so that Lionel would capture every moment. Lionel felt that his world had come to a complete grinding halt. Alright guys, this will be the last mass upload for a while. DD's regular upload schedule will be 1 chapter or 2K words a day. However, there are ways to get more chapters. For every 10 unique reviews, i.e. by a different person and not spam from the same account, I will add a bonus chapter. We are at 2 reviews right now, 1 review excluding myself. So, when we get to 11 total, I will upload another chapter. This deal is good for up to 101 total reviews, smiley face. We probably won't get there anytime soon though. I also plan to implement a Power Stone bonus chapter system, but I'll let you guys know about that at a later date. Anywho, hope you've enjoyed to this point. I'm excited to write more, smiley face. Chapter 17. Lionel stood frozen, his silver rod gripped tightly in one hand and the bracelet he had traded for Aina in his other. He hardly heard the shrieks of the girls cowering behind James as he watched her use Conrad's own shirt to wipe his blood from her arm. Aina's gaze didn't ever seem to leave his own. Maybe it was Lionel's own illusion, he wasn't sure. But what was certain was that Aina made her way over to him. In a series of events that were nothing more than a blur to him, his bag, the one she had been carrying all this time, the very one he had allowed her to use as a pillow, ended up in his hand. The very same hand he held the bracelet in. The massive battle axe on her seemingly delicate back cast a shadow over his face, dwarfing him completely. Lionel wasn't even consciously aware of what happened next, he only caught small tidbits. Savon was too scared to approach Aina anymore. Yuri's demeanor changed with Aina's appearance as though she had never been afraid. The odd world they were in began to tremble. And before Lionel knew it, he was standing on the grass gardens that once surrounded the northern dormitories. All he could think about was Aina's gaze. Her amber, almost golden eyes, peering through his soul. It wasn't particularly cold, nor did it fill him with fear, but there was something deeply unsettling about them, a feeling that set an itch he couldn't reach in his heart. Leo. Lionel's eyes flashed as his body shifted to the side. He stuck his silver rod into the soft soil beneath him and used his now free hand to grab to the side. His reactions were inconceivably quick. He hadn't even seen who attacked him from behind even to this moment. All he had was a frail wrist that almost seemed like it could snap with a single squeeze. Strength 0. 72? Lionel was stunned. Knowing he wouldn't be able to hold on for so with his 0. 67 level strength, he used the attacker's momentum against them, pulling on their wrist and sweeping his leg across. That's the girl who threw up that day. Lionel's white-pupilled underclassman flipped in the air, falling on her back with a resounding thud. James, who had been the one calling out to Lionel, blinked in shock before smiling bitterly. It seemed his best friend had had his own massive improvements. In fact, with how alert Lionel had been even in a daze just now, he had a feeling that Lionel had suffered more than them all. Yet, he had somehow managed to keep a bright smile on his face when he came back, only for him to lose that smile due to that event that shocked even James himself. He really didn't know how to console Lionel. Lionel is too soft. How could he deal with the girl he's chased for 5 years now being? James sighed. We can't stay here. Lionel finally pulled himself out of his slump. He knew that this wasn't the time to be sulking. Grabbing his silver rod, he pressed it to his underclassman's chest, using his leverage to stop her from using her obscene strength. With a quick glance around, he understood the situation. Luckily, in the months they had been gone, the white-pupilled mutants had dispersed. But with Lionel's senses, he could hear many of them approaching as though they could grasp their location. Lionel counted the number of people around him, feeling a sudden pang when he realized that the number was much less than it should have been. Xavier? James' jaw clenched. I entered the subdimensional zone with him, Milan and Joel. Xavier didn't make it. Lionel's heart beat erratically for a long while before he managed to stop it. There had been over 30 of them in the beginning, but now only 12 remained. In fact, he felt that it could only have been luck that allowed most of them to survive a zone. The fiendish struggling beneath the butt of his silver rod caught Lionel's attention, causing him to frown. Before he could react, a flying dagger flew between he and James, entering the girl's throat. Lionel looked over with a gloomy expression as the girl's life slipped away. His eyes met Yuri's. She stood beside Aina with her arm raised, her expression nonchalant as though nothing had happened. Aina's gaze had been indifferent, but Yuri's almost held a teasing expression. It was the kind of look that made Lionel's frown deepened. "What the hell are you doing?" Lionel asked. Yuri seemed surprised by Lionel's tone for a moment. Maybe it was because she felt what she had done was only natural. Or maybe it was because she didn't think that Lionel had such a fierce gaze in him. It was obvious that she wasn't in senior class A along with him, or else she would never have such a naive thought. The only reason Lionel's imposing aura had never come into play to now was because he couldn't pull his will behind killing. But when it came to his instinctual rage, there was nothing holding it back. Yuri recovered, her expression dialing back to a neutral gaze that almost said just wait. A moment later, the girl who lay dead beneath Lionel began to glow, turning into motes of light that fused with Yuri. Lionel hadn't scanned the stats of his friends because it was an instinct he reserved for enemies. But he could faintly feel that Yuri had improved in strength by a small fraction. It was too small of a fraction for Lionel to pinpoint, but he could vaguely feel it. The reason he kept his stats to just 2 significant figures was because his senses weren't yet sharp enough to break it down further. If he had to guess, Yuri's improvement was somewhere between 0.0001 and 0.00001. Miss Aina believes that it's best we work together in such a dangerous environment, so instead of being offended by your question, I will explain it to you. These white-pupiled people are called invalids. They're the people who during their awakening were instead eaten by their abilities, failing to fuse with them. As a result, they've lost their consciousness, being a humanoid mass of instincts. If they swallow those of us who succeeded, they have a chance to evolve and regain their consciousness. The reason they allowed us to enter the subdimensional zone first is because it's in their best interest that we are stronger. They were fattening us like pigs, so to speak. However, they are essentially a bundle of energy now. So, by killing them we can also grow stronger. That invalid was a C-grade invalid. It is impressive that you were able to handle her so easily. You are worth forming a working relationship with. Do you have any more questions? Lionel's gaze turned dull. One couldn't see it, but the veins of his right hand bulged like raging serpents as he clutched the bracelet in his palm. There was something exceptionally dangerous about his darkened look. "Miss Aina, is it?" Lionel closed his eyes. "Congratulations." The abrupt beeping that filled all of their minds completely interrupted the tense atmosphere. "You all have managed to succeed in crossing this first trial. Though many have fallen, you can be considered the true pillars of our Ascension Empire. However, be warned. All is not safe. These white-pupiled individuals may have once been your friends and family, but right now, their only instinct is to swallow you. They are known as invalids. Though they appear in the same form they once had when they were alive, they are little more than energy with substance now. Invalids follow the same grading system as your subdimensional zones, from the F grade to the SSS grade. Be mindful and stay safe. Right now, the next goal of our empire is to gather you heroes together. Your wrist watches will point you toward the closest center of power in your region. Please head there as quickly and safely as possible so that you can be properly registered. Those who fail to do so will be considered an enemy of the Ascension Empire." The voice was no longer mechanical. In fact, it was distinctly human. Lionel had heard this very voice before. Many times before, actually. It was the Emperor of the Ascension Empire, Emperor Gervais Fox. They want us to register? Why would they need that? Can't they already monitor us? Unless... Lionel's eyes flashed open, a sudden realization overcoming him. It seemed the forceful tweaks the Empire made to their technology weren't exactly perfect quite yet. Maybe they still weren't aware that Lionel was the first to enter and clear a zone either. As expected, what their oh-so-noble Emperor left them wasn't a true map but rather simply pointed toward a direction, much like the Tier 4 black detector Lionel had for subdimensional zones. The Ascension Empire had always been touchy about distributing maps. Once the announcement was finished, Lionel looked back over toward Yuri and Aina. However, this time he didn't spare Yuri a glance. "If you'd like to work with me, then the orders we follow are mine. Are we clear on this?" Yuri frowned and seemed to want to respond, but Aina's delicate hand blocked her. "Yes. that isn't a problem. You seem to have strong sensory abilities, it's only right that you lead. Lionel so very rarely heard Aina speak, but her voice was just as angelic as he remembered. He still couldn't wrap his mind around her actions. How could he like a girl who treated lives so casually? He knew well what Conrad had done. Maybe to some he deserved death. But Lionel just had a hard time crossing that line. Maybe he was a hypocrite for it, but it was just how he felt. Hearing these words, Lionel stuffed the bracelet into the ragged pockets of his sweats. He turned his body away, not replying. "You all right, Leo?" James whispered to his side. "I'm fine," Lionel said with a bitter smile. "Don't worry about me. I think I've already been through worse." James patted his shoulder and didn't say much more. "All right." Lionel raised his voice once more. "The invalids aren't far from us already. But I think it's important that I get a read on your abilities before we move out. Mine seem to be categorized as heightened senses, so I'll do my best to lead you out while avoiding as many battles as possible." James, who had almost always been able to read Lionel even without a cue, spoke next. "My and Milan's abilities are very similar, it's how we survived in the zone. Milan can form a strong shield that can block up to 10 C-grade attacks and 1 B-grade attack before failing. He needs 3 seconds to form it. And he can form 3 total before he needs to rest. He also has improved strength beyond normal levels. I also gained this strength boost and a similar shield. But I have 2 separate shields. One can absorb attacks. The other can repel attacks. My shield has an effective range of 5 meters and form a dome. Milan's form a semisphere and has a range of 3 meters. I can vary the strength of my shield as well. A 1-second shield can block 2 C-grade attacks. A 10-second shield can absorb or repel 10 B-grade attacks or 1 grade attack. The last point is just that my absorbed shield replenishes my stamina. The reflective shield is self-explanatory." Lionel's brows cocked, pleasantly surprised. Milan's ability was probably graded as AC, but James was at least an A. From what he could tell as well, Milan's strength was a 0. 59, but James was a 0. 75. The difference was stark. Milan laughed jovially, albeit self-deprecatingly. "Seems I'm a little lacking in comparison." James grinned, wrapping his arm around Milan's neck and giving the big guy a noogie. "You're not alone." Joel laughed, lifting up a pole arm that was just over 2 meters long. "My ability is related to sharpness, I think. I can add a decent bit of piercing power to the weapons I use, which is why I chose this F-grade pike as a reward." Joel was a 3-star linebacker for their Royal Blues. He had dark skin and kind brown eyes. But when he was on the field, many maligned him as a headhunter for his vicious hits. Lionel could tell that Joel's coordination stat was 0. 65. Definitely far above average. With that, Lionel went through everyone one by one, calmly memorizing their abilities. Finally he got to Yuri and Aina. "My ability is related to marksmanship with a small bit of telekinesis," Yuri explained calmly. "I can improve the accuracy and strength of my throwing knives with my mind. I can also retrieve them." The dagger she had thrown earlier, still stabbed into the grass, trembled before flying back into her hand obediently. Miss Aina's ability is an overall exponential boost to her physical abilities, whether that be speed, agility, reactions, and especially strength. These were words Lionel most definitely didn't doubt. Aina Brazinger, speed, 0, 85, agility, 0, 80, coordination, 0, 95, stamina, 0, 95, reactions, 0, 97, strength, 0, 99. Chapter 18. Milan. Hearing Lionel's voice, Milan reacted quickly. He took his tall F-grade tower shield and slammed it forward, ramming the C-grade invalid backward. Joel followed up, his F-grade pike piercing over Milan's shoulder as though the two were one. Just like that, another C-grade invalid fell. It had already been 3 days since they began following Lionel, but even Yuri, who had been the only one who wanted to reject his leadership, had her lips tightly sealed. Not to mention the fact a third of this group was made up of men who shared their lives with him on the football field for 4 years already. Even if this wasn't the case, the results spoke for themselves. They had fought tens of battles in just these 3 days, but not a single person had been injured. On top of this, they never met a group of invalids they couldn't handle. The most dangerous situation they had come across was a group of 10 D-grade invalids, but even that seemed to roll off their shoulders like it was nothing. Over time, the group gained more confidence and relaxed, their tense nerves loosening. Yet they somehow didn't become complacent either. No, it wasn't a mistake. Joel, Milan and James always followed Lionel's orders to the finest detail. It was they who set the example for the rest of them. Maybe it was only Yuri and the silent Aina who knew things shouldn't have been this easy. It wasn't a coincidence most of them only had F-grade treasures. The zones they had entered were only of that level, so they hadn't earned any rewards that were better. Despite only entering F-grade subdimensional zones, just look at how many of them had died. Over half of them would never see their families again. But somehow they were navigating seas of F to C-grade invalids as though they were nothing? Since when had the metamorphosis become such a joke? For a moment, Yuri had even believed that Lionel would thrust her into the front line as revenge. But he actually hadn't done that either. Looking toward Lionel, Yuri frowned. Lionel hadn't attacked a single time in these several days. But she was certain that the treasures on him were above the F grade. And she had learned through deductions of her own that he had actually woken up before Aina, even though her lady had never said a word about it. Just what was going on? Yuri had known Lionel for a long time. She knew he was intelligent. She was also quite fond of his personality. He was kind and respectful, the kind of man she wouldn't mind being with her Mississippi. The problem was that he was too weak. But was he really weak? She didn't know anymore. Her gaze landed on Lionel's crossed arms. She could see his fingers digging firmly into his own tricep every time another invalid fell. Lionel looked up into the sky. Seeing the sun setting, he made a decision. Let's stop for today. The group was currently in the middle of what they had no choice but to call city ruins. This was the very advanced city that had once surrounded their third-ranked academy. But now it was practically rubble. After the Paradise Islands fell from the skies, many of them lay the tall skyscrapers to waste. Even those buildings that weren't directly impacted collapsed after the fierce earthquakes. In order to find shelter for the night, the group had to dig through what was left of the buildings to see if they could find any basements that survived the collapse. Before they were apprehensive. What would happen if they became trapped or worse, crushed to death? But Lionel seemed to be able to tell which were safe and which weren't. Though Lionel never fully explained exactly what his abilities were, everyone gained an almost infallible belief in them in just 3 days. Aina, if you don't mind. Lionel called out. Without a word, Aina walked to the slab of metal and stone Lionel pointed out and lifted it. It would never stop being weird seeing such a small girl lift such a massive load, but it was at the very least easier now than it had been in the past. Still, what felt the most uncomfortable for the group was the odd turn in the relationship between Aina and Lionel. They felt that in the past, Lionel would never ask Aina to do such menial work, nor would he speak to her so neutrally. He gave her commands and assignments no differently than he did to anyone else. The group collectively sighed and thanked Aina as they passed by. In the end, Aina slowly lowered the slab, sealing them off from the outside. The underground space they found this time had a decent 10 by 10 meter size. It gave them all more than enough space to themselves. As usual, Yuri brought out an F-grade tent that took up a bit more than half of the space, inviting the women of the group in. It was quite a convenient thing. Lionel had almost chosen a Tier 4 black treasure of similar abilities. Well, it would be known as a C-grade treasure by those of Earth, but he chose the bracelet still in his pocket instead. Also, as per usual, Savon hesitated, her steps pausing outside the tent. She glanced back toward Lionel with a complicated gaze before she eventually entered as well. How ironic. Lionel smiled bitterly to himself. In the past, it was Savon who always protected Aina. Despite Lionel's overall good guy persona, she was even protective against him, shielding Aina from all the bad in the world. As a result, she had always been the most abrasive with him in comparison to Yuri. But now their roles had inexplicably flipped. She was maybe the person who most understood how Lionel was feeling right now. Lionel sat down cross-legged, the metal container on his back clinking slightly against the stone. He closed his eyes, emptying his mind completely. Seeing his present state, James and the rest of the boys decided not to bother him, rolling out the sleeping bags Yuri had given them. They had no need for a scout to stay awake, they knew that Lionel alone would be enough. Yuri had given Lionel a sleeping bag as well, but he had never used it. She usually snorted when she saw him sitting on the cold stone floors every night, believing that his pride was overblown. But she had no idea the truth was that Lionel had simply gotten used to sleeping this way after months in the Mayan temple. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to explain this to her. Lionel sank into his own world. It was a weird state of mind being empty, yet completely alert at the same time. Everything within a 50-meter radius of his body was entirely in his grasp. Just what is this ability of mine? I don't quite understand it even now. Lionel felt that he learned new facets of his ability every day. After he started practicing dimensional cleanse, new doors opened up constantly. There was only one problem with circulating dimensional cleanse, though. Whenever he did, invalids would sense their position far easier. During the first night, Lionel was forced to stop and sneak out silently in order to clear them away, something that left him completely sick to his stomach. From that day on, he only circulated dimensional cleanse at less than 1% of his ability. This slowed his progress, but it also allowed him to cultivate peacefully without interruption. With that, Lionel locked down a new stat, Spirit. Lionel Morales, Strength, 0. 72, Speed, 0. 67 plus 0. 1. Agility, 0. 75 plus 0. 1. Coordination, 0. 99. Stamina, 0. 78 plus 0. 0. 5. Reactions, 0. 99. Spirit, 0. 10. Spirit was what Lionel classified as the ability to use that weird energy. Unlike his other stats that were measured by the limit of the human body, Lionel set 1.00 as the energy density of a Tier 9 black threat. After he categorized it this way, he immediately slotted himself in for 0.10. However, in 3 days it hadn't budged a single inch. Or, more accurately, it had, but Lionel couldn't register it sharply enough to put a number to it. Still, there were other outstanding effects. Lionel's reactions and coordination had improved to 0.99. It was only now he felt that the barrier to 1.00 was exceptionally thick. Luckily, though his coordination and reactions had slowed to a grinding halt, his other stats had also increased decently. Setting aside the boost from his treasures, his speed had improved to 0.57 and his agility to 0.65. Of course, there was also the leap of 0.05 in his strength and the increase in his stamina to 0.73. From what Lionel could tell, these changes most definitely didn't come from dimensional cleanse. He had picked that technique primarily because it increased his spirit. His spirit, by extension, increased his coordination and reactions. In addition, his coordination had a positive impact on his agility. But spirit should have had next to no impact on his strength or speed. Simply put, Lionel had no idea where these stat increases were coming from. But his body seemed to be slowly improving over time at a pace that was out of his control. And whatever improvement, it seemed to not appear in the zones. It might be related to what Uncle Montez was saying about pseudo-fourth-dimensional constitutions? Maybe as a world evolves, its people do too. The closer Earth comes to the fourth dimension, the closer we all come to dropping that pseudo from our title. But if that's the case, why isn't anyone else experiencing this increase? Lionel's eyes flashed open. Something big is coming. Without a sound, Lionel jumped up. Everyone around him seemed to be soundly asleep already. Looking at the time, he should have been practicing dimensional cleanse for several hours. Making his way to a smaller second exit, Lionel exerted some strength and quietly left, appearing beneath the night sky in high-raised moonlight. Be great. Lionel sighed. The group he had taken out 2 nights ago were just a bunch of F-grade invalids. Their boost to his stats were so minuscule that Lionel knew they couldn't have had an impact on his stat increases. Though this quickly approaching invalid was of the B grade, Lionel wasn't afraid despite the fact he knew the priest he had struggled with so much was still a sliver away from the B grade himself. There was something Lionel had realized over these few days. First, invalids weren't as intelligent as humans, making them less dangerous than the bosses of zones. Second, not all invalids had the same abilities. They personified the abilities they would have had they survived the awakening process. Simply put, the priest was a C-grade spirit-type entity. This made him especially dangerous to a naive youth like Lionel who knew little of this world of powers and abilities. The priest's spirit had actually been much higher than Lionel's current stat. This was all to say that a B-grade speed-type invalid like the one rushing toward Lionel now was much easier to deal with. "WHYD you have to come here." Lionel stood atop the rubble, his left hand calmly reaching toward his back and his right pulling his white-boned otlotl from his waist. 40 meters. 30, you've long since gotten too close. A beautiful silver dart with feathers of white to one end appeared in Lionel's hand. It was just about 1.5 meters in length, looking more like a work of art as it sat atop Lionel's otlotl instead of the deadly weapon it was. Cocking his arm back and releasing with barely 20% of his ability, Lionel allowed a line of silver to cut across the skies, reflecting the dull moonlight. The invalid who dashed forward like a vampire in the night was suddenly struck in the forehead. A hole as thin as a bullet wound bloodying its skull. With a heavy heart, Lionel crossed the 20-meter distance between them. His use of "Call of the Wind" was already too refined for an enemy to survive at such a close distance. Bending down the side of the invalid who was beginning to turn to motes of light, he caught a glimpse of its face. On the last day he rode his bike to school, the day of the championship game, this invalid had been among those to greet him and wish him luck. He even said he bet on Lionel to succeed with Aina that time around. By this point it felt like a lifetime ago. Lionel picked up his dart. It was slightly damaged, but if his treasure could build darts from raw materials, why wouldn't it have the ability to repair ones with nicks and scratches? To now, Lionel still had all 200 it came with. I guess that's it for tonight. He'll head back and rest. Lionel suddenly looked over his shoulder, frowning. He thought he had sensed something, but there was nothing. Just as Lionel was about to investigate further, his mind trembled. An inconspicuous black wristband on his arm that seamlessly blended into his flexible armor silently tugged him in a certain direction. A zone had appeared. But not just that. It was within 500 meters of this place. But what truly shook Lionel was the fact he sensed not just one but 7 grade invalids. It was only then Lionel realized the appearance of his B-grade underclassmen wasn't a coincidence. Could it be that zone openings attracted invalids too? Chapter 19. Lionel closed his eyes, a deep unwillingness sinking into his heart. That day, when the virgin sacrifice almost strangled him to death, he really had resigned himself. He had even said goodbye to his father. Yet he woke up. How was he supposed to feel about that exactly? Was he supposed to think he was forgiven for the 1,000 deaths that lay squarely on his shoulders? Uncle Montes had said it clearly. Subdimensional zones were points in Earth's history where an event that connected to the fourth dimension occurred. In other words, they were real. Every throat he pierced, every head he severed, every life that slipped away, they were all real. Lionel had a hard time dealing with that. The reason he had smiled so brightly when he finally saw Aina again was because he thought that she was his light, the only pure thing remaining in his life. But she shattered that image barely a moment later. In truth, Lionel didn't even know what he was fighting for anymore. He guessed it was just some primal instinct to survive, but he couldn't think of much else. Clearly his parents weren't that much of a motivating factor considering how easily he had given up in the temple. What the hell is wrong with me? Lionel might have just turned 18, but he was just a kid in the end. He knew that he didn't want to be a quarterback for the rest of his life, but he never really thought about what exactly he wanted to do outside of that. Lionel chuckled to himself as 7 grade invalids converged. By now, it wasn't just them anymore but numerous lower-level invalids who crept forward as well. The most important part of my identity all that time was just liking her, huh? I don't know whether I should be sad or laugh some more. The truth was that Lionel was trying his best to find a reason to fight back, to put his life on the line once again and bloody his hands once more. For his parents? He had already tried that once before. For Aina? He didn't even know if he still felt the same way about her. For his friends? Lionel thought of James. His best friend for as long as he could remember. To this day he still didn't know why James tried to throw the championship game. He didn't know why he hadn't just let him do it either. They had already won 3 times and winning a 4th would have been meaningless. I know you too well. You don't like to lose, but you're too soft-hearted to call me out on my bullshit too. So, you'd find a way to protect our friendship and ignore it all while winning the big game anyway. Am I right? James' words to him reverberated in Lionel's mind. He suddenly felt his hands moving of their own accord, sliding 3 silver bars out and screwing them together. I guess it'll just have to be that simple then. He didn't like to lose. It was an immature thought. One you would expect from an 18-year-old boy. If Lionel thought any more deeply about it, he too would find it ridiculous that he was trading what he thought was his moral code for a will to win. But the reality was that Lionel was looking for something, for anything, to give him a reason to keep going. The reason never mattered at all. Lionel clicked the hidden button on his silver rod. The moment his bike fully formed, he jumped onto it, riding up the side of a massive slab of broken wall and jumping 5 meters into the air. In that instant of time he spent in the air, his gaze captured everything. 2 are within 100 meters. 4 are between 100 and 300. The last one is further than 400 meters away. It wasn't that Lionel's gaze landed on them all. Rather, it was that he found it easier to feel out the fluctuating energies without so many buildings in the way. Lionel had run across great invalids before, in the last 3 days, that is. He knew how sensitive they were to humans. It took a lot of effort to shake just one off. If these 7 caught sight of their base, Lionel would no longer be able to guarantee everyone's safety. Even James' 10-second shield could only block a single grade attack. The higher the grade, the exponentially more difficult the invalid was to handle. Their stats not only became more well-rounded, but their intelligence wasn't so easy to fool anymore either. Lionel's knees bent as he landed on the ground, expertly using his high coordination to balance on the rubble before shooting forward once more. He controlled his bike with a single handle and used the other to grab a dart, shifting it around in his fingers until he could both grab his otlotl and fit it to it at the same time. In a flash, Lionel rounded the corner of a building that seemed just an inch away from falling completely over. Half of its top was completely shaved off, having fallen to the other side of the street. He made eye contact with those cold, emotionless white pupils. They locked onto Lionel with a concealed murderous intent as though it was still slinking in the shadows. The invalid was long and lanky, having a back so arched that the back of its hands almost dragged along the ground. Despite its lazy appearance, it dodged Lionel's first dart with ease despite being just 20 meters away. Its lanky body curled at an impossible angle, its head arching back so far that its skull nearly cracked against the ground. Coordination of 0. 87. Its host body should have an ability related to disconnecting and reconnecting bones, making it an expert of close combat. It has good speed, strength and reactions. As far as Lionel could tell, F-grade beings had stats between 0. 50 and 0. 60. D-grade entered the up to 0. 70 realm. C-grade was usually up to 0. 8. B-grade was below 0. 85 with grade being below 0. 90. Lionel wasn't certain about the S, SS and SSS grades. In addition, the spirit stat seemed to work a lot differently. The priest had only been a 0. 0.5 on Lionel's scale, but he was most definitely a C-grade threat. Of course, these were only averages. Some could cross barriers by having less stats but being more well-rounded. This grade invalid happened to have more of its stats in coordination and reactions, though its strength and speed were still above 0. 60. How unfortunate. Without hesitation he pedaled into a 10-meter radius in a flash, jumping into the air and turning his bike back into a silver rod. Your strengths happen to be my strengths, but I'm a level better. Lionel clashed with the grade invalid. His movements were wild and almost without reason. Anyone could see with a glance that he had never been formally trained. And yet, those very same wild movements seemed simple and precise to the point of suffocation. After a moment, you would realize that it wasn't that Lionel's style of battle was usually this wild. It was that he was actually adapting his fighting style to match that odd style of the lanky invalid. The invalid's arms suddenly doubled in length shooting toward Lionel, but a step ahead, Lionel had already tilted his head to the side. He had already seen through this invalid's ability. Why wouldn't he be ready for such a change? Lionel took a strong step forward. His silver rod spun in his hand, its butt rounding in a beautiful semicircular arc and crushing the invalid's windpipe. He released his rod with a hand, reaching to his back and pulling out a dart he stabbed through the invalid's eye and skull. Pulling his dart out, he had already turned his silver rod back into a bicycle and dashed away. By the time he scooped up the dart that initially missed and tossed it back into his steel container, the invalid had collapsed to the ground, dead. The other is already closing in. There's no way it won't sense them within 50 meters. But before that, it should be meandering on instinct. I need to intercept it. Lionel felt the motes of lights meld with his body, but he didn't have much of a reaction. His face held an expressionless visage to it. There was no joy, nor was there any anger. He cut a tight corner, riding up the side of a collapsed building and hopping across to the roof of another. He spun his bike to the side, dragging its tires along the ground to a searing halt that left a cloud of dust in his wake. Lionel hopped off, eyeing his target in the distance. He spread out his stance, his base becoming impeccably sturdy as he tightened his torso. A dart appeared in his hand, sliding perfectly into his otlotl. Throwing a spear while on his bike was one matter. He couldn't rely on his legs for power, only his arm. However, when his feet were planted firmly on the ground, he was a completely different animal. Lionel's arm shot forward like a cannon, his dart whistling through the air with a sharp sound. Call of the Wind could only be considered to have been mastered to the entry level by Lionel. Yet he was already capable of throwing his darts at 250 kilometers per hour. The target invalid was almost like a miniature giant. In fact, it dragged its feet around completely in the nude. Obviously, whatever clothes its host had been wearing had been ripped to shreds. What remained was a bestial man that stood at over 2 meters tall. But what was exceptionally striking was its wide body. It was almost shaped like a box. Lionel had already seen that its strength stat was at 0.95. It was one of the variant cases of a stat surpassing its grade. However, the reason it could only be of the grade is because its other stats were too low. Hulking invalid, strength, 0.95, speed, 0.47, agility, 0.15, coordination, 0.56, stamina, 0.89, reactions, 0.51, spirit, 0.00. Aside its strength and stamina, its other stats could barely be considered of the F grade, some not even that. So, when Lionel attacked from just 30 meters away with a dart that looked no different from a shooting star across the night sky, the massive invalid couldn't even blink before its eye was pierced and half its brain turned to mush. Lionel Morales, strength, 0.73, speed, 0.67 plus 0.1, agility, 0.75 plus 0.1, coordination, 0.99, stamina, 0.78 plus 0.05, reactions, 0.99, spirit, 0.10. Lionel's strength stat ticked up by 0.01. This was the first substantial change he had ever run across after absorbing an invalid's energy. There probably existed a technique that improved the efficiency. But he didn't think too much about it. In truth, Lionel more so wished for increases to his stamina. He had only killed 2 great invalids, but he already felt it was eating into his reserve strength. 5 left. Lionel gritted his teeth, pedaling hard. Chapter 20. Bonus chapter for reaching 50 power stones. Next at 100. 7 more reviews till next bonus chapter. Lionel breathed hard. The fog of his breath under the chilly night sky reflected like crystals within the moonlight. Below him, yet another great invalid had fallen, and though Lionel remained uninjured, he could feel himself reaching his limits. It wasn't the first time Lionel had felt like that. During those months in the Mayan temple he experienced it all the time. It was just that he had underestimated the pressure great invalids could put on him. Though his life was constantly on the line in the temple, it had to be remembered that the Spaniards were barely considered D-grade threats, and that was only when their weapons were factored in. Alone they were normal mortals, not even of the F grade. Their only real threat to Lionel were their numbers, especially after his battle experience deepened. Still not good enough. I'm wasting too much energy. 1 more left. Lionel pedaled hard to the next spot. This invalid had originally been over 400 meters away, but by now, it was within 50 of their base. There was no doubt that it had already caught their scent. By the time Lionel made it there, panting, he came face to face with an invalid that seemed painted in silver. Its skin had become a flexible metal, and judging by the heavy sounds its normal footsteps caused, maybe it wasn't just its skin that followed this pattern. Across the board, its stats were completely normal. Nothing was above 0.70, but Lionel knew his senses would not lie to him. This was most definitely in grade threat. Now more than ever Lionel realized just how flawed his self-created stat system was. He still didn't have the ability to account for everything. He couldn't even begin to posit how he would perfectly account for all of these abilities properly. From just about 20 meters away, Lionel launched a dart, immediately catching the attention of the metal invalid. Just as he hoped, it diverted its attention away from his sleeping friends. However, aside from that, the results were less than pleasing. The dart's tip completely shattered against the invalid's body. Its reactions were far too slow to dodge, and its agility was even worse, but it didn't seem to matter. There wasn't even a single scratch on its body. Damn it. Lionel quickly loaded another dart, this time aiming for its eye as he continued to pedal. But the dart was shattered once more with a simple blink. Did it blink just on reflex? Or are its eyes truly vulnerable? There wasn't much time left to think. Lionel hopped off his bike once more, charging with his shoulder and ramming into the invalid's chest. A grunt escaped Lionel's lips as the invalid was sent tumbling backward. Only 5'10", lean body type, yet weighs over 400 pounds. Realizing the ramifications of this, Lionel retreated a few steps, nursing the numbness of his shoulder. He had thought that the defensive abilities of his flexible armor would protect him enough to do some damage, but it was very clear that this metal ability of this invalid was several levels more durable. I was wrong. I was using the specifications of a normal human to measure out his stats, but that's foolish. In order for a normal human to exert the kind of force it can while being at less than half the body weight. Metal invalid, strength, 102, speed, 105, agility, 100, coordination, 050, stamina, 105, reactions, 050, spirit, 000. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. The adjusted stats were mind-numbing. These were the stats a normal human of about 510–160 pounds would need to move around with the ability of this invalid. If this invalid had more time to adjust to its ability and reached an equilibrium point where it was no longer impeded by its heavy body, just what kind of monster would it be? S-grade? S-grade? Something beyond even that? He had simply never seen a stat above 0.99. How many other invalids were there with this level of potential danger attached to them? The invalid slowly picked itself off of the ground, its white pupils locking onto Lionel with a dull gaze. Before Lionel registered what was happening, a long sharp blade suddenly appeared between his brows. Lionel's eyes widened. He pulled his head back as fast as he could, withstanding the whiplash with gritted teeth. A fine cut slid across his forehead, the breath of death kissing his cheek. If it wasn't for his obscene reaction time, his skull would have already been split into two. Lionel rolled across the ground, realizing that he had once more miscalculated. Not only was this invalid covered in metal, but it could shape this metal as it pleased. In that moment, even with Lionel completely focused on it, its arm suddenly became a 3-meter-long blade, nearly impaling him. So fast. At least 0.90. I have to adjust his base agility because of that. Damn it. In Lionel's calculations, attack speed was factored into agility. If he corrected the invalid stats like this, then its adjusted agility for a normal human would be even more ridiculous. Lionel grunted, using his silver rod to block a second blade. But though the metals his rod was formed of managed to withstand the sharp edge, the weight was too much for him to stay on his feet. Lionel coughed violently as his back slammed into a half-collapsed building. He didn't have the luxury of slowly recovering. Without pause, yet another blade tore through the air toward him. There was no time for Lionel to land back on the ground before it reached him. Thinking quickly, he hooked his rod into a broken window. He turned it hard, launching himself toward his left. The blade tore through the building's wall as though it was a piece of paper. It continued to follow through, chasing after Lionel while slicing through tough sheets of metal and stone with absolute ease. Lionel fell through the air quickly, morphing his silver rod back into a bike and pedaling away. His blade gets thinner the further from his body it is. He isn't producing more metal, he's just diluting what he has to extend his range. So, Lionel's gaze flashed, his thoughts spinning. His bike sped up. There it is. 10 meters is his limit. Lionel's bike cut a hard turn, driving up the side of a tilted building and back toward the invalid with everything his thighs could muster, and flipped back. Lionel soared through the air. There was no longer any room to maneuver. He fell in an arc aimed right for the invalid. The invalid's gaze showed no emotion. It simply brandished its second arm, sending out a blade that was impossible for Lionel to dodge. Lionel twisted his body, a sharp spike of pain ripping through his left shoulder as the blade went through him and his flexible armor with ease. However, his gaze remained pure and focused. His bike turned back into a rod he gripped tightly. Using it like a spear, with his only good remaining arm, he stabbed it toward the invalid's eye. The pain was absolutely excruciating. As his body fell under gravity's influence, the blade tore further and further into his shoulder. There were several times in those split seconds that Lionel thought he would pass out. A sharp clink sounded as the invalid closed its eyes. However, Lionel had already expected this. He wouldn't lay his life on the line for such a poor attempt at victory. Both of his feet landed on the free shoulder of the invalid, the very one he had stretched the arm of to a 10-meter length. In his hurry to attack Lionel, who was streaking through the air, he had yet to retract it, just as expected. The invalid's coordination was too low to complete too many fine motor tasks at once. Lionel roared, both of his legs slamming downward with all of his might. The invalid fell over. Then with a sharp snap, its arm broke right at its shoulder joint. Lionel finally hit the ground, his own shoulder becoming a bloody mess as he rolled away, just managing to pull the invalid's blade out. Slowly pushing himself up, Lionel's eyes remained focused. He had used advantage of the invalid stretching itself too thin to break off one of its arms. But in the process he did functionally lost an arm as well. The break in Lionel's flexible armor began to mend itself, sewing his wound shut at the same time. This was why he dared to take on such a terrible injury. Even if his left arm was now all but useless, blood loss wouldn't be a problem. In fact, due to the amount of pressure his armor was placing on his wound to keep it suppressed, in a pinch, it wouldn't be impossible to withstand some pain and use it. He's bleeding. Lionel's pupils constricted. He could see it. From the split in the invalid's shoulder, a coarse, metal-infused liquid was dripping. Lionel could even faintly see some pink muscle fibers. So his inner organs aren't metal. If that's the case, there are some other methods I can use. His coordination stat is too poor to extend blades from anywhere other than his arms. Now that I only have to worry about just one, Lionel sprinted forward. As he did, he dropped one of his silver rods 3 sections away, leaving it at a manageable length for his one arm. It took some teeth grinding to use his left arm to pin it in place while he did this, but he managed to push through. The invalid struggled to stand, but despite losing an arm, it was still too heavy. In addition, with its poor coordination and relative strength, maneuvering with just a single arm was too difficult. To make matters worse, its only remaining arm was still in the form of the blade that pierced Lionel's shoulder. It had only barely managed to get to its knees when Lionel appeared before it, swinging down with all his might right onto its skull. The loud clang of metal bashing against metal sounded under the otherwise quiet night sky. Lionel's action seemed foolish. It was impossible for his blunt weapon to kill the invalid in this way, and with its metal skin he couldn't injure it either. However, something shocking happened in the next moment. The invalid stumbled. From its position on its knees, it wobbled as though dizzy. By the time it reoriented itself, another strike had come downward, bashing its head again. This time, unable to brace itself, its head rebounded against the concrete. It was exactly as Lionel expected. If this invalid could bleed, if it had normal muscle fibers, its internal organs were likely normal. In such a case, what would happen to a soft brain rattling inside a metal box that was being hit so hard? Not only did the invalid's metal body start ringing, but so did the rod in Lionel's hand. Lionel smartly didn't focus on striking down with as much force as possible anymore. Instead, he focused on finding the resonance frequency of the metal, making it store more and more energy. Lionel's senses locked onto the perfect striking strength. With his unmatched coordination, he swung his arm in perfect rhythm, neither using too much or too little power. By Lionel's 10th strike, his breathing was like hot coal to his body. The invalid lay twitching on the ground, but Lionel madly continued. It was too strong. If he let up and let it recover, it would be him who died here. Unwittingly, in his fatigue, his mind settled into a primal near-bestial state, his hidden imposing aura blooming forth and blanketing the area more and more with every swing. Lionel didn't even notice that blood began to ooze along with an unknown white substance from the invalid's ears. The only so-called twitching was of its fingers just barely scraping against the ground, the last movements of the dead. It wasn't until Lionel's rod slipped through the motes of lights it became and hit the concrete, almost shattering his wrist, did he awake from his stupor. Lionel Morales, strength, 0. 75, speed, 0. 70 plus 0. 1. Agility, 0. 80 plus 0. 1. Coordination, 0. 99. Stamina, 0. 81 plus 0. 0. 5. Reactions, 0. 99. Spirit, 0. 10. The improvement was shocking. Maybe even more shocking was the fact that over 90% of it had come from this lone great invalid. The other 6 had hardly caused a shift. Lionel realized that his rating system was too flawed. If he couldn't accurately predict things in this way, it had little value. But in truth, this wasn't what was on Lionel's mind at this moment. He had killed again. But this kill, it was very different from the others. He had done it subconsciously, as though there was a beast lying in his mind, as though his morality was just fake posturing he used to absolve himself of responsibility. Look at that, he really killed it. Damn, I knew I should have bet. Too late. Who asked you to reject free money? You dodged a bullet and now you want to gloat? Weren't you the one just saying the kid was definitely dead? Shut up, the two of you. Lionel frowned. He hadn't picked up these people before. They had definitely been waiting outside the 50-meter radius of him. In meditation, Lionel's senses were near perfect within 50 meters. In a state of wakefulness like he was now, 20 meters was his best. But he still had vague inklings of the goings-on up to 50 meters away. In addition, he could gain a very rough picture of a few hundred meters if the targets had large enough energy signatures, like the Great Invalids for example. With how he had sharpened his battle experience in the Mayan temple, he would never lower his guard so easily. He had been constantly scanning the area in case other invalids came to interrupt his fight. But he had never thought the ones to come would be other humans. "Hey kid, we can make this easy on you. After all, we're fellow humans. You seem to have gotten some good stuff out of your zone. That rod looks particularly useful. How about you share some with us and we'll let you go unharmed?" Lionel's face remained expressionless. His rod? This was about the only thing on his body that wasn't a reward from the zone he entered. It seemed not everyone was able to see through treasure grades as easily as he could. But that inadvertently gave Lionel another thought. These treasures in his hand were gifted by higher-level worlds. Obviously they didn't come from silver zones that one could take treasures out of, or else they'd be higher grade. Didn't that mean these weapons were created? In that case, could Earth do the same? "They'll just shatter their kneecaps with my darts and leave them to karma." Lionel went to reach for his dart and froze, a sharp pain flying through his body. He hadn't broken his wrist. But his right shoulder was dislocated. Even as Lionel was thinking of running, a figure came crashing from tens of meters above him, landing to his side with a boom. Chapter 21. Lionel suddenly remembered that before he sensed that 7 great invalids, he had also caught the faint fluctuation of someone or something else. But he had lost track of it near immediately. Could that have been Aina? But if it was, should he feel bitter about the fact she hadn't raised a hand to help him to now? These thoughts didn't survive very long, because though Aina tried to hide it, his senses were much too sharp. He saw that not only was she not in top form currently, but there were small specks of dirt, blood and grime in hard-to-find areas. There was no way Aina had rolled out of bed like that. Aina turned back and looked up at Lionel. "Why did you leave without a word? I already said that it's not safe to work alone." Hearing these words, Lionel instinctually frowned. "Are you sure it was you who said that? Or was it your servant Yuri?" Lionel was shocked by the own snappiness in his voice. But the mixture of resentment and fatigue left him unable to control his emotions very well. It really had been Yuri who said that her Miss Aina wanted to work together. Those words had never come out of Aina's own mouth. Why should he care about something she couldn't even be bothered to say personally? He was more surprised she hadn't sent her little servant here instead. "Both," Aina replied with a glare. "You're our leader, you can't recklessly leave on your own. Even if you did it to protect us, don't you think your own safety is important too? If you fall, do you think they would be able to survive for long?" These were the most words Lionel had ever heard Aina speak. However, even if he was stunned, he had far more pent-up rage that suppressed it completely. Just as he wanted to respond, a snicker came from a few meters away. "It's fine if you two want to have a lover's quarrel, but do so after you meet my demands. That axe on your back looks pretty good, girl. You can hand it over too." Aina's head snapped back to the 3 men. "Shut the hell up while I'm talking, or you'll find yourselves split in half before you can regret it." Lionel's gaze trembled at those words. He didn't even have time to register the shock he should have felt about them coming from Aina's mouth. Was this the same shy girl who ran away every time he confessed? The same quiet girl who spoke so few words before? How can you keep treating human lives so casually? Aina's head snapped back toward Lionel. "Can't you tell that they want to kill you? Do you really believe that they'll just back away after all of this? They saw you kill a great invalid on your own, you think they want that kind of enemy getting away from them? Why are you so naive?" Lionel's eyes bulged, reddening in a torrent of uncontrollable anger. "Did you see that?" One of the leading man's partners pointed. "That's got to be one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. She's probably one of those noble girls from a big family. I really want to taste one." It seemed that since Aina immediately faced Lionel when she fell by his side, and the fact her massive axe covered her back view, it wasn't until she turned to curse at them that they got a true look at her. "She really does look good. You got first dibs last time though. It's my turn." "No way. She smells like a virgin, I can catch the whiff from here. She's much higher quality than the last one." The leader cut in, licking his lips. "Let's use the usual method to decide." "Fine. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Ready?" The night sky fell into a greater darkness. For a moment, it felt that even the moon above was eclipsed, the bloody, murderous intent suffocating even its beauty. The three men turned toward Lionel, terrified expressions on their faces. I dare you to say another word about her. Lionel's eyes, already fueled by his other burning emotions, had almost completely turned a blood red. His whites were swarmed by snaking blood vessels, and his irises, once a gentle hazel, blackened completely. They simply didn't deserve to live. Lionel's muscles flexed so strongly that his dislocated shoulders snapped back into place. Ignoring the twanging pain, he reached to his back and pulled out 3 darts. What happened next could only be considered a blur. 3 flying silver spears. 3 cries for help. 3 bloody holes. 3 dead corpses. Even after the deed was done, Lionel was still livid. Aina sent a glance toward him, her emotions once more unreadable. She walked forward and took the treasures they had kept on their bodies and walked back while Lionel was still in a blinded rage. A tiny fist smashed against Lionel's chest, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground in his fatigue. If it wasn't for his flexible armor, his ribs would have probably broken. Lionel looked up to find Aina. He obviously knew that she was the one responsible, but he was too tired to do much about it. He simply met her gaze, huffing and puffing. These are only D-grade, but they're still better than using your bike as a weapon like that. A pile of treasures fell from her small arms. There were 3 weapons, a shield, and 3 armors for various body parts. Of the armors, one was for the shins, another was a helmet, and the last was a chest protector. As for the weapons, there was a pike, a sword, and finally a spear. Lionel didn't answer, getting the first good look at Aina he had in almost a year. Even when he came back from the Mayan temple, he hadn't had a chance before her arm was suddenly through Conrad's chest. Looking at her now, he still couldn't fuse her image with the devil of her that had been growing in his mind. Her features were too delicate, too beautiful, for her to be that same woman who all but ripped a man's heart out with her bare hands. Her body was fitted in a deep black militaristic outfit. There were many pockets and belts that surrounded her figure, still doing just as bad a job at hiding her curves as her dresses had. Her long black hair flowed loosely in the wind, disappearing into its folds from time to time. Somehow, her amber eyes seemed closer to gold than they had been before. Whether that was his imagination or the objective reality, Lionel wasn't sure. Lionel smiled bitterly, realizing why he had avoided observing her closely over the past few days. His heart. It still beat wildly. Leave the rest of the things for the others. I'll take the spear and shield. Also thank you. I didn't consider enough that if there were great invalids around drawn in by the zone opening, there would definitely be other invalids as well. Aina's expression softened at these words, but she didn't say anything in response. Let's head back. Lionel slowly picked himself off of the ground. We can't. Aina suddenly said. As you said, the zone is pulling in invalids. Until it's closed, getting out of this area will be difficult. Invalids have far sharper senses than we do in exchange for their weaker intelligence. They can sense a zone from tens of miles away and will slowly converge. Lionel frowned. He most definitely wasn't in a state to be entering a zone right now. Here. Aina handed him something that looked like a pill. She had pulled it out from one of the many pockets she had. Lionel raised an eyebrow. He hadn't been able to sense something with such dense energy despite Aina standing right in front of him. It seemed her pockets weren't normal. There wasn't any skepticism in Lionel's thoughts. He took the pill from her, careful not to touch her soft palm, and swallowed it. A fire lit down his throat, coursing through his body as though it was a racetrack. The wound on his left shoulder rapidly sealed, and even the soreness in his right vanished. Finally, his fatigue trickled away as though he had just taken a good nap. Lionel Morales, strength, 0. 80 speed, 0. 75, plus 0. 1. Agility, 0. 85, plus 0. 1. Coordination, 0. 99, stamina, 0. 86, plus 0. 05, reactions, 0. 99, spirit, 0. 10, a flash of energy raged around Lionel's body. A barrier that had blocked him crumbled and he felt his spirit shoot upward. Spirit, 0. 11, it was a small change but Lionel felt that it made a world of difference. Just what kind of pill was that? Almost all his stats had ticked up by 0. 05. Lionel wasn't a fool. He knew this pill was more valuable than Aina let on. Even putting his life on the line against the metal invalid wasn't as good. Take care of yourself from now on. Aina said. This pill only works once. Thanks. Lionel said absent-mindedly. We can go now. Yuri will find this place after we've gone. Shouldn't we wait for them then? It's not far, we're already less than 50 meters from them. After he said this, Lionel mumbled under his breath. I've already made the mistake of entering a zone without enough numbers before. Aina's senses were sharper than he gave them credit for. Her brows raised in shock at these words unbeknownst to him. No. The zone is an S-grade zone with a 2-person limit. I have a detection device that has 95% accuracy on zones below the SS grade. All right then. Lionel didn't question it. Aina and him were without a doubt the two most powerful of their group. It only made sense for them to enter. It didn't take long for the two to cross the 500-meter distance to the zone, having not spoken a single word to the other. The density of invalids had been growing, but with Lionel's senses, if they wanted to avoid them, it wasn't a problem. The target of the invalids was never the zone itself, but rather the humans it would attract. And, with their lack of intelligence, they didn't know to wait directly outside of the whirling blue portal. Unlike the portal that dragged them in so many months prior, this portal didn't have a suction effect. It sat hovering in the air silently, not disturbing the area at all. If he wasn't certain before, Lionel was now that there was something fundamentally different about the first zone they were sent into. Maybe if he entered this time, the subtle upticks in his stats would continue instead of pausing like it had last time. After taking Aina's pill, Lionel realized something. That burning feeling. It was exactly like the green vomit his dad made him drink every day for 17 years. What if the slow increases in his stats wasn't because of the normal evolution of his body as Earth tended toward the fourth dimension, but was rather thanks to his father? Lionel and Aina simultaneously leaped from a perch high up, falling into the zone that swirled shut behind them. In their absence, the invalids lost track of the scent that had converged them and they began to slowly disperse. Subdimensional zone detected. Merlin's prophecy. Joan of Arc Jeanne d'Arc. Subdimensional zone grade. Clear requirements. Aid Joan of Arc in repelling the English army. Side quest. Unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. Reward. Unable to detect. Scope of System 2 limited. It is recommended that subject, Lionel Morales, complete this quest with a minimum of 7 other individuals. Subject's degradability is too low, 8-person limit? Lionel shook his head. The voice of Lionel's wristwatch sounded in his mind, but he ignored it in the end. Compared to Aina's detection treasure, it was too inferior. There was no need to take any of it seriously. It couldn't even get the S-grade correct. Last time it had predicted the Mayan temple was an F-grade zone until he ran into the priest and it upped it to the C-grade. Plus, he didn't really have the luxury to think about it even if he wanted to. He and Aina appeared in a small village filled with dusted roads. But, considering the burning cottages and huts around them, not to mention the sound of screaming and clanking swords, it was under attack. There was only one thing Lionel did trust his wristwatch about. This was likely France, and their quest most definitely had something to do with that legendary woman. Chapter 22. Hey guys, I know I only just started the Power Stone bonus chapter system, but I'll have to retract it for now. I've been having some pain in my left pinky finger for a while now, so I've had no choice but to switch to an ergonomic keyboard. My typing speed will plummet, so if I give too many, it will eat into my reserves too quickly. They'll bring the system back once I'm back up to speed. So for now I will only upload 1 chapter a day. Use this belt. Aina, who had all sorts of belts and pockets strapped across her body, somehow managed to pull out another one. Lionel accepted. Strapping things to the band of his sweatpants was really too inconvenient. He felt he was using more energy than he cared to admit, making sure his things didn't fall out mid-battle. He buckled it around his waist, strapping the 3 rods of his bike to it along with his otlotl. After that, he strapped the meter or so tall silver box that contained his darts to his opposite waist. If he was still a normal human, it would impede his movements too much to place it there. But the current him found it much more convenient. To his surprise, the box actually shrunk. From only a couple inches from touching the ground, it shrunk to stop just above his knees. It also shortened its width, ending up with dimensions only about as thick as his thigh. It's an ability of the belt. Aina explained simply, leaving it at that. Lionel nodded. He used the strap of the man who previously owned the spear to hold it to his back, then fitted the small round shield to his left arm. Sensing that Lionel was ready, Aina took off, knowing that Lionel was following closely behind. Lionel tacitly understood his role. This was why he put his spear away. Aina, bracing strength, 0. 99, speed, 0. 85, agility, 0. 80, coordination, 0. 95, stamina, 0. 95, reactions, 0. 97, spirit, 0. 06, Aina's stats hadn't changed much since he last looked. She was fundamentally a front-line fighter. In that case, it was his responsibility as the only one among them adept at long-ranged attacks to cover her. However, he was curious. Aina's spirit was the highest head seen aside from his own. Even the priest was only at 0. 05. Maybe he was still underestimating her. The two ran through the small village in a line just 10 meters apart, their speed far beyond that of normal humans. Aina's axe was suddenly wrapped in a reddish-gold glow and floated from her back to her hand. She held it off to her side with two hands, sweeping out the moment she entered the range of an enemy. Her axe was like a blur, hacking Englishmen apart with ease. Blood and organs splattered through the air, but not a speck touched her as she flashed by, dodging them as though they hadn't dared approach her. Lionel could only sigh as he watched her silently. He always knew there was something special about Aina. There were simple context clues everywhere. Something as simple as her tan skin could tell him this. Girls her age were obsessed with taking care of their skin. Some used tans for cosmetic reasons, but Aina's had always been a level beyond that, as though she spent her days toiling under the sun. Yet, she didn't appear any less elegant or noble, always appearing in a beautiful dress like a dainty goddess. His infatuation had always been due to small tidbits of her hidden truth like that. He had originally thought that her abrupt change would lessen his feelings for her. But even as she slaughtered mindlessly, he felt that he had always subconsciously known this was hidden within her. Is this what I'm drawn to? Lionel's gaze sharpened. With quick movements he pulled a dart out from his side, hooking it into his otlotl and swinging his arms sidelong. He continued running as though nothing had happened. But 100 meters away an archer watched as Lionel's spear flew through a window, out a wall, and directly between his eyes. He hadn't even managed to climb to a proper vantage point, let alone knock an arrow. Lionel wasn't fond of killing. But, even in his aversion, those who would attack a village of innocents like this ranked at the top of those he would be willing to bloody his hands with. Aina and Lionel just numbered 2. But in less than 10 minutes, the state of the battle completely flipped. They dashed around the village like two specters, Aina manning the front and Lionel taking out everything out of her range. Once again, this zone seems mostly made up of normal humans. This era should have gunpowder as well, but they probably won't appear on this battlefield. The blaring horns of retreat sounded just as Lionel and Aina burst out of the village's boundary of broken wooden fences. A plain that should have held crops stood. But much of it was trampled to the ground under the hooves of swords and foot soldiers. With such conditions, the likelihood this village would survive through the winter even with Aina and Lionel's actions were near zero. Lionel's jaw clenched. The surviving village dwellers looked toward Aina and Lionel as though they were twin gods, none of them daring to approach. At that time, long after the English had disappeared over the horizon, the sound of hooves filled Lionel's ears. However, this time it came from within the village. No, more accurately, it should have been another army approaching from the opposite exit and cutting through the village. As expected, Lionel soon found a group of armored men riding horses coming toward both he and Aina, causing the village members to part like the sea. Except this time they weren't Englishmen but were rather Frenchmen. The head knight looked down toward Aina and Lionel from his horse, a picture of confusion with a dash of arrogance. Who are you? The question was directed toward Lionel despite the massive axe in Aina's hand. It seemed this era still took their misogyny quite seriously. I can't speak French, Aina said, looking toward Lionel. Lionel blinked. He had become so used to not being able to understand anyone after entering a zone that he forgot he could actually speak French. Finally, it seemed his language studies would come in handy. Lionel thought for a minute. What was the best way to approach this? Suddenly he smirked. We're messengers of God. Me and my partner are guardians sent to protect Joan of Arc. Bring us to her immediately. The head knight frowned. He wanted to refute, but there was only one reason the English would retreat. It had to be related to these two. I will take you to the general. Whether you can meet the savior or not will be up to him. Bring them a horse. Aina frowned, seeing that there was just one horse. Plus, there was no way a horse would be capable of withstanding the weight of her axe. It's fine, lead the way. We will run. The head knight's eyes widened. Humans keeping up with horses? The path is long, Lionel only shrugged, slotting his otlotl into the belt Aina had given him. The messengers of God aren't limited by such things. The heart of the knights trembled, each of them swallowing hard. Their encampment was 50 kilometers away. It would take a human a day to cover such a distance. A good runner would take about 3 to 4 hours. But a horse could do it in less than 2. If they could really keep up, they soon received their answer. Aina and Lionel not only kept up with ease despite their heavy load. On top of this, they didn't seem to be too tired. Lionel could have taken out his bike to make the process even easier on himself, but it didn't sit right with him letting Aina run alone. When they could see the large tents of the encampment, Lionel's heart inadvertently thumped as something clicked in his mind. My stamina just increased by 0.01. Lionel immediately confirmed that he really was correct. There was something more special about his father's concoctions than the latter had let on. In addition, this world really hadn't blocked it like the previous zone had. What's different about that one and this one? It also seems that whatever medicinal strength Dad's brew had can be forced out quicker if I'm doing an activity conducive to it. Should I start running sprints and lifting weight? Lionel's strength wasn't bad, but his speed and agility were abysmal. The only reason they were passable currently was due to the Tier 5 black treasure on his feet currently. Now that Lionel was paying very close attention to his body, he realized that the ticks up in his stats while he was fighting those great invalids had felt exactly like this. Why hadn't he realized there was a hidden strength churning in his body before? I wonder why Dad decided on this incredibly slow approach. I'm sure he had a reason. Lionel frowned, his mind going to the scar his father mentioned. Could it be related to that? He didn't really understand, though. There weren't really any important organs or vitals in that place. Lionel didn't get to think more about it as they finally made it to the encampment. He could immediately tell that Joan of Arc wouldn't be here. Encampments like this one held forward squads and battalions that placed pressure on the enemy in no man's land. According to history, Joan wasn't a fighter, she was rather a morale booster. The so-called Merlin mentioned in the quest introduction was the man who prophesied of her arrival, but there was no real wizard or mage in history. This was all to say that Joan wouldn't be in such a small army. She would be with a larger number so her presence could have the greatest effect. Joan of Arc was executed for cross-dressing as a man. Lionel sighed, looking at Aina's clothing. Lionel found his education at Royal Blue Academy to be quite useful currently. When one chooses a language study, it isn't just about learning the dialect itself, but also about learning in the language. Lionel had thus learned many things about French history in these past few years. Lionel and Aina waited patiently as the head knight contacted who he needed to. Not long later, the two were being ushered into the largest center tent. Unsurprisingly, this general didn't have much of a say in the matter either. He could only wait until the next opportunity to bring Aina and Lionel back to the Orleans stronghold. The next time their battalion would be allowed to return was a month. Until then, they could only continue fighting skirmishes and protecting the 100-kilometer radius of villages and towns. Following this, Aina and Lionel were taken to a tent of their own. Lionel already knew that Aina had a tent of her own that she'd likely bring out, so he didn't disagree. Plus, it wasn't particularly good for the two of them to separate. Surprisingly, though, Aina didn't immediately pull out her own living space and instead invited Lionel to sit on an animal skin left in the tent. The mission specifics, I haven't had time to explain them properly to you yet, so I think I should do so now while we have a small bit of time. Lionel nodded. That was true. The wristwatch is correct. This quest is about Joan of Arc. I'm not sure how this Merlin is related, but maybe you can fill in the blanks? Yes. Merlin was a bard and professed prophet from the 500s. He was known for a few of his connections and prophecies, namely his connection with King Arthur and his prophecy on Joan of Arc. If I recall the quote directly, his prophecy went, "France will be lost by a woman and saved by a virgin from the oak forests of Lorraine." The same usual vague prophecy that will eventually become true if enough years pass. Lionel ended a bit skeptically. I don't think we can take anything at surface value like that anymore. Aina said softly. Maybe you're right. Aina shook her head. The main quest and side quests are actually conflicting. And the hidden quest is nearly impossible. You can see hidden quests? Isn't the point that they're hidden? My detection device can't, but I used an S-grade information ticket on it. I have a feeling that this quest may actually be of the SS grade, which plummets the accuracy of my device to just 70%. Lionel's gaze narrowed in his seriousness. He had only completed a C-grade zone before, but now he was in an SS grade one? Where was the fairness? There's also a possibility that it's a unique subdimensional zone. Unique? They're zones that are ungraded due to the fact the variables within follow the chaos theory. Oh, just fantastic, Lionel thought to himself. Chaos theory was a branch of mathematics that gave even him a headache whenever he thought about it. At least back when his mind worked within normal human limits, that is. Either way, I will tell you what I know. There are 2 side quests. One is to kill 1,000 Englishmen. The second is to kill 10,000 Englishmen. The main quest is to kill Joan of Arc. Lionel rubbed his forehead with a hand. As expected, this wasn't a simple matter at all. The hidden quest is to recapture Paris. Lionel's lips twitched. She was the boss of a potentially SS-grade zone, yet even she failed to recapture Paris in her lifetime. But they were supposed to. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.